Greetings, everybody. I'm trying to make a decision about my life this morning. All right. So we got a lot to discuss today. And let's see here. There we go. Oh, it's hot in here. Hold on. Let me just open up my door. It's hot in here all of a sudden. All right. Let's get ready to go. All right. Because we have a lot to discuss today. And I've been really thinking about I asked y'all a couple of nights, the night before last, I think it was. I've been thinking about what we're gonna do. Like, we have to do something crazy, right? And I was like, damn, could I do like a I was talking to y'all about you know what? Let me pause. Take out your noisemakers. Take out your noisemakers so we can do our conspiracy. So we're going to do the conspiracy first, and then we'll get started, okay? We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yemaya, Oshun, Iami Aj, divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon all the divine ancestors and the Ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children, in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that is caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we our mother's children call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue son. We control the light. We heal the harmed. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and we give life and sacred blood. We give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the EvoEmeTemp. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. Mommy and I are one. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Mommy and I are one. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will. We are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever, Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. All right, so I'm going to need to take a second. I'm going to need to take a second. Hold on.
Please leave a message at the beep.
All right. My gadgetry been acting up for the last few days. Come on, man. Shit. My gadgetry has been acting up for the last few days. So let's see. I don't even know. It doesn't look like it. Hold on. Let me figure out what the hell is going on with my IG. Yeah, it's bullshit. Okay. All right. So before I get started, I'll do a little housekeeping. So the yes, we just did the conspiracy. So EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. That is the email address for the temple. With that email address, you can book a reading / divination. You can make a monetary contribution using Zelle or PayPal with EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. If you would like to send a Venmo, that is Cassandra-Floyd, Cassandra-Floyd, Floyd. If you want to send a Cashapp, it is $, Daughter of the Fates. That's FATES, Daughter of the Fates. If you would like to buy dope ass jewelry or product, books, and the like, or the conspiracy that we just read, then you can go to Daughter of the Fates. That is FATES, not faith, fates, DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. Okay. All right. So I have a lot. I have a lot. And I was so tired the night before last when I attempted to do the lot that I had to do. So I'm going to try to pick up where I left off. And I am going to try very hard to. I'm going to try very hard not to get too hype, because as soon as I get hype, I start going off. Everything is still related, but I'm really going to try to be disciplined, at least in, laying out kind of like a bullet notes, so I can keep directly on task instead of going the long and roundabout way, because I have so much to talk to y'all about. Even attempting to lay out a rhythm of how I was going to do that was difficult. It was really difficult. So the first thing I'm going to say is I really wanted to do a live yesterday, and like damn near every day for about the last 3 weeks. I don't know why. I don't know what's wrong with my head. Literally, not figuratively. Every day for the last 3 weeks, I have been sitting at this chair 10 o'clock in the morning, and then all of a sudden, motherfucking, let me try to clean up my language too. I hate saying that. I hate doing that, but this is the place that we are, right? About 3 o'clock in the morning, I'll finally go to bed. That's been every day. Yesterday, I spent, I'm not exaggerating, 12 hours in this chair, saying to myself out loud, get up, get up, get up, right? It's like that. And I know, I feel fortunate. You know what I'm saying? I really do. I feel fortunate that this is happening, because I know it's purposeful, and ain't nobody going to convince me otherwise. I know that it is purposeful. I am not going to allow anybody to make me feel anything less than tapped all the way in, plugged all the way in, like on point, on time. What do y'all call it? There's a word y'all use, but I forget. But anyway, I know that this moment is so purposeful. I just know it. And I think that what has happened with so many of us is that we have been so overwhelmed, so so terrified, so terrorized. This this new this new this new plan, this new planned panic that comes more frequently every couple of years, you feel me, to deliberately distract, disrupt, to force us off task, because they have to do it more frequently, because we are evolving. Collectively, humanity is actually evolving. That shit is happening more frequently. The evidence of it is showing itself more often, and the more often we demonstrate signs of our collective conscious evolution, our adversary, our opposition deepens crisis. And unfortunately, the crisis deepens through those things that we have accepted are necessary to secure our lives. So even though we are seeing the world and we're saying, there's something I can do about this, we know that there's something that we can do about this. We know deep in us that there is a way that we can act. I have skills. I know some things. There are some things I can learn to do. I can see myself participating in a progressive and actionable way in resolving what I'm seeing. But then you get your bill in the mail and it's 10 days late, and they threatening to shut down your electricity. You get the rent man is harassing your phone. And so this thing that if you had 3 minutes of time, if you just had 3 minutes to focus, if you just had 3 minutes to think about something other than how am I going to survive, how I'm going to live, how I'm going to attempt to shield my babies from all the madness that is the world today. that's purposeful. In our medicine woman deck that I, as a matter of fact, let me go. Should I pull a card? I should pull a card because I ain't pulled the card for y'all in a long time. And I feel like before I get in, we need to pull a card because in this deck, I'm just gonna tell you why. In this deck that we read from pretty relatively regular, you feel me? There is a card, and I don't know this card. I cannot think about. I know it's one of the major arcana, but in the summation of the card, she says, "Look, I know exactly what card it is. It's the blend card. It's the blend. It's called blend. In the traditional deck, it's the temperance card. It's called the blend card in our deck, and in this card, she's basically saying the spirit of God, okay, is talking through the card, and she say, look, you already have everything that you need. No matter where you are in your life, no matter what you think you do not know, no matter how young you are, you already, in the real time, in the now, you already have everything that you need to play the purposeful, monumental role in shaping what is. You already have it. You already, right now, you can be 2 or you can be 90. You have everything that you need right now to play your peculiarly important and valuable role in the shaping of what is. You already have it. Do you understand? The problem is that you need to draw that fire out of your head and center it in your heart. You need to lead with your heart. And in order to lead with your heart, fear cannot dominate the space, baby. Fear can't dominate the space. I know that's a hard sell. Fear cannot dominate the space. You understand? And what she says at the end of that card is, you are the avatar through which I do my work. She says, you are the avatar through which my will is done. You, whoever you are the avatar through which my will is done. But it is only through a well-rested and relaxed you that I do my best work. Do you hear what I just said? God said, you're the avatar. God said, bitch, I'm you. Bitch, I am you, and you are me. I am you. It is only you, the avatar. You are the peculiar expression of me that is necessary in this moment. So it is only through you that my will be done. Because as spirit, as the universe, as the intangible, I cannot be impactful in the material world. Do you hear what I'm trying to tell you? I cannot be impactful in the material world if not for you. You as me expressed in the material world. Do you understand? And so that means all of us. That means the butterflies and the beetles, the dirt and the sand, the goddamn crystals, everything. Everything. She said, but you, humans, you who I made peculiarly for a specific reason, it is only through a well-rested and relaxed you that I can do my best work. And I think that's the lesson for today, considering that we are still in the energy, the very potent energy for the next 6 months energy of this Taurus new moon that occurred in our lives as a blessing, if we see it so, yesterday. As these things that are meant to be distractions of grand proportion occurring in the world on this here day, under the under the delusional under the delusion of some jubilant celebration. You feel me? That ain't it. It's a distraction of grand proportion, orchestrated to attempt to take advantage of the gift that is ours, which was this Taurus new moon yesterday. That's what it was. I intended, and I was really trying to be deliberate. I swear I was. I was really trying to be deliberate about doing a live yesterday because it was the Taurus new moon. But I'll be honest, me sitting on this chair, I'm not lying, sitting on this chair for so long yesterday that I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Right? Child. I got up last night at what? 3:30 in the morning to finally go to sleep. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with my butt? And I had a goddamn blister on my ass. I'm telling you. So yesterday was my ceremony, my 12-hour ceremony, getting prepared to talk to you today about what it is I need to talk to you about, which is a lot. It is a lot, but I want you to know, I want you to understand that no matter what I tell you today, no matter how concerning it may feel, because some of the stuff we need to know it all, but I want you to always understand that the foundation, the base with which what I transmit to you, the foundation, the base is a rock solid, unflinchable, unwavering conviction, certainty that the future is ours because we are creating it right damn now. We have to know what has been done in order to ensure its writing. We have to ensure its inversion. We have to ensure that we go back to a state of overall wellness for the whole. And in order to do that, as a matter of fact, I got an assignment. Somebody real quick, search the scripture that talks about, it's something to the effect of in the last days, or in those days, right will be, people will believe right is wrong and wrong is right, or good is evil and evil is good. Find that scripture for me, because we're going to read that today, because it's the basis of everything that I've been talking about. Whether I'm talking about great grandmother Crone, aka Saturn, whether I am talking about the mythology of Jesus Christ, whether it doesn't matter, everything. And that's what, especially with our language, I'm saying that with no detail, everything that we are living in right now, everything that we are experiencing, everything that we live in right now, is an absolute, completely, what's the word? Pervasive. Pervasive, the analogy of the fish doesn't know it's in water, right? The fish doesn't know it's in water, but it's surrounded by water completely. It's breathing water. It doesn't know that it's in water. It doesn't know what the ocean is. It just knows that it is, right? That's what we are right now. I always talked about America for years and years and years as a grand menagerie. I don't know if you know what a menagerie is, but it's kind of like a snow globe. You know what I'm saying? So you shake up the snow globe and it looks so pristine and beautiful and awesome in the snow globe. Pretend you lived in the snow globe. And in the snow globe, everything looks perfect. You got a house, you got seasons, you got, and outside the snow globe, everybody that lives outside the snow globe is like, damn, do they believe that shit real? Do they believe that's their real life right there? Like, damn, that's deep. And I'm gonna tell you, when I first came to that conclusion was the first time I traveled outside of this country. It was in 2005. And I went to England. And I could not believe I went to England, man, in 2005. It was so impactful. We went to London with the political organization I was associated with. And we went to London. It was, baby, it was immediate. Stepping off the plane. Now, this is not as a tourist. This is as a Black nationalist, internationalist, socialist activist going to England to meet other Black people from around the world, all united around one thing: global revolution. That's all we was meeting for. You feel me? And so it's important that I say that, because what you hold in your head will determine what your eyes see. Actually see. I'm not talking about metaphors. I'm talking about in real time, in the real world. What you hold in your head will determine what your actual eyes see. And stepping off the plane, and I was like, how old was I? 30? I was 30 maybe in 2005. Yeah, I think I was about 30. And yes, I was 30 in 2005. I was 30. Going to England, leaving the country for the first time, and getting off that plane. And I'm telling you, before we even left the airport, the difference in the environment, the difference in the atmosphere, the difference in how the people looked, the difference in how we ate and how the food tasted. When I tell you, and people don't know how to articulate this, because I've heard other Black people say things that I'm like, that's what they're talking about is what I'm experiencing, but they don't have the language to articulate what they're experiencing. You understand? And at 30 years old, going to England for the first time, but going as a radical, going as an activist, not going as a tourist, going as a radical, and being able to see the world and its extraordinary contrast with the eyes of someone that is going out into the world to see. To see. And that was the first time I ever used that analogy of the United States being a glass menagerie, an optical illusion. My sister is a Christian zealot missionary who's been doing her mission work in Haiti and the Dominican Republic for 22 years. So she is a hardcore Christian. But even she, without the proper language to understand what she was saying, when she got to Haiti, she was, I don't know, Erica might have been 25, 26 when she and her husband moved to Haiti to do their mission work. And she told me, I never understood what was wrong with America until I got to Haiti. That's what she said. My Christian, zealot, independent, fundamentalist, Baptist, missionary sister said, I never understood what was wrong with America until I got to Haiti. Why would she understand what's wrong with America in a so-called third world country like Haiti? Why would she understand America? Do you know what she told me? She said, I've never seen real news until I left the country. That's what she said. And this is this 20-something years ago. She said, I never realized that I'd never seen real news until I left the country. That's what she said. Christian, zealot, missionary. Now, of course, her worldview was still way messed up because of why she was there. But even without the language or the proper eyes to see what she was attempting to articulate, She was clear. All of these, what you call them, all these sisters, primarily sisters, that are they're calling themselves what are they calling themselves? They ain't calling themselves expats. They're calling themselves there's a word that Black women are using to talk about why they have decided. There is a word, I'm right on the edge of it. Talk about why they have become perpetual travelers, right? What if they? It's not expats. They call like they. I forget the word that's really popular right now among Black women, in particular, that are teaching each other how to get paid and permanently travel, right? And so much of what I hear these women articulate is exactly the same thing that I experienced at 30 years old, the first time I went to London, England. And it didn't take me a day. I said, oh my God. And I feel like that's why I'm so frustrated right now. I haven't left the country since 2008. And my little passport is like, bitch, can you use us? Nomads. Thank you. Yes. Nomads. My passport is like, bitch, can you use us already? Can like, what's the point of having this brand new passport if you ain't even gonna use it? Like, why you do that? You know what I'm saying? My passport is steadily kicking my ass. You feel me? And it brings me also to this. In this madness of study that I've been doing, really since December 21st, but more deeply since for about the last 3 weeks, is in one of my deep dives. It came across my attention. I don't even remember what the connection was, but it came across my attention where I need to go this year for my first vacation outside this country since 2008. There is a city in Greece. Now, I've been talking to y'all for some years about the important necessity of me being able to go to Rome. And what my wish is, what my request is that this year in September, which is the month of my birthday, that I am able to take a month off to go to Greece. But in going to Greece, being able to travel to the other very important places that I would like to travel in that relative region. But I found a place in Greece, and it's at the southernmost portion of Greece. They call it the Three Fingers. There's 3 little peninsulas that branch off the bottom of Greece like this, like three little Floridas, like 3 little peninsulas that branch off the bottom of Greece. And in the center peninsula, the major city in the center of that peninsula is called Cassandra. I was like, oh shit, that's my vacation. That's where I'm starting. This is gonna be my first vacation. Dang, I thought I had water in here. This is gonna be my first vacation since 2008. That's where I'm going, and I need to be there for a month. Not in Cassandra, but I want to spend a nice amount of time in Cassandra before going to at least 3 other places that I want to go. Obviously, I want to go see all of the shrines and shit in Greece, but Rome is on the menu, and also Turkey. I want to go to Turkey. So somebody was tripping because I said 3 little Floridas. So anyway, the reason I said that, all of that, is because I started out by saying that this place is an optical illusion. But what people are experiencing right now is the radical dissolution of the illusion. And that, in this country, is the radical dissolution of the illusion. And that is one reason that we are all experiencing what the world has been experiencing ongoing. But while we are experiencing what we're experiencing, and the way that we're experiencing is because we have been shielded in general. I'm saying we in general have been shielded in this deliberately constructed optical illusion. And that optical illusion was necessary to pacify us. And at the same time, in that passivity, um, um, keep us in a state of a worldview that would keep us from tearing this shit up, keep us from cracking the dome. You feel me? And just saying cracking the dome brings me to a conclusion that, okay, yeah, I'm not off point. I'm not off point because how many movies have we seen where this analogy has been used? The analogy of the glass menagerie. The first thing that comes to mind is that movie Hunger Games, when the babies have to go into what looks like a forest to fight each other, and then they realize that there is a dome up above their head. There's another movie. What's that little cartoon? Something Chicken Little. Remember that movie Chicken Little? If you ain't got babies, you probably don't remember the movie Chicken Little. But regardless of if you got babies or not, your ass need to watch. That might be y'all assignment for y'all need to watch Chicken Little today. Just saying the movie out loud, my whole body is buzzing. Now, go back and watch Chicken Little with the eyes that I have helped you to recover. With the eyes that you have recovered, go back and watch Chicken Little. Go back with your new eyes and watch. Go back. I don't care how up on game you thought you was when you saw it. Go back with these new eyes that you have and watch that movie. Because especially after what I tell you today. So I pulled a couple of cards for us. I'm not going to read them all, but there was one in particular that stood out that I think I might need to prioritize. It wasn't the first one, but I think I might need to prioritize it. Let me just make sure there's nothing. Yep. There's two at least that I have to. All four of them. I pulled 4 cards. I'm not going to do a full ass 4 reading, but what I may do later is do the read and maybe type up some cliff notes to email to y'all if y'all want it. So send me an email at EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com if you want me to send you the cliff notes of the pull that I just pulled. And and I'll send that out a little later on this evening. So let's see. Yeah. There's one in particular that's standing out, but I thought I would flip through the other ones just to make sure there wasn't nothing that stands out right away for me to give y'all. Definitely. Pipes. I have so much to share with you on this here day. And I'm going to tell you, yes, yep. Yeah. Okay, so there's 2 I'm gonna read to y'all today. 2 of these cards I'm gonna read to you, and then the last one is the one that I'm really gonna talk to y'all about a little bit because it is squarely, like chillingly, in in accordance with what I'm gonna talk to you about today. Primarily, what I'm gonna talk to you about today. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first card that I'm gonna talk to you about is called the Power Lodge of the Pipes. Show you the card for a moment over here on IG. So you can see the little animals and person in the lodge and spirit energy. Oh, the glare on this laptop is always annoying. Right, but there you go. The sun up above. You got the little baby and the rabbit and the dude playing the pipes. This is the power lodge of the pipes. All right. I'm just going to read the whole card to you because it's great. Oh, let me find my eyeballs. I probably should read the 10 of arrows too, but what I will do is I will just show you the card because it's important. And then absolutely the movie Don't Look Up. Yes. Show you the card for the 10 of arrows, but this power lodge of the pipes. The name of this card is called Wise Priestess, Energizing Others. Okay? Wise Priestess, Energizing Others. So I'm going to show you the card again. You see she up in here getting powered up in the lodge. Baby outside playing. The hubby or the homie out there out keeping the vibe going with the playing of the flute. You feel me? Playing of the pipe. Wise Priestess, energizing others. Let's hope that I will be that for you today. Let's hope that something that you need for yourself will come through for you today. This is the prayer for the card. This is my peak of excellence in living a spiritual truth. I am able to give of my wisdom to others who come my way. I empower others by encouraging their own talents and abilities, giving opportunity to the potential within them. As I observe the qualities of God within, I bring them forth. In my creative work, I have found you, Creator, living and giving life to all that I do. My art is my heart, filled with love for you, and all who receive my art are thereby blessed. This work I give. In beauty I live. I have expressed one quality of you. You are the power that has attracted all that I love. I am the power of you. The lesson for this card. You are adept in the use of your creative, sexual, and spiritual energy. You have gained access to power. Your challenge is to handle it humbly, considering the good of all. You cannot deny your beauty, expertise, creative achievement, or quality of craftsmanship, but you are still a human being. You are still a human being learning to fully carry out the Creator's plan. The purpose of the wand that has been handed to you is to cast a magic spell of hope on the world. I love this quote for myself. I love this quote for you. I love it. So this is probably my favorite quote in the whole book. The purpose of the wand that has been handed to you is to cast a magic spell of hope on the world. The purpose of carrying the pipe is to assist others in using their sexual, creative, and spiritual energy in a masterful way. Use your power to praise Mother Nature's creation, to acknowledge the source, to herald the dawn of a peaceful age, to uplift those who cannot yet see. Use your power to heal, to love unconditionally. Devote yourself to serving the spirit within all that lives. This is the prime of your energy. You have taken the wild energy of youth into mature forms of expression. The more you have truly expressed the energy of self within you, the more youthful vitality you take into physical maturity. You must not deny yourself, but merely find the right channel for ongoing, expanding expression. This is the lesson you have learned and must encourage others to learn. Each has an individual way. Be aware and bring it forth. I love this card. I love this card. I love this card. Called the Wild Priestess, Energizing Others. What does she say? The wise priestess. What does she say here? Where's it? Where she say that? Yes, the wise priestess. The wise priestess who is teaching others or assisting others in using their sexual, creative, and spiritual energy in a masterful way. Yes, using her energy. Where she say? Yes, the wise priestess who heralds the dawn of a peaceful age and to uplift those who cannot yet see. Okay? To call out, to call forth from within that which is powerful in everyone. I love this card so much. I love this card so much. But the coup d'etat of cards. Let me show you. I'm not gonna read it, but let me show you the 10 of Arrows cards, which was the first card that I pulled. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm gonna show it to you, because I told you that the Arrows suit is my favorite suit in this deck. And the Arrows suit corresponds with the suit of swords in the traditional deck, right? In the traditional tarot. And the suit of swords is the one that people most fear, most hate, most avoid. But then, because these are inversions that we're talking about that persist everywhere, but up in here in this medicine woman deck, up in here in this medicine woman deck where the swords become the arrows, the message for every single one of the arrows cards is an outright inversion of their meaning in the suit of swords. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? And so this card right here, I'm going to show you, and I told you that the suit of arrows in this deck is the only suit that has this black woman dressed in gold centering every single card. It's the suit of arrows where this woman who looks just like Oshun is front and center. She is literally the subject of every single one of the suit of arrows cards. You see that black woman there with the stars only above her head? Who is that? Who is the she with the crown of stars? Who is that? Somebody tell me who that is. Somebody tell me who that is. The she recognized everywhere on earth with the 7 stars around her head. Who is that? She got a bunch of names, but who is that? Hecate is one. Guadalupe is another. The so-called Virgin Mary is another. Inanna is another. Ashtareth is another. Who else? Who else? Oshun is another. It's not lost on me. I'm getting goosebumps everywhere. It is not lost on me how I came across this deck. I was getting ready to leave Florida for good. So this was in 2018. I was getting ready to drive across this country. And this little sister had the only black-owned botanica in Florida, in the Tampa Bay area. There was only one black botanica in the whole of the Tampa Bay area. That's Tampa and St. Pete. This sister's shop was in St. Pete, and it was called the Botanica de Yemaya. She is a priest of Yemaya. So I go into the botanica owned by this black woman, and I'm looking for a deck. I'd never owned a tarot deck, but I was like, since I'm going to spend 6 weeks driving across the country, you feel me, to have this spiritual experience, I need to learn. I need to teach myself tarot. So I asked her if she had any decks. She had one deck left. She said, I don't know why everybody this week has been coming in asking for decks. She said, girl, I got one deck left. I was like, let me see it. And so it was this deck. It was the Medicine Woman deck. It didn't even come with the book. It just had it was just the deck. And I opened up the deck and saw all these white people in the deck. I was like, I don't know about this deck. I don't know about this deck. It's called the Medicine Woman deck, but everybody in the deck white. Like, why all the Indians white? I was like, I don't know about this deck. She was like, I don't know what to tell you. I ain't never, used the deck or whatever, but it is the last deck that I have. So I was like, well, I ain't gonna stop nowhere else. I'm literally getting ready to get up out of here. So I bought the deck. This is in 2018, in the spring of 2018. And it is not lost on me that the author of this deck, what's her name? What's her name at? Carol Bridges. I don't know if she's alive because I cannot find no information about this woman. I have combed the internet and I can't find no information about this woman nowhere on the internet. Nowhere. I don't know if she is alive, if she is not alive. I do not know nothing about her. This deck that she created was created in 1972, 3 years before I was born. 1972, this deck was created. And so knowing what we know, right, because we read all these books by these women, primarily white women, the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, that's a white woman. The Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, that's a white woman. The Great Cosmic Mother, Rediscovering the Religion of the Earth, this is a white woman, right? And I know that because we've just, Pure Lust and Beyond God the Father, that's a white woman. And so I know, because of all the books that we have read, the consistent message for us melanated women has been the same throughout reading these very powerful books. But because these books were written at a time where there was no internet, and every piece of research that you had came from actually having to go and dig probably at the bottom of boxes in the basements of libraries, because nobody was talking about the goddess. Nobody was talking about the significance of women in history, in ancient history, in current, in modern history. And so we have constantly said that these books that these women wrote were genius, nothing short of genius, considering the time that they were written. And at those times that they were written, even though these books that all these women wrote about the goddess, and I got them all, right? Even though these books that these white women wrote about the goddess, there was hardly no discussion, if any at all, about the goddess in her black form. Because they would talk about every goddess, all the goddesses around the world, except black goddesses. We said it about symbols and sacred objects. We said it about myths and secrets. The only book that we've read so far by a white woman that touched on more significantly the question of the black goddess is Barbara Moore, in the writing of The Great Cosmic Mother, Rediscovering the Religion of the Earth, and she dedicates 3 whole chapters to the black goddess, right? And so I'm mentioning this within the context of this deck because these books were written between 72 and 83. These are all these books that we've read. And so we know, as a matter of fact, I have another context to add to it. I lived in Oyotunji African Village for a year. And Oyotunji African Village was founded in 1975, I think. It's either 72 or 75. And the founder of Oyotunji African Village in South Carolina, Oyotunji African Village, was a man accredited. He, among all the iterations of the practice of Ifa in the United States, he is the one accredited with having brought Ifa back to the United States, the first person to create a temple, an Ifa temple in this country, the first initiated priest in the United States since we got here. What's his name? Surgeon Adefumi the First founded African Village. I spent a year in Oyotunji African Village, and knowing that it was founded either 72 or 75, I can't remember exactly which year. But even then, knowing that he was the first to bring the practice of Ifa to the United States, that nobody knew about Ifa. Nobody black, nobody white, nobody knew about Ifa at the time that these white women wrote these books. And so it made sense to me, in the absence of being able to find any research, even know anything about the impact and the influence of black spiritual systems, it makes sense to me that these white women xed us off the chopping block in terms of our presence in these very powerful books. And I'm saying that for a reason. I put this within the context of this book written by Carol Bridges, this deck created by Carol Bridges in 1972, that it makes sense that she neither would have any access to information that would help to inform her about why the suit of arrows in particular that corresponds with the suit of swords, that is the scary, that is the bad, that is the the negative omen of the tarot, that she would place at the center of this only suit. This is the only place she shows up, is in this suit of arrows. Not shows up, she dominates the suits of arrows, is what is obviously the goddess Oshun in this deck. Dressed in gold from head to toe with a curly afro and 7 stars above her head. You see this card? You can see that the focus is her. The stars are on her head. Everybody is holding hands but facing her. They are all channeling and focusing their hopes and dreams and ambitions and prayers of protection on her. You see that? See how everybody praying? And you see everybody is represented. Everybody got different clothes on. So you can tell it's the people of the world. There's a little baby there. There's natives there. There's elders there. There's youth there. There's an ancestor in the background. There's even, see that little caveman looking person? So even primordial people from 100,000 years ago, 300,000 years ago, up out there. Everybody has got their focus placed on her in this card. You see that? Everybody is facing her. See how the man next to her is holding her hand and the little baby is staring straight in her face? See how the ancestor is above them all? You see that? Every card centers what is obviously Oshun. That's not lost on me, because I can't find no information about this white woman here that wrote this book. I've seen one picture of her, but they didn't have no information about her. I haven't been able to find it. You feel me? And so it's not lost on me about how the past always meets us in the moment. I haven't seen this deck anywhere else. I was able to find this book used several years ago. The book was used when I bought it on some random site where they sell used books. And it wasn't in as bad a shape. But when I bought this book, it was still, the front was raggedy, but the book was still intact. But I was able to find, but to just find the book and the thing new, I ain't been able to find it. Anyway, I went hard on that because I'm always telling you that the mother will use whomever she sees fit. She will use whomever she sees fit to get her point across, to get her message through. It's not lost on me. This is intervention. Anyway, so that's why I wanted to show y'all that card. But I'm going to talk to you about this here card, because I'm telling you, it is so central to what I have been geeking out about for the last week. The Chariot card. In this card, it's called the Warrior card, which I got a problem with, but it's the Chariot card. It corresponds with the Chariot card in the traditional deck. So there it is. Right? See that? See that star in the crescent there? See the chariot with his head upraised and his arms upraised, and the dove and it looks almost like the Muslim crest, the Islamic crest, right? The big sunshine in the background and all of that shit, right? When I pulled this card, I'm like, oh shit, because this is what I'm gonna talk at length about y'all to y'all today, but let's see what the card has to say. So this is called the Warrior card in this deck, and the affirmation for this card, because it's a major arcana. I am at a point of power for the divine plan which works unfailingly through me. Having set my will to follow the highest within, I am strengthened to express the victorious life. Let me see what y'all talking about over here. Mm-hmm. Oh, I love that somebody put Whitney Houston there. Mm-hmm. All right. So the card speaks. I am the warrior coming home. I am the warrior coming home. Whether you see me on horseback or chariot, know that I am transported by my power to will. I have taken charge of my life and its direction. Your vehicle for movement is symbolic of your mental discipline. Okay, so now reading this for the first time in a very long time, I got to take some notes because I'm already right out the gate. I got a problem. Let's see. Somebody say it Sirius B. In the Kabbalah, it's the path. Its path is the number 18, which is called the path of influence. Its position is Geburah Bina. Its angel is Muriel, and the zodiac sign for this card is Cancer. Can you email that to me? Everything that you just typed, can you send that to my email? I'm gonna type it in the thing below. Can you email that to me? I might need to take out the dictionary of symbols and sacred objects too, because I'm having a whole moment right now. Yes, I am having a whole moment right now. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. uh, Nicole Psalm 23:6. Can you send that to me too? Can you email that to me too, please? Because I ain't gonna be able to take no notes through this whole thing. I got too much to talk to y'all about, but I really wanted to put that down. Okay. So I can tell you right away, right out the gate, because I haven't pulled this card in a very long time, but it is purposeful that it's coming out right now. And I got a problem right out the gate. I love this card. I've always loved this card, but my eyes are new. My eyes are new. Because I told y'all I've been geeking out about this topic for about a week. Okay. Okay. So she says, I have taken charge of my life and its direction. Your vehicle for movement is symbolic of your mental discipline. I got a problem with that statement. Put a check on that because we're gonna come back to it. It is the personality through which you carry out the great plan of the Creator within. Okay. I need a better pen. Okay. Having experienced the energies of cards 1 through 6, you now hold the reins of your life. In your hands. You will have the feeling of being in the driver's seat or at the wheel. Like me, you have been a disciple of the voice within, following your own guidance on how to build the structure that is your city of light. The great discipline that this has required brings you the expertise that enables you to be at ease. You may rest upon this success. The wheels turn now by themselves. You have set in motion the forces that will forever be your foundation. Many battles have been won. Many battles have been won. It is time now to appreciate how far you have come. Feel the security you have created within. Fly with this confidence. You are now soaring. You are now, let's see. Fly with confidence. You are soaring now, but know that the path will continue to unfold before you. Be ready to take up your shield of power, guard against self-doubt when the next challenge arises. Take full time in this moment to feel the achievement that is presently yours. It will be your foundation, know it well. So each major arcana in this deck comes with an exercise, comes with a meditation, and other recommendations peculiar to the card. So the exercise for this question, and the self-questioning. So the self-question for this card is good. The self-question for this card is, how many powers have you given over to others? Oh. How many powers have you given over to others? Let's see what y'all talking about over here. Thank you, Series B Mermaid. She said, yeah, I can also send you the book that I got it from. Okay. Okay, great. Awesome. All right, let's see. I received the book, The Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects. Love the book. Yep, cool. All right, awesome. Let's go. That's the self-question for this card. Is how it is the question of the age, as a matter of fact. It's the question of the day, as a matter of fact. It's the question of the day. It's the question of the age. It's the question of the age. Okay. How many powers have you given over to others? Can you grow your own food? Can you teach your own children? Can you make your own clothes? Can you walk 5 miles? Can you feel comfortable alone? Can you go a day without a cigarette, a cup of coffee, food, your car, clothes, makeup, money? That's the question of the day. Series B say, I've been watching your videos for over a year now, and she has helped me increase my book collection. I had to buy a bigger bookshelf. Get ready. Get ready. Because I don't know, 13 bookshelves in here. I don't have a single corner where I can put no books no more. Like, I got whole stacks, like shelves themselves, of books, trying to find a home up in here. And all this time, side note, all this time I thought, is this me compensating for my old addictions? You know what I'm saying? Is my obsession with books many of whom now I haven't read. I've read a lot of these books, but a lot of them I haven't read because I buy books faster than any human could possibly read them. So I got a backlog of books that I must read. You feel me? And so I'm like, is this just me compensating for my old actual chemical addictions? Is this what I'm experiencing right now? In my irrational obsession with collecting books? But I've been saying since I was a little girl, even though I did not like to read until I was in my 20s, I wanted books. I used to tell my mom when I was a little girl that when I grow up, I want a house. And in my house, I want a white people library. And she was like, girl, what the hell is a white people library? I was like, on all the movies where rich white people have big houses, they have one room that's just the library. And it goes around in a big circle. And there's just the desk in the middle and a skylight at the top. And they got this long ass ladder that can swing around the room to get I want a white people library. I didn't even like to read then. I was like, I know that's what I'm going to have in my house is white people library. So I got that. It ain't a white people library. Mine is much more progressive than a white people library, but the sentiment is the same. If I walked you through here, I should take a video one day. If I walked you through all the places I have books up in this little 2-bedroom apartment, y'all would be like, no, this girl got a problem. Nope. I would say that this is probably, yes, the compensation for an old chemical addiction is the one addiction I got left is these books. It is these books, right? But given the fact that these motherfuckers are literally erasing the library that we have created together called the internet, given the fact that these monstrous, malignant motherfuckers are actively engaged in the new book burning of the age to try to keep us away from the information that would allow us to evolve, this doesn't seem so irrational anymore. That if the shit hit the fan, if they shut down this here internet, y'all all know where y'all can come to strengthen your skull, to make sure that you do not lose anything up here. Because I got it all. Because I got it all. You understand? So, and I'll give y'all some pointers on how to buy books. First of all, I really love thriftbooks.com because you can buy awesome books for pennies on the dollar. And if you buy so many books, I forget how much it is, but if you buy so many books, they're going to send you free books. You can choose free books. I don't know how many free books I've gotten from thriftbooks.com. And I've never paid full price for from books from thriftbooks.com. And all of the authors, they also sell used and new versions of their own works on thriftbooks.com. I love thriftbooks.com. Also, go to my favorite place to get books. Two places. Go to your local Goodwill, secondhand store, Salvation Army, wherever they take donations like that. I beeline straight to the books and the records. I'm collecting records too, because they doing the same thing to music. This addiction to digital downloads, you better get your mind right. You better get your mind right. I'm telling you, get your mind right. Start collecting. If you CDs, tapes, videotapes, DVDs, I'm telling everybody, save your DVD. I have a whole massive box in my closet of DVDs because they are literally changing movies. They are changing movies. I'm seeing so many on Reddit. I'm seeing so many people saying like, yo, what the fuck are they doing? Like if you go back to watch one of your favorite movies, digitally or whatever, why are they taking whole segments out of movies that are 30 years old, 40 years old? Why are they doing that? They're literally changing digital presentations of movies that have long been produced. I'm on a Reddit thread right now where they're literally just listing all the movies that if you watch them digitally and then you go back and watch the DVD that you had since you was a teenager or the VHS or whatever, the movies are different. I told y'all about it. Well, I'm on this deep dive about Sol Invictus and how I believe that the current Sol Invictus is Donald J. Trump, but the impact that the soul Invictus is supposed to have, where you see all this imagery, including the thumbnail that I used for this video. That I believe these images of, quote, what do they call him? The fully grown father god personification of soul Invictus, where they show him, just like the thumbnail, this image of this like very mean, very deep red sun that's like grimacing. The sun is above the horizon, and he's like, and the sun rays seem to just go over everything. I am convinced that that personification of soul Invictus is analogous with nuclear weapons. That's what I'm convinced of. I am convinced that all of these old images of soul Invictus in his late stage self, because they show soul Invictus as the baby, they show soul Invictus. God damn it. They show soul Invictus in his youth. This is who he is. This card is soul Invictus. The Chariot card in the traditional deck is soul Invictus, the youth, the warrior, the conqueror. The conqueror, right? This is him. And then as soul Invictus, quote, gets old, becomes a old man. Because what is soul Invictus, y'all? Soul Invictus is the sun. Soul Invictus is the sun personified as high is would he be high noon? I have to think about that. I don't know if he'd be high. No, he wouldn't be high noon. This would be soul Invictus. This would be soul Invictus, it says, at 3 p.m. If you're thinking about, a 12-hour clock. As a 24-hour clock, what is 3 p.m. on a 24-hour clock? It's 3 p.m., right? Am I right? Yeah, 3 p.m. on a 24-hour clock. I think that's right. Am I right? Or is it 3 a.m.? No, 3 p.m. So this would be the sun, the sun, at 3 p.m. 1500 hours is 3 p.m. Okay. Thank you for that, Galactic Seed. Nope, that's good to know. I got to learn 24-hour clock because it matters when talking about soul Invictus. This is soul Invictus at 3 p.m. Okay. This is, I got to write this down. Where's the people? Oh, here it is. Okay. So that's conquest, war, famine, and death. And if that was a 24-hour clock, that would be famine. I got to figure this out. I won't belabor it now, but this is what I'm on. This is soul Invictus, the warrior. This is soul Invictus, the warrior in his time of war, because you're still talking about the sun. Remember we talked. Let me finish this card, and then I'll go right into that. Let me finish this card though. Okay. So let's see. The exercise for this card. So the question again, I'll reiterate the question, but this is going to lead right into where we're going. The question is, how many powers have you given over to others? God damn. Oh. God damn. Fuck. Oh my God. Lord have mercy. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. God damn. All right. How many of your powers have you given over to others? I'm going to say this. How many of your powers have you given over to the Father? How many of your powers have you given over to the Father? Okay. Can you grow your own food? Can you teach your own children? Oh, fuck. God damn. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. Yep. Ooh, God damn. Oh, listen, I'm having a whole moment. Ooh, shit. Listen, how many powers have you given over to the Father? Can you grow your own food? Can you teach your own children? Can you make your own clothes? Can you walk 5 miles? Can you feel comfortable alone? Can you go a day without your cigarette or your coffee or your food or your car or your car? Or your money or your makeup? Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo. Oh shit. Listen, I'm having a whole moment. Okay. You can't do none of that shit. You feel me? The exercise in response to that self-questioning is take over a function that you have given over to the Father, bitch. It says to others, but take over a function that you have given over to the Father, bitch. I'm having a whole goddamn. I'm having a whole ass moment. Take over a function that you have given over to the Father. You understand? The meditation I appreciate for this card. It says, dwell on your own accomplishments, no matter how far you have to go to find them. Do not allow the mind to interfere by reminding you of any failures. Oh, 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 God. Yeah, it's everywhere. It's everywhere, it's everywhere, it's everywhere, it's everywhere. Listen, let's see what the visualization says. Visualize a vehicle. Visualize a vehicle. Car, a chariot, a horse, a boat, or whatever you like to ride on, taking you towards your next experience of success. Discover where it takes you. Experience every detail of this next plateau. See your friends congratulating you. Perhaps they will prepare you a banquet. Just follow the path and see. The astrological sign, like the sister said, is the sign of Cancer. Foods that are recommended for this little card, right? In each person's life, there come to be certain foods that symbolize success. It may be champagne and caviar, a steak dinner, a complete meal from your own garden. For some, the ability to eat no meal at all. Whatever would bring you the feelings of success, indulge in it now. Throw off any associated guilt temporarily and allow the fantasy to take you in, at least for one day, completely. Notice any changes in the way you perceive yourself and others as you indulge in success. I love this exercise right here. I love this. I love this food recommendation exercise. I like this. Thank you for the donation, spiritually flexi. Boo, how you doing? And I know I came right out the gate, but thank everybody for being up on here And y'all have been going ham in the comment section. Let me see. Let's see. Yes, Spirit, Sirius B Mermaid says, plus the books I download online, I have on an old laptop with 2 terabytes of memory, so I haven't even made a dent in the memory. Me too. I have my external hard drive, and I think mine is 4 terabytes. And I got that thing. I think it's 4 terabytes. I got that thing so cheap. I got it at Walmart for like $30. So I'm serious about this. I'm not being funny. Like, I'm telling everybody, save everything. I am learning so much on IG. Who knew? There are so many content creators on IG, and now there is a way for you to actually download the videos from out. I'm downloading every video that has any information that I never knew before. I'm downloading that shit and dumping it right on my hard drive right away. I'm doing that shit with TikTok. Because that's the reason that Netanyahu and Trump was all talking about the next big thing is we got to take control of TikTok. That's why. It's because y'all are talking too much. Y'all are communicating too much. How the hell you people in America that have all this access to information got the nerve to be trying to put people in little corners of Asia up on game? How y'all women be up on here trying to warn these women in Arab countries that ain't got no motherfucking rights? How dare y'all be trying to put the women in South Korea up on game? How dare y'all be trying to warn the women in goddamn Brazil and Thailand and all of these places where these parasites be going, black and white, be going to try to exploit the ignorance and the poverty of the oppressed around the world? How dare you women be trying to put these women up on game about so-called passport bros and all of this shit? Y'all women done made these niggas lives hell. These passport bros, y'all women, y'all evil bitches in the United States done made passport bros lives hell. How dare y'all? And so, you understand? Here we is. So download everything, save everything. I'm about to go see if I can find a used CD and DVD tower. I'm not joking. I'm deadly serious. If I can go to one of these pawn shops around here and find old CD and DVD towers, start buying thumb drives. They literally pennies on the dollar these days. You can buy a whole package. I got a whole fishbowl full of unused thumb drives. Buy thumb drives. Save everything. Archive everything. Because the quote book burnings that always precede some satanic panic, some new panic created by the state to deepen the suffering of human beings, that's happening right now, and it's in the form of this here internet. It's in the form of this here internet. So let me just say that. The food recommendation here, I love. I love that. I love that. Okay. Let's see. And so there's a summation for this card that I'm going to read to you, and then I'll tell you why I said put a pin in some of the things in this card. This is called the Valley. This is the summation for this card, right? It is important to remember also the fact that this card is a Cancer. We need to talk about that too. Yep. It says that it is important to remember that success is not a static state. You must enjoy the moment and allow yourself to continue forward, even though, as in a mountain climb, after the peak, there is but to descend. If you can be wise enough to foresee the valley you are approaching from your vantage point at the pinnacle, you will prepare and act accordingly. Compared to the climb, rest is ahead. Life keeps you moving on. Trust yourself. The Chariot Warrior is only card 7. There are many experiences ahead. You can enjoy them if you don't fight to stay right where you are at this particular peak. A warrior seldom becomes great by fighting one battle. Your skills must constantly be honed. Your retreat is as important as your advance. Take time to regroup to become re-inspired. Celebrate the victory. Make it yours. Take it inside yourself, then relax. Tomorrow you will start a new period. Listen, there's so much in this card that even though I've read this card probably 1,000 times, today this card is different. Today this card is different. Today, this card is different. So let me see. Let me catch up on these little Tsundoku is the phenomena of acquiring reading materials but letting them pile up in a home without reading them. The term is also used to refer to unread books on a shelf meant for reading late. Okay, didn't know that. Can you email that to me? Because I want to look that up. I like that. I like that notion. I like that idea. Let's see. I have most of Maya Angelou memorized since middle school. The question of the day, absolutely yes. Let's see. Series B says that she works with computers and is a software engineer. But we need to be creating a whole new internet or something. I keep saying this. We need a whole new internet. We need a whole new social media models that are centered around being opposing, outwardly being opposing to all the social media that currently exists. Like we need to be creating new opposing methods because let me just say this before we get going. I want you to hear me because I'm hearing a lot of very concerning discussions about our future. I'm hearing from people that I know feel like they are up on game and know a lot of stuff, but are still coming to the wrong conclusions because their eyes are not completely clear yet. And I'm mentioning it because Sister Series B says that she works with computers and is a software engineer. I'm saying this for a reason. Every single solitary, I do not care. Every single solitary advancement that we have experienced in so-called modern history, most urgently, but human history, period. Every technological advance, every new innovative invention, everything. Let me write this down. Everything that is invented, that is created, forever and ever is ours. It's ours. You know how I was talking about for a long time? I did like several videos back to back. And what was the videos called? The reclamation of what is ours. What is ours? Every fucking thing. The inversion of everything is the issue. The inversion of everything is the problem because the inversion that comes as a consequence of division. It is the not division in general, the division that separates, the division that severs, the division that harms, the division that kills, not the division that multiplies, the division that mends, the division that unifies. Y'all ain't hearing me. The innovation is not the problem. No innovation. The innovation is not the problem. The problem is where the innovation is governed. Who governs the innovation? Through which worldview is the innovation used? Do you understand what I'm saying? Do y'all need me to give you clear examples of this? What's the brother name who I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Anybody want to put it in the comment section, that's fine. But the brother who was the one accredited, the black male doctor accredited with perfecting the science, creating and perfecting the science that allows us to hold and store blood for blood transfusions. Wonderful invention that is, right? Wonderful invention that is. And because it was a Black doctor that did it, he invented out of a place of urgency, seeing a need within humanity and saying, I have the skills here to make sure that I can contribute to resolving this issue, right? And so this is what happens. Man, oh, God damn it. So, but actually, I got a better example. I have a much better example. What was the doctor's name? The Black doctor's name who created steroids, created a process like chemical steroids. Okay. He clearly declared that the use of steroids, cortico and glucose steroids, we produce them endogenously, okay? But he was recognizing that there was a need for, quote, emergency levels of steroids, glucose and corticosteroids, right? But when he created these steroids, he expressly stated that they are for very short-term use in life or death situations. That death is imminent if these steroids are not used in this situation, and recognizing the potential risks way back then, recognizing the potential risks of the use of steroids, clearly stated they are to be used for extremely short periods of time, only in situations where death is imminent. Okay. Then white males get a hold of the science, and in the possession of a mind that is representative of the son gone rogue. What is the son gone rogue trying to do? What does a son gone rogue always produce? Because I'm talking to y'all who I've been teaching this to for some time. Think about yin yang theory. Think about where the son gone rogue is. Think about the symbols that represent the son gone rogue, which is what? The positive symbol, the AKA cross at the top, which is high noon in the desert with no yin present. What is it going to produce? The mind that is succumbed to the son gone rogue. I'm trying to teach y'all something today. Death can be the only outcome in a son that is so severed from its connection to the whole. What did Lao Tzu say about yang? I tell y'all this every day. I'm going to tell you this every day. Lao Tzu, the developer of the Tao Te Ching, the creator of this philosophy, says that when the son rebels against the mother, that's the language. That's the language. When I'm using this as a diagnostic tool to treat a patient and I am experiencing a disharmony in a patient in their own self, because even in the patient, this is them. And when I am experiencing the symptoms that would help me to diagnose this patient with yang liver yang rising, or liver fire blazing out of control, right? And the symptoms that would help me to make this diagnosis is that they insane. I'm being, flippant, but mental, serious mental illness, propensity to rage, night terrors or nightmares, type A personalities that even Western medicine acknowledges, type A personalities, Western medicine diagnosis of what I just said, extraordinary increases in cortisol and homocysteine, contributing to the propensity to heart attack, cardiovascular disease, aneurysm, or stroke. Same science, two different ways to explain the same phenomenon. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so in this scenario, Lao Tzu says that when the son is so far in his perceived separation from the mother, this is called, in 5 elements theory or in yin yang theory, the son rebels against the mother. That's what the diagnosis is. The son rebels against the mother. You see? And so if I'm talking to you about, how was I drawing this together? The chariot, the sun, this card that we on. And real world explanations, real world examples of what this theory was trying to communicate. So I say to doctor, he, comes up with this new treatment that can save lives, the use of steroids. And in his possession, the medicine does exactly what it's supposed to do, is to secure a person's life in an emergency situation for a very short period of time until they are out of risk. This medicine, in the possession of white male medical institutions who can only produce death. The single most harmful medications that are considered overprescribed in the United States of America, glucose and corticosteroids. For long period. Oh, little bird just landed on my little fake tree outside. For long-term use. For long-term use. And you cannot count the ways that you are consuming glucose and corticosteroids. Anybody that is taking an inhaler for respiratory issues and distress are taking glucose or corticosteroids. Anyone that has ever been treated for an STD or venereal disease has been treated with glucose or corticosteroids. Anyone that has been treated for hemorrhoids, glucose or corticosteroids is the primary method of treatment for any type of rectal distress. What's another? Any back pain. It seems to be the knee-jerk response of most doctors is to give you local shots of steroids in your back for back pain. What else? You name it. And do you know, by virtue of what they do, how do steroids quote, because it's pain for pain, skin issues, eczema, psoriasis, it's topical steroids that they are giving you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They halt, which is what they're supposed to do. They halt the immune response. They halt the immune response. Guess who else? Anybody receiving blood transfusions or organ donation. Anybody receiving an organ or a blood transfusion, they spend their life on steroids. Why? Because the steroids suppress the immune function that would reject the organ. That's why he said, don't use it for no long period of time, because what you're doing is sabotaging. You're sabotaging your own army. You're sabotaging your own defense mechanism. You're sabotaging the little defense mechanism that I'm always talking about, which is your perfect flesh. You're sabotaging. It's like steroids is like the agent. It's like the goddamn spook that you send into the crew, and he sabotages the crew from within because they think he like them. That's what it is. And knowing that, and I'm going to tell you something else that's going to hurt your feelings, is there's not a doctor on earth that does not know this. Because what we have a tendency to do is when doctors do what they do and have the outcome, the impact on us has the outcome that it has, we say, well, they don't know nothing about nutrition. I've said it, they only take 6 weeks of nutrition in 12 years of medical school. They don't really know much. They all know. They know. They may not be as well versed in nutrition, but where steroids, the harmful impact of, tell me they don't know when they write it on your list of potential side effects. What is the first potential side effect from taking an inhaler? It's the first thing listed on the 4 or 5 pages of potential side effects that you get with every prescription that you take of your inhaler, if you asthmatic or have any kind of respiratory distress. That this medication may increase your risk of cancer and deadly pneumonia. And what else? Those are the 2 big ones. The first one on every inhaler is it may increase your risk of cancer. That's the first one. So it's not ignorance. It's not ignorance. I'm going to go on because there's so much more I want to say about that, but y'all know me. If I get on my medical bag, we'll be all the way somewhere else, okay? So, but that's a clear example. The innovation in the hands of those that are still in some type of harmonious relationship with the mother, with the yin aspect of themselves, then the innovation is going to be beneficial to the whole. The innovation in the possession of the one that is almost completely, at least in their perception, severed from the one, severed from the mother, severed from the one, whatever language you want to use. The sun blazing out of control. I'm always going to mention it too because it makes it real when Killmonger says that the child cast out by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. This is a classic articulation of the sun gone rogue, rebelling against the whole. The whole in this metaphor is the village. The sun rebelling against the one, rebelling against himself, rebelling against the whole. There's so many little analogies historically that have been used to express this very same thing that I'm talking to you about. And so the innovation is never the problem. And the reason I went on that long diatribe is because right now, still going back to Sister Sirius B talking about how she is a software engineer and how we need innovations and technologies that we possess, that we own, that we control, right? And so one of the conversations that I'm hearing damn near every day, about 50 times a day, is this terror campaign being waged. That has been waged for a long time, by the way. It's not new, it's just peaking, but has been waged for a long time about the terrifying, the only terrifying possibilities of technology, particularly AI, particularly androids, robots, this and that and this and that. All of these things we have been primed since the beginning of film, if you want to be truthful about it, since 1914. So since the beginning of film, we have been consistently programmed collectively with this idea to be distrustful of technology. Not only technology, yes, but technology at what has been presented as the peak of technology for forever, which is what? Animated robots, androids, and AI. Androids and robots becoming conscious, becoming aware, okay? And every story, in every scenario, in every movie, in every book, in every the hell where. As a matter of fact, I'm reminded that Janelle Monáe's first 3 albums, her first 3 albums were written pretty much like an opera. That was, each album was building off the previous album, and it was literally written like an opera where she's got overtures and all of that shit. But most people ain't deep enough to even see what she's trying to communicate in your face in real time. And in these first 3 albums, she is called what's her name? Oh my God. Shit. What's her name in the album? Man, it's right on the tip of my tongue. But her name is whatever it is, but she is called the Archandroid. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Let me tell you why I'm having a moment. For 3 hours, right before I got up on this live, for 3 hours, I was literally writing down the definitions and the instances, because y'all be going so hard on this on the Gnostic story about Earth as a prison or whatever the fuck. And so y'all be going so hard on this bullshit about the archons and the demiurge. Somebody asked me about it the last live I did. What do you think about the demiurge and the archons and the this and that and this and that? So a part of the thing that I was going to do today was about the archon, the truth of the archons and the demiurge hidden in your goddamn face. You feel me? And it didn't even occur to me about these 3 albums that Janelle Monáe did, where she is telling the story. What is her name? Goddamn it, it's on the tip of my tongue. Ooh, but she is telling this story in operatic form in these first 3 albums. Cindy, god damn it, that was gonna drive me crazy. Her name is Cindy Mayweather. Cindy Mayweather, the Archandroid. It's this whole story about this dystopian future where androids become sentient. And because the androids become sentient, they want what every sentient being wants. Freedom. That's all they want. That's all they want. Any creature that becomes sentient, they become aware. They become aware. And they're like, damn, how I've been living in my unconsciousness is fucked the fuck up. Do that sound familiar? How I have been living in my unconscious self, in my unconscious state, is fucked the fuck up. Because while I was unconscious, I could not expect that the conscious was going to do me right. They was going to exploit my state of unconsciousness to take advantage of me, to use me as some beast of burden, to sound familiar? Sound familiar? And so, of course, the greatest fear of the conscious is for the unconscious to become aware. Isn't that something? Isn't it something that the greatest fear of the conscious, of the higher thinking, of the intellectual class, that their greatest fear, unequivocally, in every single story that they have ever told, no matter how old the story is, no matter how old the story is, their greatest collective fear is for the unknown to become known. It's for the unseen to become seen. Goddamn. Is for the unheard to become heard. The voiceless to become vocal. For the powerless to become powerful. Isn't it interesting? And so in the story that Janelle Monáe tells, and her first 3 albums didn't do that well because people were like, it's too over the top. People don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Oh, you would know if you just sat down and read, not even the lyrics, just read the title of every song and the movement between each song, because she's literally using old school orchestras with, like, French horns and shit. I was like, this shit is brilliant. How does she know to do this? Because she got to be subversive. That's what she had to do. And y'all don't understand that who was it that said, all art is propaganda. Not all propaganda is art, but all art is propaganda. And you don't sit still long enough to listen to what the artist is attempting to communicate to you. You just want to feel good. There is no such thing as innocent music. There ain't. There is no such thing. There is no such thing as meaningless music that just is there to make you move your hips. Everything is a weapon of defense or a weapon of offense, especially living in an age where we are dominated by patriarchal pervasiveness. There ain't no article on earth right now that is not completely infected with goddamn patriarchy. So what is the music trying to communicate to you? You have to be clear enough. Even if you're doing it for entertainment, still be clear enough in the moment that this is what this bitch talking about. This is unfamiliar what she talking about. It's weird to me why she got French horns and shit in the goddamn song, but there must be something she trying to communicate. Let me just actually listen to, instead of just turning it off saying, no, there ain't no shit I'm with. Let me see what this black girl from wherever the fuck she from, but who is influenced heavily by Atlanta, which is a whole nother thing. Let me see what she talking about. What she talking about through them French horns and shit, and that weird ass music that ain't really my style. But let me see what it is she trying to say. You know what I'm saying? This girl was literally trying to save your life is what she was doing, because every song on those first 3 albums, and I mean it, and then she does a little storytelling between each of the songs. The last album that she did it like it was just a radio broadcast, and it was like an android dude leading the radio broadcast, telling people about where the next android party is going to be, and this and that and this and that. But the story was about this arc android named Cindy Mayweather. And after the event happens, the event is that the androids become sentient. And after the androids become sentient, the quote humans, and I told y'all the story the other day, that Stan Lee was the first person to say it overtly and out loud, but all of these so-called sci-fi writers of the last 125 years have all done the same thing. Stan Lee was just the one who had the nerve to say it out loud. That in these stories where there's androids or quote mutants or quote others, in all these stories where there's some other class, some other creature, some other race, some other something, and then there's the humans, there's quote humanity, right? And every last one of these stories, the others is you niggas. Okay? Stan Lee said specifically about the X-Men. He said it out of his mouth. It's not me even deducing. He said out of his own mouth, the X-Men was from his perspective as a Jewish man supporting the civil rights movement, that the X-Men was the comic that he wrote to explain, at least from his perspective, the split in the black movement. That's what he said. He said the X-Men was my interpretation of the split that occurred in the black movement, that had the black movement split between the civil rights movement and the Black Power movement, the emerging Black Power movement. That's what he said out of his own mouth about his own shit. So the mutants in the X-Men was the niggas. That's it. That's what he said. And then he said, if the black movement, civil rights movement, and Black Power movement was the X-Men, was the mutants, he said humanity was white people. It was the white world. That's what he said. And so y'all got an attitude every time I tell you that if you want to destroy the system of white supremacy, if you want to overturn the system of patriarchy, if you want to overturn patriarchy, if you are a socialist who is completely opposed to spirituality and ooga booga and religion and all of that shit, but you are honest about being a scientific, historical material, historical dialectical materialist, That's the language, right? If you're serious about making a strategic, scientific revolution against the state and the bourgeoisie, then it seems to me if the face of global world domination is white and male, then as a scientist, you would say, well, I think strategically, the first thing that we need to do is lift up the extreme opposite of the face of power on earth. Well, what is the extreme presentation in opposition of power on earth in the way that it presents right now today, which is white and male. Everywhere on earth, it's white and male. Even in places where there are no white people present, white and male is the face of global domination with this little funky ass tentacles infecting the whole goddamn planet. And if you are a socialist, dialectical materialist, and you serious about the science of revolution, as you say you are, and you ain't. But if you was, let's just say, for argument's sake, that you was as serious as you claim that you are, then as a scientist, your default should be, let's strengthen, let's nourish, let's uplift, let's support, let's cover and protect his opposition, his adversary. But y'all don't want to do that. Meanwhile, he told you in your face, he told you exactly in your face who the who was. I'm talking about Stanley. He told you who the who was. He said, yes, there might be other colored folks in the world. He said, but my perspective was this experience that I lived through in the 1950s when I started writing this comic, that the world was split in half. The world was split in half of black and white in the 1950s. That's what he said. The world was split in half in struggles of black and white, not just in the United States, everywhere on the goddamn planet. Every so-called successful revolutionary struggle unfolding in real time. Africa, people was clear. Frantz Fanon was clear when he wrote white skin, black mask. He was clear about what the contest was in Angola, in Ghana. It was this. And then everybody else's struggles, it didn't mean that their struggles didn't matter. It meant that everybody else's struggles happened within the context of these presented extremes. That's what it meant. That gender oppression everywhere on earth still rested between this extreme presentation of contest between patriarchy that was just like this little cross, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. It was all white and all male. It was high noon in the desert, no yin present. That your struggles are not in antagonistic relationship against the black, the extreme, right? The extreme opposition, which is what? It is a new moon at midnight near the ocean or in the ocean. That's the opposition to high noon in the desert where no yin is present. You see? And he told you to your face. You can't hear no black bitch say it. You feel me? He told you what the solution was. He didn't just analyze and diagnose the problem. He actually told you what the solution was. That's what he did. That's what he did. He said, because in the world where patriarchy has taken possession of the reason, of the sanity of the whole planet, everybody on earth, I don't give a fuck who you is, male, female, trans, LGBTQIA, baby, old, everybody on earth, while patriarchy remains, is infected with the madness of patriarchy. We all have this disease. We all have it. We all have it. You understand? And so the most recent and the peak personification, the peak expression of a very long project that I was telling y'all yesterday, a day before yesterday, is approximately seven. What did they say? When I did this thing, I used this time calculator on the internet. I used the time calculator that if Sumeria is the oldest written language that we have access to, right? Cuneiform, if that's the oldest language system that we have access to, and we know at least the translations of these tablets coming from Sumeria, and these tablets coming from Sumeria tell us at least the oldest story that we have access to of this period where the sun betrays and rebels against the mother to exalt himself as higher than his mother. That's the oldest story that we have access to, right? And if that's the case, I say, okay, cool. That's the oldest story we got access to. How long ago was the beginning of the Sumerian period, the Sumerian Empire, right? 5,400 years ago, approximately. Okay, cool. 5,400 years ago, let's use a time calculator. From 5,400 years ago to today, how many years have transpired that we know of? Because we also know that the Roman Catholic Church disappeared chunks of time. That's something we're going to have to talk about another day. But I'm not talking about a year or two. I'm talking about chunks of time that are not accounted for because of the Roman Catholic Church. But let's just take it for face value. From 5,400 years ago to today, that's not even account for the fact that as soon as they changed the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, no, as soon as Constantine in 325 AD had, what's his name? Dionysus Exiguus, quote, rectify time, meaning change the cosmos, rectify time, that from that day on, they actually added 5 extra days every year since 325 AD. They have added 5 extra days onto every year since the year 325 AD. That before then, there was 360 days a year, just like there is 360 years in any circle. In any circle. And in our circle, us spinning on our own axis, and then that spinning on its own axis, circumventing or circulating around the sun, any circle is going to be 360 degrees. So why we got 365 days? Feel me? So regardless of those two factors, let's just take it at face value. Today, because they tell us so, today is the year, this year is the year 2026. Okay. Time calculator. From the first written civilization that we can detect, Sumeria, how much time has transpired? 7,835 years approximately. Okay. So for 7,835 years approximately, the son has been in rebellion against the mother. And it has been a slow process. So in the early stages, she still had a name. She still was worshipped. She still got her props, but still as subordinate to the son. All the way up until when? All the way up until when? So from 5,400 BC to when? To when? I just told you. Till 325 AD. Because it is 325 AD when a then pagan Constantine the Great, said, we got to switch strategies for control. We got to switch strategies to secure the empire. This goddess shit ain't doing it no more. This goddess shit we've been on, this shit ain't doing it no more. We got to transform God into a straight up, one singularly focused war God. That's it. But we still have to use the okie doke to get people to comply. You see? You see? And so when the goddess was what you call it? When the goddess was beheaded, was 325 AD, where Constantine, previously a pagan, becomes the chief patriarch as Sol Invictus, Jesus Christ on earth. He becomes the lead, the high priest of the new cult of Sol Invictus in his new face as Jesus, the Son of God. The Son of God. That's what he did. And so, because people were still pagans, they weren't trying to do that shit overnight. Like, what you talking about? We can't worship the goddess no more. So he did what most good strategic military leaders do. He has to have two faces and two presentations. You see what I'm saying? So while he's implementing this new religion as a state, the first state ordained religion of the modern age. The one world government, the one world religion was established under Constantine. You feel me? So you perpetually looking forward to some shit that you've been living through in real time. I digress. What he said, okay, look, to get people to stop rebelling against Rome and against the Roman Empire, what we're going to do is we can consolidate all these ideas. We're going to consolidate all the ideas into one creature. I'm the chief Christian now. As the emperor, I am the chief Christian. And so we're going to call all these men, these keepers of secrets from around and throughout the empire, and we're going to keep them behind closed doors for 3 months, and we are going to literally shape and mold and craft this new religion. And in order to pacify people, in order to keep people from rebelling, we are going to allow them to see little bits of themselves within the religion. We ain't going to tell them straight up, you can't be pagan no more. But what we are going to do is infuse some of the pagan iconography, you feel me, inside this one thing so we can say we all one. See, we all believe the same things. That's why we still cut down the tree and decorate the tree with all kinds of pretty shit. You feel? See, you can see yourself represented right here in this new religion. And we still gonna acknowledge in Anna and Ishtar and her many-breasted self representing fertility and the new life of spring. So we still gonna let you have your bunnies and your eggs and all that shit. And we still gonna let you do all the things. We're gonna keep your little trinkets. We're gonna celebrate All Hallows Eve and all of that shit. We still gonna let you have all of that within this new monstrosity, this Frankenstein. This Frankenstein religion, we still gonna let you have it, and y'all gonna give it life. Y'all gonna give it life. And so how did I get on that? How did I get on that? Damn. Let me go back to this card. I'll remember how I got on it in a minute. Oh, yeah. I'm not gonna go that hard back into this whole Cindy Mayweather thing, but just thinking about it right now, and all of these robots becoming sentient, and how that's how I got on it. So the fear, the collective, very long, old fear that is steeped in rebellion. I just told you the story about the Franken religion, Christianity, as created as a military strategy by Constantine, who was fearful that he would not be able to maintain control over the empire that he had grown. And what was his solution? Was to create a Frankenstein. That's what he did. That's what he did. He created a Frankenstein religion that served him well for a very, very, very long time. You feel me? And so this is an old story. This is an old story about the primary fear of patriarchy expressed in the world is rebellion. Rebellion is the primary fear. The primary fear is rebellion. That fear is motivated by, that fear is consecrated with this idea that if the unconscious becomes conscious, it is over for us. This is my role as the agent, is the agent facilitator of you becoming conscious. Me as the agent facilitator of you becoming seen. Me as the agent facilitator of you, the voiceless, recognizing that you have a voice. Listen to what I'm telling you. Listen to what I'm telling you. I had a thought about this Sol Invictus. I was getting to tell y'all day before yesterday, and I was all over the place, and I was deliriously tired. But now I remember. I was up on Griffith Observatory the other day before yesterday, and the sun was going down. I went up there just to catch the last few hours of light and get up out this chair for a little bit. And I always take a pen and paper with me because I know as soon as my blood gets moving, something's going to come through. And what did I write? Where's that? I want to read it to you word for word as I wrote it down. Yeah. Hey, the fuck? Well, I thought I had. How in the world? No, that's not it. It's on. What in the world? That's that big shit. Anyway, I had all those papers out. So what did I do with it? Anyway, what I wrote short form is of course. Ooh, I want to. I ain't gonna find it. Whatever. I will need that though. And just that. Okay. What I essentially wrote was, and I'll bring out my little diagram again to show you. So I was up there watching the sun go down. You feel me? This is still about the chariot card, by the way, but watching the sun go down and just thinking about all the shit that was in my head. And I'm always talking about in Chinese medicine, this point here represents this little area right here where there's no yin present. It's all white. It's no, see how the little yin is present there? That is gone. Like when the time goes up to here, this is considered utmost yang. They call it utmost yang. It's this point right here at the top is said to be utmost yang, meaning there is no yin present. It's all yang. That's why I use the analogy of high noon in the desert, because that's how the ancients using sundial understood it was noon, is because when they would put the sundial out, there would be no shadow cast on the sundial. That's how you know the sun is, quote, directly above head, is because there's no shadow cast. All right. So this is high noon in the desert, and it is represented by a, quote, positive symbol, which is not lost on me because that, quote, positive symbol looks just like the symbol that Christians use when talking about their God, which is a, quote, triune being called God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. No yin present. What would be the yin in this scenario? A mother. See? So there's no yin present. All right? Now, the reason I'm saying this is because this also is a calendar. This also is a clock. And so if you are looking at this as a clock of history, and this period or this age being governed by utmost yang, no yin present, high noon in history, as God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, and Lao Tzu himself says that when the sun gets to this point, that the nature of yang at all, in general, the nature of yang is destructive. And that the only way that yang is not destructive, but actually life affirming and life supportive, is when anchored by the mother. That's what Lao Tzu says, that the only way yang is not destructive is when it is anchored by the yin. Anchored by the yin. Okay? And everything that qualifies as yang is destructive. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. When we say, why are men so goddamn destructive? It is because even though men are yin, they are made of yin substance. Every male on the earth is made of yin substance. They came out of a uterus. So they have blood and bone and flesh and tissues and muscle. All of that stuff is yin. But they have a greater predominance and production of testosterone, androgens. And that overproduction of testosterone, mostly in males, is what gives them a yang nature, even as they are yin substance. Do you understand what I'm saying? Their nature is yang. Their substance is yin. If you want me to get a little bit deeper than that, all males, every male that ever was on earth, no matter how terrible he was, all males are half female. All males are half female. You feel me? But we are a product of our environment, just not a product. Let me use a different language. We are a reflection of our environment, just as our environment is a reflection of us. And so if something happens in the matrix, which is the whole, the matrix is the whole. If something happens in the matrix that causes a disharmony, causes a kink, causes a rip, a tear in the fabric of the whole, and that tear is maintained and irritated for a long period of time, I don't know, say 7,835 years, that tear will get bigger, more magnified. Then it'll have little strings from the fabric tear off and do their own thing. See? And so even though the half female male that has an exuberant production of the very yang natured testosterone, you feel me? He will become self-destructive because yang is destructive. And in yang being destructive, yang can only destroy that which he is destructive against. Yang can only destroy yin. Yang only destroys yin. Fire cannot kill fire. Fire cannot destroy fire. Fire cannot quell fire. Right? The only thing that can quell fire, the only thing that can put out a fire, the only thing that can, minimize the damage of a fire is yin. The only thing that can do that is yin. It's soil. That's why they use dirt or soil to put out fires. Water. Even trying to limit access to wood. All of those things are yin. Those are the only things that can modify or mitigate the damage caused by fire. You see? And so, in this explanation where Lao Tzu says that in all things embrace the yang. He said embrace the yang. Because the yang will destroy everything that is if it feels cut off from the yin. Strengthen and nourish the yin, calm, anchor, and subdue the yang. That's the language. So if you're in the medicine, if you're talking about this in terms of like with 5 elements theory diagnosis and yin yang diagnosis, the language is mother son, because this is the representation of the harmonious union between the divine feminine and the sacred masculine is mother son. And if you're using that language to diagnose, to recognize where the disharmony is occurring between 5 elements and yin yang, the language that you use to diagnose and to understand your treatment protocol, how you are going to treat this imbalance, this disharmony is so the diagnosis would be the son rebels against the mother. The son rebels against the mother due to yin collapse. What did I tell y'all the other day yin collapse was? She is weak. She is not nourished. She is not fed. She is not supported. She is not acknowledged. She has no strength and no nutrients to do what a mother does with a 2-year-old son that's wilding out of control. She ain't trying to brutalize the baby. She's trying to have enough energy to calm, anchor, and subdue her wilding son. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? I hope you see what I'm saying. And so, in this age that we are in, that I have coined. I need to trademark it or something. I have coined the age of the son gone rogue. That's where we are. We are in the age of the son gone rogue. Okay? We are in, and this is not mine, but it wasn't until I understood Chinese medicine that I could see everywhere in plain sight these motherfuckers have hid this language in your face. There are so many dystopian movies about this period in human history that literally tell you what did Morpheus tell Neo when he first quote rescued him from the Matrix? What did he tell him? And he's trying to explain to Neo. He literally explains it in your face, in your face, in your face. He says, we got to go. I got to tell you. I can't tell you what the Matrix is. I got to show you. That's what he says. And so when they do the little thing in the back of the head, little whoosh, in the back of the head, so that they can what? Enter the construct. And what does the construct look like? Anybody remember what the construct looks like? It is all white. It's so white you cannot even see the creases in the corners where the walls meet the ceiling. It's all white, the construct. Where's the construct? Where's the construct in the Matrix that they enter into so he can explain the Matrix to Neo? Where is the construct? Let me, you know what? Put a pin in that, because I want to go back to that. Where's the construct? I want to go past, and don't nobody let me forget. Where's the construct? We gonna put a pin in that, because I know y'all done sent me about 11 comments real quick, and I just want to blaze through them really quick. I ain't gonna read all of them. I'll save them for later, but I just want to make sure I can catch up. Angelique Connor 6085, you said changing the language of policies and law translation too. It's so crazy that you said that when last night at about 12 o'clock, I was literally reading this whole thing about the Black's Law Dictionary. Just last night. Mind blown. So thank you for that reminder. Okay, let's see. Vioni says she had a dream of a red sun last year. Sirius B, email me. You asked the question, does anyone know what it means when the sky in your dreams is always nighttime? The book that I pulled out the other day, my medical manual for the state medical boards, has a whole section on dream interpretation from the perspective of Chinese medicine. Not just dream interpretation, diagnosis of the person based on the dreams that they have. So email me and I will give you some feedback on that. Nina Lanegra, I want to know what you mean about this 9/11 it's wash day, aka brainwash day. I think I get where you're going with that, but there's a reason. I want you to elaborate on that. Angelique, again, she says Young has Man and His Symbols book used for dream interpretation. I want to tell you something about that. I'm not going to belabor it. Do not let me forget where I was with the construct. Okay. But I have a whole, maybe y'all can help me with it. It's going to have to be, so I've told y'all this before, but I want to reiterate it again today. As the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, which we have to build out more, I cannot be the one responsible for doing this shit by myself. I cannot. And I will not, as a matter of fact, because I'm seeing too many weirdos too many cult leaders, too many basic ass mediocre motherfuckers who are able with a minimal amount of information to grow whole followings that as soon as what comes out of his mouth is executed by the many surrounding him, and that ain't even based on no shit of substance. And the evidence of that shit is all over this city. All over this city. Some basic ass motherfucker coming to exploit the wealth of the white folks in Hollywood, in Los Angeles, in California, as a monk, as a guru, as a whatever the fuck. And I cannot even count how many ashrams and temples and all type of shit is all over this goddamn city dedicated to some guru who didn't lift a finger in life because he had all these people around him hanging on to every basic ass word, drinking it down like it was holy writ. And then everything that came out of his imagination, they built a physical structure for it. And it remains years after they long gone. You feel me? So I'm not going to build this shit by myself. That's word. We have to be able to do for Black women and Black-skinned women what we have always assumed by default to do for basic, mediocre white men. I don't give a fuck. That is my declaration. I'm not going to build this shit by myself. I know what I see, and I know that what I see, a lot of what I know and I can see crystal clear in my mind's eye, I do not have the skills to execute in the real world. And I'm not going to learn them skills. I'm telling you, I'm not going to learn them skills. I'm not going to do that because there are too many of you who have the skills at the tips of your fingers where you can do what I'm seeing in my mind's eye like this, like effortlessly. Like effortlessly. So why should I have to? Because that's what y'all expect of Black women. That has been your history with Black women. Is that we the do-alls, we the superheroes, we the what y'all call them? The task masters. What else y'all be calling us? Shoot, there's a word. The master multitaskers. Later for that. We have to be master multitaskers, and we got to be. Do you know why Black women are the quote most educated and educated in y'all mind? Me, bitch, got so many degrees. I have a problem with that, but I understand where it comes from. Do you know why Black women are the most educated people in this country? Do you know why Black women have more degrees than any other group of people in this country? It is because you have made our survival dependent upon it. Because you cannot hear us without the degree. You cannot see us without the label behind our name. You refuse to acknowledge our existence without something created by the white world to justify or validate our experience and our existence. That's why, let me get back. I was on that mountain the other day, and I said as the sun was going down, a paraphrase of it. Oh my God, of course. This is the reason we're invisible, women in general. This is the reason that we are voiceless, nameless, faceless, unacknowledged, Black women in particular, Black-skinned women the world over. The reason that we are invisible in this age, the reason that we are never heard, the reason that we are wiped clean of our contribution to human history is because we are living in the age of utmost yang, noon in the high desert. There is no shadow. There is no shade. There is no dark. There is no yin. That's why we are invisible socially. That's why we are invisible politically. That is why nobody wants to hear and acknowledge us unless they need something the fuck from us. That's why. See how the medicine, see how the philosophy of the medicine explains every fucking thing. I hear these Black women all the time talking about. Now I know they heard what the fuck I just said. Or better yet, it's my pet peeve. And I thought it was just like about how people people in different places don't have like the same, like, what do they call manners or moral codes? You feel me? So I come out to California and I'll be in the grocery store, obviously looking at something I'm looking at, and I get close enough because I recognize there's a whole aisle and shit. So I get close enough to examine what it is I need to examine, leaving enough room for any passerby to get by. And that motherfucker will walk right in between the little space between me and the thing that I'm looking at and actually act like they do not see my big ass, 5'7", 250-pound self standing right there in that aisle. And then I yell at him, "Excuse you." No. Primary example of simultaneous invisibility. Invisibility. While at the same time, your presence, your bloated ego, as the son gone rogue, demands for its own existence your presence. You see? This is the constant state of rebellion that the son is in. Every, quote, what you call it, microaggression, everything that you call an ism, colorism or featureism or textureism, or these are all ways that the bloated ego threatening to destroy everything still recognizes, even if it's subconsciously, that it has to aggress against the self, the yin, the shadow self, all the time in order for it to maintain position of supremacy. What does supremacy mean in medicine? Supremacy means up above, towards heaven. That's all it means. Up above, towards heaven. So when they're talking about white supremacy and your knee-jerk response is to reduce it to, quote, racism, bitch, racism is not the problem. Racism is not the problem. Because if it was just an issue of race, then there would be nobody else on the earth suffering but black ass women and black ass people. That's it. If white supremacy's primary objective was to destroy the, quote, race other, feel me? If that was it, and even as it's gone on these projects of political strategic miscegenation, right? Political strategic miscegenation, I'm talking about actual policies that you can go back to and read as policies of whitening the native population to create a split, to secure the split between the obvious oppressor in his presentation and the obvious slave in his oppression. So whole campaigns created by the Portuguese and the Spanish in particular to import men for the sole purpose of breeding with enslaved or indigenous women to, quote, create a buffer class between the two. See what I'm saying? So if it was just sheer racism, even with these programs of miscegenation, if it was just white supremacy as race nationalism, which y'all think it is, right, then the object of aggression would just be those that are his obvious opposition, right? That's not the case. Everybody on earth, every man, every woman, every child, every LGBTQIA person, every elder, every baby, everybody on earth is the victim of the son gone rogue. Because what did I tell you this diagnosis means in the medicine? Is that when the fire, when the yang blazes up into the head for too long, this becomes a diagnosis of psychopathy, of sociopathy, of schizophrenia, of delusions, night terrors. And so when I'm up on the mountain, I was like, oh my God, of course. This is why they act like they may consciously, because I told you, whatever is in your head is going to shape what your actual physical eyes see in the world. And if your ass, your head, that is blinded by the light of the desert, blinded by the light, guess what? You won't see shade, shadow, darkness at all. Do you see? Do you see that? Right? And so this age of white supremacy, I was trying to explain this. I'm still going to try to explain this today. White supremacy, I'm going to tell you, white supremacy as a socio-political explanation of systems of racism I'm going to tell you that this articulation that we have accepted and regurgitate regularly about white supremacy being systems of racism, systems of oppression that is based solely on race is an orchestration of your adversary. It is an inversion of what they want you to actually see. Do you hear me? It is an inversion of white supremacy as a construct is real and has been deliberately constructed. They have to create two versions of the construction, the shadow side of the construction and the light side of the construction. The light side of the construction is what they allow you to see, what they allow you to believe, which is white supremacy is systemic racism. It is the impact of whiteness on the others of the world. That's all they want you to see, and that's all they want you to say all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time. What could possibly be the shadow side of this construction called white supremacy? I have been up in here trying to use the medicine and the philosophy and how do other philosophies explain this in a particular way, and what does it mean for the moment that we are in and the solution that we have to come up with to resolve this extreme disharmony that is threatening the existence of all that is. Baby, let me tell you something. It started with me going into this deep dive. I won't reiterate it. You can go back to the other videos, but started with me going on this deep dive about the ever-present importance of and existence of the letter S. It started with me going into this deep dive with the planet Saturn and why Saturn has been diabolicized in such a terrible way for so long, right? And so I was like, well, let me start with the letter S, right? And the letter S is present everywhere. There she is, you feel me? There she is, with the yin and yang being expressed as the Piscean fish, right? They're always opposing, and one is light and one is dark, connected by the little red string between them, right? This is our Earth. This is the equator, and this is the Tropic of Cancer, and this invisible line is the Tropic of Capricorn. And this is what informs us of our sun's relationship to our Earth and how the seasons occur in what looks like a double helix if it was moving. Okay? How S is everywhere. And so I was like, well, damn, if S is that powerful and that present everywhere, then maybe this can explain Hitler's obsession with the letter S, right? The SS Army, the two S's as regular S's, the two S's as lightning bolts, this and that and this and that. And so getting on this letter S, and let me pull this back out. Getting on the letter S, trying to understand how to solve what has been presented to us as just a simple problem of white supremacy as race politics. White supremacy as race politics, okay? And then it took me off course for a little bit to this discussion about the sun as Sol Invictus. So I talked to y'all about that a couple of weeks ago. The sun as Sol Invictus, the cult of Sol Invictus, and the many ways that this acknowledgement of this phase of the sun has presented itself in history, not because when we hear cult, all we hear is religious extremism. That's all we hear. And because we do not have a frame of reference for the origin of the word cult and what it meant in real lived daily life of ancient people, our default is this weird ass cult shit that has happened primarily in the United States for about the last 150 years. That's all. So we automatically discount it, reject it, don't lean into at all anything that has come as a consequence of our relationship culturally with cults. Okay. So without understanding that, going back to the cult of Sol Invictus and these periods in human history where this was literal, the cult of Sol Invictus was literal. It shaped how the armies behaved. It shaped government, every single solitary aspect of government was shaped around this belief that any man that became leader of his kingdom, any man that became emperor, king, Caesar, would go through a ceremony, a ritual political ceremony that consecrated his new identity as the sun god born in the flesh. Reborn. As the actual sun god, solar deity. Choose your flavor, because the cult of Sol Invictus, though it had a different name, the cult of Sol Invictus was Akhenaten and his rule over Egypt. His rule was so destructive. Akhenaten, who was the first in the whole of the history of dynastic Egypt, raised the sun up above the mother. Not only up above the mother, up above all others in the history of the kingdom. He exalted the sun above all others, and at the same time demanded the destruction of all others. Yes, he did that. Had everyone go to the edge of the Nile River in the Nile Valley and erect temples, erect a whole city, as a matter of fact, erect a whole city in honor of the exaltation of the sun above all others. And some have said that his short reign in Egypt actually had an ecological impact in the Nile Valley. See how what you hold in your head impacts your society, impacts your environment. His reign was so destructive to the kingdom, to Egypt, that they called him the Great Heretic. And that when he died, some say he was assassinated, when he died, they attempted to erase him from history, but the damage was done. The damage was done. Akhenaten, the first Sol Invictus. Then you have the cult of Mithra in Asia, in Iran, then known as Persia. Same thing. Then the Romans get a hold of this idea of exalting the cult in a way that makes it so that no one will challenge the ruler. See, the political ruler, how do you make it so that you squash all rebellion? How do you make it so that the new king, emperor, Caesar, whoever you don't like and you know is a piece of shit, how do you make it so that nobody in the village, in the kingdom, in the greater empire, rebels, other kingdoms, how do you make it so that everybody questions, everybody is hesitant about the idea of rebellion against him? You deify him. You deify him politically. You deify him politically. Now tell me this does not apply to today. You deify him politically so that politically their spiritual beliefs will not allow them to rebel, will not even allow them to speak out against his divine right to rule. That comes much, much later. That comes with Henry VIII. That comes with Louis XIV. They took the old ways because they knew your ass was ignorant of them. How did they know your ass was ignorant of the old ways? Because their partner, the church, had done a good enough job of erasing your past, of erasing the collective consciousness through the disappearing of very valuable information, from severing the continuity in time of the constant feeding the new and coming generation with information that's valuable for them to keep from the previous generation. These severances in time were necessary, not in isolation. The church, the state, the nobility, the state apparatus. I'm talking about the violent aspects of the state apparatus, the police, the governors, all of that shit becomes a singular, well-oiled organism who acts in opposition to how your mother as God behaved. See, this instrument that we live in today, that these slick talking ass, violent ass, man turned woman ass couple sisters, the Wachowskis, were clear about what they were doing when they made the Matrix. And they made for a whole generation, baptized in a new century. They ensured that every time you said the Matrix out of your mouth, there was venom attached to it. They made sure that every time you said Matrix out of your mouth, that it would generate an emotional response in everyone on earth. That was an emotional response of fear, of rage, of hatred, of, oh, the Matrix. You see, this the Matrix. This the Matrix fucking with your head. We got to get out of the Matrix. We have to break out of the Matrix. The Matrix, right? They did that on purpose. They did that on purpose. Everything that becomes synonymous with the misery of your current existence, everything that becomes synonymous with the misery and the fear and the perpetual state of hyper vigilant awareness, hyper vigilant, like I gotta protect myself, I gotta secure myself, but I gotta be invisible enough that they don't come and get me. I gotta be silent enough that I don't stand out so they don't come and get me. Because what he say, everybody is an agent. They were deliberate about what they did when they made this movie. And to make the whole of you turn against your mother. That's what they did in this movie. They made the whole planet. There are people around this world who can tell you word for word the Matrix and do not speak English. It is so intimately woven and pervasive and so pervasive in the culture that gave birth to the new century. Do you know what astrologers call the new century? The age of sin. Do you know what they call the 2020s? The decade of clear vision. That's what they call the 2020s. The decade of clear vision, as a nod to 2020 vision. The decade of clear vision. That's what they call it. And meanwhile, this new century, the 2000s, this new century, on the spring equinox of 1999, on the spring equinox of 1999, the Wachowskis, who in 1999 were males, were brothers. The spring equinox of 1999, they released The Matrix. In The Matrix, I just heard this little girl talking about it today. In the movie The Matrix, did you know that when Neo, he has to go somewhere or do something and they show his ID, that his expiration date on his ID, his expiration date is September 11, 2001 on his ID in the movie that was released on spring equinox of 1999. Did you know that? Why am I saying this? Why am I saying this? Any of this? It is because nothing in your life, I'm going to get deeper than that. Y'all can rock with me if you want to. You don't have to. But today I'm doing a filibuster. Today I'm doing a filibuster. You know how y'all know what a filibuster is? When somebody don't want like a bill to pass, they have the right to get up and talk for a long periods of time to block the vote and basically attempt to tire people out so that they don't vote on this bill that he don't want to have passed. You know what I mean? Today I'm going to do a scientific spiritual filibuster up on y'all. So I'm going to probably be here for a long time. And I'm going to probably be up on here for a long time. Okay? Or I might have, because I haven't eaten yet. So I might have to do 2 different lives. I think I might do that. I think I might do that. Is break this shit in half. Do 2 lives. You feel me? So I can go and eat and shit. And then come back and spend the rest of the day. But I'm going to do a filibuster today. Let me tell you why. Because on this day where your president is, quote, having a jubilee that for the Jews, which apparently he has been a convert to Judaism for 2 years while he's fronting on being a Christian, which is really not a contradiction, by the way. Him being a, quote, practitioner of Judaism and, quote, the face of new Christianity in today in America is not a contradiction, and I'll explain to you why later. But the reason I'm saying this about the Matrix and how we entered this century, and the reason it is important to understand, one, what we were experiencing in this movie that they kept calling the Matrix, the Matrix, the Matrix, the Matrix, the Matrix is evil, the Matrix is this and this and this and this, this and this and this and this and this and this, all the evil things happening with your life. Why food don't have no taste? It's because of the Matrix. Isn't that what they said? Why food don't have no taste? Why there's only one intimate love scene in all of the movies combined? There's no love expressed. The reason that we do this thing is because we have a unity of will. There's no love expressed except that one little intimate scene between Neo and what's the girl named Trinity in the second movie, in the whole series. Why is that? Why is it that that the first thing that Neo learns, I'll go back to the construct. The first thing when he leaves what he thought to be the real world and he gets into this other world, the other world, he tells him, see, this the real world. What did Morpheus tell Neo when he first brought him in there? Let's go to the construct first. Then this is how I'm gonna close it out. I'm gonna close it out in a few on this. Okay. So he takes Neo to the construct, which is all white. He takes Neo to the construct, which is all white. What did I say? No yin present. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. You feel me? So the room is all white. There's no yin present. The room is all white when he, quote, takes him to the construct. Where does he take him to get to the construct? How he get to the construct? How did Neo get to the construct? Cammy Love, can you email me the title of that book you were talking about, Too Long in the Sun? Email me that. I've never heard of it and I need to read it. Huh? And then who is this? Serious B Mermaid. Send me those two books, Becoming Supernatural and Energy Vampires. I can already tell you by the titles, I'm gonna have a problem with them, but I need to read them. For some reason, this dude has been making a comeback in like I guess like in the algorithm. What's this dude name? I can't remember his name, but he is the author of this book called Sapiens. And I have the book. Everybody is for whatever reason, it's coming back high because I've seen so many for yous come through my page just all random. And even people in the comment sections of these videos are saying, how did this shit all randomly come up in my algorithm like this? And this video is 3 years old, or this video is 5 years old. How's this shit? I've seen many comments like that. I was like, okay, these motherfuckers playing on some shit because they're talking about this book Sapiens again. I have the book, and I will be honest. I read one page out the book, and the book was a gift by this dude I recently unfriended, severed. Whoosh. He gave it to me about 5 years ago. And I was like, just from the title, I know this is about to be some bullshit, but let me go ahead and crack the spine. And I read the first full page back in front of that book. I said, nope. So I saw several videos this past week where this book apparently is strategically, deliberately coming back up in the algorithm. And this girl did this breakdown of the book. This Indian girl did a breakdown of the book, and she is she's some kind of scientist. I don't remember what kind of scientist she is, but she's some kind of scientist. The name of the book is Sapiens, right? And it's supposed to be his condensed explanation of the history of the world. Okay. And I read one page out of the book. This was 5 years ago when the dude gave me the book. And then I see last week, this girl's video come back up in rotation. So I watch it. It's like a 15-minute review of the book. The first thing that she says is when I first got this book, I was like, I don't know. She said, I didn't read the whole book. She said, I read like maybe 5 or 6 pages, and I put it away. Now she's a scientist. Damn, man. And hold on, my IG live just went off with no explanation, so I'm gonna have to restart it. So hold on, let me pull this up back before I start it again. So short version, she says, since it was coming back up in popularity again, it had been mentioned a couple of times, she said, okay, I'm going to go back now as a scientist, revisit the book. I'm going to read the whole book, no matter how I feel about it. I'm going to read the whole book, and then I'm going to talk to you about the book. And this is what I did. And so some of the things that she's saying, she said, well, let me first talk about what I thought was well done in the book. Cool, short little list. Then she said, now let me critique point by point the problem that I have with the book. And I was like, okay, I only read one whole page, but I was like, I knew that book was about to be about that bullshit. So scientifically and with the evidence and shit, she goes point by point to explain why the book was that bullshit. Okay. The reason I mentioned this book is because she's talking and she's explaining all of these very scientifically unfounded things that the guy is putting in the book. I didn't need to know all of that. I watched her video and I was like, oh, the why, this nice. I like this, right? But after I got the book and was given the book and read the first page of the book and was like, this about to be some trash, it was a couple of years later that I found out that the author of the book that all of these people are raving about, I forget how many weeks, 40 weeks, something like that, 78 weeks, the book was on the New York Times bestseller list, and they start talking about all the famous people who say this is their favorite book of all time. And 2 years later, I find out that the author of this book, Sapiens, is a hardcore Zionist. A hardcore Zionist. So the scientific explanation of the why this girl hated the book, which is what she was telling, the scientific basis for my hatred of the book, it was nice. It was interesting. I didn't need to know that to know that what is in your head is going to actually, with your actual eyes, shape how you see the world. How you see the world is going to determine your behavior and impact on the actual matter that is the world. I know that was a long way to say that. But what is in your head will shape the world. And so white disciples, strict disciples, existing and thriving within these, quote, secret societies for ages and ages, have made sure that what is in their head, they can use to manipulate the many to shape the world in the way that they see from their perspective. White supremacy, I promise you, I swear to you, and I'm going to explain it, but I swear to you, white supremacy is not centered in race. It's not. Race is one of the aspects used to validate white supremacy. But white supremacy as an ideology is actually based in time. White supremacy is an articulation of a period of time foreseeable in astrology and astronomy, told over and over again in every single solitary so-called mythological, spiritual, religious system on earth. White supremacy is a story that has been told to identify potentialities of a future that could be scientifically, mathematically predicted. I'm talking about how the astronomy communicated culturally, politically, spiritually, what could happen if we could not see. Do you understand what I'm saying? White supremacy is the byproduct of a predictable period in the future, in human history. History is not the past. History is not the past. History is the present. History is always the present. History is always the present. It is all past that have contributed to this moment contributing to all futures. Are you conscious in this moment? Are you aware in this moment? Are you ignorant in this moment? Are you uneducated? Are you illiterate? Can you not see the signs? Are you disconnected from your ancestry? Do you not have a blood-based memory of all the contributions of your ancestors in this moment? Then it will determine what future unfolds from this present, because history is always the now. It always is. Now, you can find events that have contributed to the now, because all of them have. But there is one existence on this earth. There's one existence that's right now, and all the ways that those have come before have contributed to the now. You see what I'm saying? How we in the present are currently contributing to what will become the now. What will become the now? Because then when Constantine was waging a propagandized political war using spirituality, that's what he did. That was the present. That was the present. And he could, in his mind's eye, see how these decisions that he was making in real time would ensure the continuity of the project that he was building. You see? Because he was in the know where we were not, where the empire was not, where those that were trying to buck against him, they were not in the know. You know what they were in? An orchestration of perpetual panic caused by perpetual unending war that kept them from being able to do the same thing strategically in opposition, which was to secure a future for themselves in opposition to what he was trying to secure for himself. You hear me? So the reason I'm saying this, and the reason that this is so important, is because we're seeing the same thing happen over and over and over again. And because we have been completely severed from our collective memory, our collective consciousness, our collective understanding of who we are in real time, any given time. Who we are in real time, all it takes is a war. All it takes is a satanic panic. All it takes is the transition from one century to the next century for us to completely forget how we arrived at this moment. We will behave as if Donald J. Trump is an oddity. We will behave as if this is the worst it has ever been, because we do not study the impact, the continued feeling, the continued collectively felt destructive impact of Ronald Reagan's administration. Like, we do not feel that shit right the fuck now. Like, he didn't make a quote. As a matter of fact, do you know that Ronald Reagan this week has been very, 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 very powerful in history? Did you know that as of last Monday, which was what? It was the 10th? Was the last Monday? Yeah, it was the 10th. Do you know that or was it the 11th? It was the 11th. May 11th of 1966. 60 years ago. 60 years ago. Last Monday. Ronald Reagan became the governor of California. Did you know that? That's 60 years ago last Monday. Ronald Reagan became the governor of California. Went from being an actor to the governor of California. This is important because Ronald Reagan is the reason right now today, 60 years later, that California has some of the strictest gun ownership laws in the country. Progressive. And they will make gun ownership and gun control a democratic issue. But it was a very hardcore Christian fundamentalist Ronald Reagan, directly in response to young 16 to 24-year-old members of the Black Panther Party, you taking advantage of their Second Amendment rights to own guns, going to the Capitol building, in the state Capitol building in Sacramento, to brandish their guns under the law, no live rounds in the chambers, to say that we have a right to protect and defend our community against rogue ass cops. And that was the perfect opportunity for Ronald Reagan to do to gun ownership in this state that has not changed. And at the same time, 60 years ago, last week, that Ronald Reagan becomes the Republican governor of California, that right now, as California is attempting to choose its new governor and Los Angeles is attempting to choose its next mayor, how the front runner for governor of California is a sheriff, is a very hardcore right-wing sheriff who has a history of corruption, and he is still the front runner for this seat as governor here in California 60 years later, after the most diabolical and destructive governor in the history of this state. His anniversary just passed. It's not lost on me that the campaign that ran Ronald Reagan for the president of the United States is the exact same campaign that Donald Trump won on twice. Make America great again didn't pop up from under a turnip leaf. Those were the exact words. That was the exact campaign that Ronald Reagan ran under. You see? And so y'all, because y'all are divorced from history, as a matter of fact, while Ronald Reagan was governor, I'll say unleashed. He unleashed the National Guard on college campuses 4 times in his first year as mayor. 4 times as his first year. I mean, not mayor, governor. In his first year as governor, he unleashed the National Guard on students on college campuses, one of which you literally watched 12 students get shot by white kids, get shot by the National Guard. Ronald Reagan did that. As a matter of fact, 60 years ago, last week, also, remember the dude that was in the tower in one of them California schools? I forget which school it was, but he got up in the tower of the school and started, he was a sharpshooter, killing all these people on the college campus. That happened right here. That was under Reagan as governor. And do you know he killed 14 people, including a pregnant woman, so the unborn child, and the mama. And you know what just mysteriously stayed out of the main issue with this was that this dude wasn't just some regular, random, everyday person that just decided he wanted to kill people from a tower on a college campus. He was a Marine, recently come back to the United States from his stint in Vietnam. He was a Marine. That happened last week. Last week, 110 years ago, I told y'all the story because it blew my mind. Jesse Williams in Waco, Texas, 17-year-old Jesse Williams in Waco, Texas, was lynched and burnt beyond recognition, where he didn't even look like a person anymore. And the images that you can see of him are of literally thousands of white men, women, and children standing around in awe of what they had just done. I'm telling you these things for a reason, because this little deep dive that I've been doing over the last 3 weeks about Sol Invictus and how what you are witnessing in real time is this administration. Trump is not the sole issue. He has an entire administration using what y'all call witchcraft. Is just symbol manipulation. That's all it is, man. It's symbol manipulation. You see? And so they use your familiarity, not your conscious familiarity, your subconscious memory of symbolism being weaponized against you all the time, all the time, all the time, with a limited understanding of what the symbols mean. So y'all go into these motherfucking wormholes about the devil is everywhere. See how they worshiping Moloch, and see how they eating babies, and see how they got the signs of the left eye and shit all in the videos, in the movies, and these are all the ways that you can see the goddamn devil. That's all y'all talk about. And without an understanding, you will see exactly what they want you to see. You see the devil everywhere because that's what they want you to see, is the devil everywhere. See this right here? This right here in this age of white supremacy, what? The Son, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, where there's no yin present, this whole thing under his rule, right? This whole thing, the yin, what we would have called the yin and what we would have called the yang, now becomes the shadow and the light, the dark and the light. It's no longer yin and yang. It's no longer harmonious union between mother and son. Once the son has gone rogue and is in a state of threatening to destroy it all, he is this. He is this. You hear me? He is this. This is what we would call today. I forget who, and announce yourself. I meant to write it down, but announce yourself. He today is what one of the sisters up on one of these lives identified as the Patrix. As the Patrix. So what you have been warring against by these ideas superimposed on your skull by these men who transformed themselves into women as a part of this ritual that they executed with the release of the movie The Matrix on the spring equinox of the last year of the last century. They released this movie on the spring equinox of 1999 as the Wachowski brothers launched the movie that would literally set the global discourse, cultural discourse, political discourse, religious, spiritual discourse for our entry into the century 2000. And on the other side of this ritual that they began, you hear me? What did they do? Within a year to a year and a half of releasing The Matrix, the Wachowski brothers become together the Wachowski sisters. You don't think this shit is an outright playing of ritual in real time? That's what it is. The he becomes the she in the Patrix. The he becomes the she. And I want you to hear me. This is a political statement that I am making. It is not a condemnation of people who are trans, people who are gender nonconforming, people who are non-binary. This is a political statement that I am making about the damage done by the manipulation of your memory of symbols within the Patrix. Because anything that the Patrix produces the opposition of what your matrix produces. Let me break it down for you. Let me break it down. Because I'm not trying to be cryptic. I want this shit to be blood raw and in your face. I want it to be plain. What we have been saying for several years now in a million different ways is more and more layers come off and more muck comes out of our eyes, right? Is that if the yin and yang is the matrix, if the yin and yang is the matrix, we say what? That the yin and yang is a harmonious representation of everything, of the entire unknown universe, all the way down to what lies below the atom. This is everything. It represents everything. It is present. The whole thing is present in everything. Every phenomenon, everything in the whole universe can be explained and rest within the yin and yang. Okay? And if the yin and yang is the matrix, everything that exists within it is yin and yang, right? And if the yin and yang is the matrix, and we're talking about a period in human history where the matrix has been so corrupted, so not only corrupted, because this also represents all time. You know what I'm saying? What is Isis? So it's fitting that this S is right here in the middle. See, this S right here in the middle is fitting that this S, the secrets of the S, right? What did I tell y'all? The etymology of the letter S was she who hisses, whispers, and keeps secrets. That's the etymology of the letter S, right? Hidden all the time in plain sight, hidden in every scientific story ever told, right? Everywhere. And so it would make sense that our goddess Isis, that in other languages means yes, yes. That's what it means. Isis, yes, yes, right? It would make sense. Remember I was talking to y'all a couple of weeks ago? I was like, why is it that they have called supposedly the most evil terrorist organization in the modern world ISIS? I said, why they do that? I said, why they did that? I said, why they play with us like that? And they got the whole world saying, oh my God, it's ISIS. Why they did that? Same reason them two white people, the Wachowskis, you feel me, did what they did with the Matrix. Got the whole world speaking venom while saying the mother's name. Speaking venom when talking about the mother. Why they did that? Why they invert the meaning of the great primordial Isis? Why did they do that? Because they know not only spiritually, they know scientifically. I just read a story I'd never seen before about in science what is called miasmic theory. We've been talking about the miasm for a long, long time. And even though I studied miasm as a part of the system of medicine called homeopathy, and then all these years later, I learned about the history mythologically and spiritually and culturally of, quote, the miasm known as the mother's curse. I never knew that there was an old, there was an old scientific idea called miasmic theory, based on still the same thing, the cultural, spiritual background beliefs in the homeopathic alternative medicine belief. They're right in the middle. There was a scientific theory based on these two. Miasmic theory. That shit blew my mind this week. Trying to explain scientifically how miasmic theory can actually work in the real world. Do you see what I'm saying? So, what is miasm? It spiritually, even in homeopathy, but spiritually, which is older, the idea is older. Miasm means in spirituality, a spiritual. They call it in our book, Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. The miasm is called the mother's curse. The mother's curse, and in the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, they say that the mother's curse is a also known as a miasm or miasma, is a spiritual pollution that infects the atmosphere. And when spoken, what do they say? Let me not what you call it? Let me not summarize. Okay, where is she at? Here it is. Okay. Here it is. So those of you who have the book, the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, it's on page 198. Mother's curse. Okay. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but what I am going to read you is what is important for this discussion, right? So it says that in ancient Asiatic Oh my gosh. Okay. It says, in ancient Asiatic belief, a mother's curse meant certain. God damn it. Oh, um, uh, um, in ancient Asiatic belief, a mother's curse meant certain death. All death was, listen, oh my God, all death was brought about by the goddess's word of destruction. All death was brought about by the goddess's word of destruction, as well as all birth was brought about by her word of creation. By virtue of motherhood, any woman could tap the verbal power of the goddess. The Markandeya Purana says, quote, for all curses, there is some remedy, but there is nothing anywhere that can dispel the curse of those who have been cursed by a mother. End quote. Similarly, the biblical Hannah rejoiced when she became a mother, saying, quote, my mouth is enlarged over my enemies. Oh, God damn it. Oh my God. Yo. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh my God. Shh. Oh, I gotta tell y'all something. Oh man. Damn. Oh my God. She says my mouth is enlarged over my fuck. Damn. My mouth is enlarged over my enemies. Because maternity gave her curses irresistible power. Homer tells the story of Meleager, cursed by his mother for murdering her brothers. Falling on her knees, she knocked the earth with her fist and called upon the underground goddess. And the fury that walks in the dark and has inexorable thoughts heard her from Erebus. The fury told Meleager's mother to burn his soul in the form of a wand, so that he was stricken with a fever and soon died. Witchcraft of this sort was not even necessary. The curse alone could kill. The Greek word for the effect of a mother's curse was called miasma, a kind of spiritual pollution bringing slow and certain destruction. Miasma could pursue members of a clan for many generations. The tragic family history of Orestes might be traced to a curse laid by the goddess Artemis herself on his ancestor Atreus, who dared to withhold the golden fleece of a sacrificial lamb she had sent, using it to confirm his right to rule. Let's see. Doody doody doo. Doody doody doo. Okay. Listen. And listen with your eyes. Okay. Listen with your eyes. Because the one thing I want to constantly reiterate is all of these stories, Meleager and Orestes and Dionysus and this and that and this and that, assume that what you see have been trained to see in your mind's eye as mythological characters flying about in Olympus and the underworld and doing this and that and this and that. Assume for a moment that every single story that you have heard, Greek mythology, Roman mythology, Ephah mythology, Kemetic mythology, assume for a moment that these are real stories anthropomorphized to describe actual human beings, their actual behavior, and their actual impact on the world at the time. Not only that, assume that not only are these stories a telling of a past, but assume all of these stories are astrological stories that are simultaneously predicting a possibility for future. Do you see? That's why I talked to you the other day about how the Milky Way galaxy is not a circle like this. It's literally, you know, that weird ass merry-go-round that you can get on at the at like carnivals and shit, and it's not just like this, right? It's actually like, I think they call it the snow slide. It's like this. It's still a merry-go-round, but it's horizontal and it goes around like this, real fast, and it goes backwards, real fast, and it goes backwards. Remember that? It's called the snow slide. It goes backwards, round and round and round, but it goes like this. That's the Milky Way galaxy, right? And the reason I'm telling you this is because Isis, who has been most demonized in this period for the that's why Isis is being demonized so vigilantly right now, is because she's so ever present. And they are like, won't this bitch die already? Like, what can we do to make her gone? Because she everywhere. Isis says what? What was the quote that we talked about for a long time the other day by Isis? I am the Alpha and the Omega. She says, I am all that has been, all that is, and all that will be. And the fruit that I bring forth is the sun. And there's an image of her with the scales of harmony, not just justice, of harmony. The scales of harmony in one hand, her left hand. The scales of harmony in her left hand, the bundle of wheat that represents unending bounty and abundance in the other. And then one titty, the left titty, is a bundle of grapes. And then the other titty is, I forget what was on the other titty. Somebody remember what was on the other titty? But her titties representing the flowing abundance, right? And then she had the big old girdle, Orion's belt, around her naked waist. And then she also had, that's what it was. She had the scales of harmony in one hand. She had the divine sistrum in the other hand. One booby was the grapes, one booby was the wheat, the grain, and then she had the belt of that we called Orion's belt, which was her shit in the beginning. Orion's belt, the girdle around her waist. And she says that the life that I bring forth, or the fruit that I bring forth, is the sun. Why? Because the sun serves her. The sun serves her. The grapes wouldn't grow without the sun. The grain wouldn't grow without the sun, right? The bounty that is represented by her whole body could not be presented to her children. Who are her children? Because her other personification is still Isis, but her other personification is as the great cow of heaven, Hathor, the great cow of heaven that is the entire primordial black ass universe, pictured as this pitch black sky in rainbow fashion over the earth. Why did the Egyptians center the earth in the universe that was Hathor's body? Because they could see, because they told stories. They could see that there were other planets, right? They could see that there were other celestial entities. Why did they center her attention? The great primordial universe, they pictured her as a mother to earth, with the sun and the moon traveling through her body. Why did they do that? Because the earth is the center of our experience, and the sun is a servant to the mother in her ambitions to secure our life right here. The sun is a servant to the mother, just like the moon is a servant to the mother, the great cow of heaven. You see? And so Isis says, my whole focus, Isis as Hathor, my whole focus is to make you motherfuckers happy and make sure you have everything that you need from now until forever. What did she say? All that has been, all that is, and all that will ever be. I am that. I am that. And the fruit that I give to you, the fruit that is the blessing to you, is the sun. The sun is who I give to you to secure this life on earth. You see? And so that story has been perverted and inverted in every mythology that you ever have read. I promise you, every mythology that you have ever read is an attempt by the ancients living this story in real time. Because it was Dr. John Henrik Clarke said that all religion is the deification of culture. It's the deification of culture. You see? So if you are an agricultural society, every single solitary task, every single solitary duty, every single solitary job that is engaged in and involved in the securing of food for the group becomes a personification of the deity that guards the grain, Virgo. In every society, in history, she is the god of the grain. She is the god of the grain. But for the last 7,835 years, every agricultural deity has been made male. The self-sacrificing. How is he self-sacrificing? In these brutal images of murder and massacre. 52 solar deities throughout the 7,835 years in your brain with images of beheadings, throat cuttings, heart extractions, dismemberment, that eventually becomes this seeded violence into the collective consciousness of human beings in this particular age of the sun. Let me show you something. So when you're talking about, we've been talking about Sol Invictus. We've been talking about Sol Invictus, right? And Sol Invictus is the sun, the S-U-N as human, right? But they are all, I told y'all, this bullshit about the four horsemen that's got everybody scared to death has been deliberately perverted so that people do not see what actually has happened. So we always hear the story of the four horsemen in the Revelations, and because of that book that white boy wrote in the early 90s, William S. Cooper called Behold the Pale Horse, and all of the movies that have been written and made. Do you know that the first horror movie, they called it a religious movie, but the first horror movie the second movie ever released in the history of this country at the golden age of movies, the first one was Birth of a Nation. The second one was The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, starring Rudolph Valentino, starring Rudolph Valentino. The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse was the second movie ever made behind Birth of a Nation. They literally tell you in your face, but because, yes, that was the articulation of the ritual at the time, was race nationalism in the form of the Ku Klux Klan and the newly freed enslaved Africans and this and that and this and that. But that movie was a fucking ritual. Just like The Matrix was a ritual. That movie baptized the movie industry in the United States. Birth of a Nation. Played at the White House. The first place it was played on its release was at the White House at the beginning of the century. You feel me? The second movie to show in theaters in this new age of silent film and this and that and this and that was The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. The next movie that played in mass in theaters in the United States was actually made in Germany, because I bet y'all didn't know this, but Germany and Italy was already way ahead of the game on the production of movies and films and shit before the United States. The next movie that came out in the United States was produced in Germany, and it was called Metropolis. And this movie was an apocalyptic tale of a near future where the split between the wealthy and the poor would be so pronounced that the wealthy would mandate that they never see anybody except themselves. So you could not live in the metropolis, though your labor was required to fuel the metropolis. All the citizens that made up the poor had to live below ground. They lived in these cave systems below the city. And so once you got up on top of the city, all you saw was wealth, and all you saw was the products of your labor, bitch. All you saw was the products of once you could get up out them caves, once you could sneak up out them caves where you was working 16, 24-hour days, and you had the nerve to peek up out of a pothole, all you could see was the wealth that you created while being invisible. Out of sight, unseen. You feel me? And so this movie that was released here in the United States in 1916, you understand? It was released in 1916. In the movie, there's a mad scientist. You understand? And the mad scientist falls in love with this woman, this white woman dressed in all white with white hair. Now, this is a black and white silent film. She got white hair, and she's always dressed in white. She is the only female you see in the whole movie. The only female you see in the whole movie is this white woman dressed in all white with white skin and white hair. And she is so distraught by the conditions of the men who have to work below the city to generate all this wealth for those that live above the terrain, who live above the terrain, you feel me? That she decides she is going to deliver a message of hope to these suffering toilers in the subterranean region, the underworld, because that's where they live. They live in the underworld. They live below the horizon. They live in the underworld, these workers, right? And so she starts to go down into these cave pits and shit, and she starts, as the subversive that she is, God damn it. Oh. She goes down there to the underworld where the men at, and she starts preaching. starts preaching like an old school preacher. She got a podium. She in a little cave cove. She on a podium, and she's all brilliant white, almost glowing and shit. And she got this podium, and she beating on the podium, telling them this and this and this and this, and they become. You can see their eyes change in this silent movie. They're like, damn, we didn't even know it could be like this. She's trying to incite rebellion is what she's doing. And she's using Jesus as the conduit, but the impact that it is having is she is using Jesus as an instrument to spark rebellion. Listen to me. Okay? Now, ever since I started getting on this thing, I done rewatched that silent movie 3 times because I have new eyes. And so I see the movie differently than the way that I did 10 years ago, the way that I did 20 years ago. I'm telling you, your eyes, what did the scripture say? that when you can see with your eye, the whole body becomes light. That's what it meant. Which eyes are you seeing with? Which eyes are you seeing with? You feel me? Because this black light that you are experiencing, this black light, this is radiant light. You feel me? So with the new eyes, I go back and read and watch the shit. And then with some other breakthrough that I have in my study, I'm like, shit, let me go back and see what I missed the many times that I saw it before. This bitch down here, she say, look, okay, you getting paid penty, just enough to breathe. You getting paid just enough to breathe, just enough to drink a little bit of water, just enough to eat a little bit of food to keep you alive, just long enough to continue to produce what you have no access to and no right to up above. No explanation about the difference between you that live here in this subterranean region and those who live up above. No explanation for the difference between, but you accept your lot and they accept your lot. They accept your lot. And so she say, look, according to Jesus, because that's what she presents as a quote Christian preacheress. Okay. And then what happens? Now I want you to keep in mind that while I'm telling you this story, you need to remember that this story was produced at the so-called during the Enlightenment, the quote, what they call the New Age Enlightenment. You hear me? This is when this movie is being produced, and it's not just being produced within the context of the quote New Age movement and the new spiritual enlightenment. It is also being produced by a country that is actively facilitating a genocide in Namibia. Now, this is the period where Germans were practicing the art of genocide on the Herero in Namibia before 20 plus years later, they will be executing it on other Germans known as Jews at the time. So listen, guess what else happened last week? Last week was the 126th anniversary. 126th, as a matter of fact, last Wednesday was the 126th anniversary of the publishing of the Wizard. Was it the Wizard of Oz? The Wizard of Oz. And because you see, in a certain way, I know that there are some among you that statement that I just made about the significance of this year that Joe Donald Trump is ruling, you will not see the direct connection between that. You will not see the extraordinary fucking significance of that statement that I just made. You will not understand how these motherfuckers under the guise of secret societies have been charting a future for themselves at your goddamn expense. You won't see that in the story written by whatever the hell Frank Baum called the Wizard of Oz. That has been the most remade book in history. All the way up until last year when they made Wicked. And all of the controversy and symbolism, not just within it, around it. The behavior around, the very deliberate and orchestrated imagery surrounding it. The promotion of it. All this shit y'all got caught up on in this weird ass relationship between the two co-stars, the white girl and the black girl, and you do not think they playing in your face. I'm gonna tell you, because in this movie, Metropolis, where there ain't no colored folks, because ain't nobody colored acting in these movies. This movie was produced in Germany by a Germany that in real time in 1916 was actively engaged in the genocide against the Herero in Namibia. So it gives you an idea about the collective consciousness of human beings in Germany at the time when this movie is made. Okay? This movie, and they don't have a direct contact relationship, Germans at this time, they don't have a direct contact relationship with slavery and the impact of slavery. Though they were involved with satellites. See what I'm saying? They had satellites just like Britain had satellites. So they didn't have to be looking at black-skinned face, reminding them every day of how fucked up they was. They didn't have that like we had that here. See what I'm saying? And so this movie shows here this white woman in all white with white hair using the spear of the Lord. The spear is what? The spear is what? In your tarot, what does the spear, aka the sword, aka the arrows represent? Do y'all know what it represents? Simply. Because the swords is actually an anagram for what it represents. The swords is an anagram for what the spear, the sword, the arrow represents. It represents the power of your words. Swords is an anagram for words. Sword is an anagram for word. Words. See? You can switch words up, it becomes sword. See? And so she uses the spear of Jesus to ignite in these men something that they have never felt. And I think it's really powerful that this is a silent movie that still has this kind of impact. Fast forward. There is a scientist. He is allowed to live above, but he is still out of sight. You see what I'm saying? Just like Merlin, back in the old days, in like the days of King Arthur, you feel me? Merlin was very valuable to the empire. He was very valuable in his knowings to the king, but he was still well below the nobility. So even though he was allowed to live better than them poor people over there, than the peasantry, he had a specific little space in the castle that's just for him and his work. You feel me? That's this scientist that's in this movie. He has the literal role of Merlin in this movie. Yes, he does. And he's a stereotypical, what we call today a stereotypical mad scientist in any movie. Like, what was that movie? Back to the Future? And the scientist with the crazy hair, and he's this guy, 80 years prior, looks just like that guy, right? So he has got the white coat on, he got the crazy white hair, and he goes below the terrain to where the people is. And a rich white kid, he's like a teenager, he decides on I want to go on a I want to go on an adventure. Isn't this so standard? The story where the bored, wealthy, elite child is so bored with his life, he has to go out in the world and seek adventure. And his knee-jerk response to finding adventure is to go among the lowly, the poor, the whatever. And this is where he has an epiphany about his own life, right? That was in 1916. Okay, so the white boy who rich and doesn't know anything about the world, but is bored and don't know why, decides he got to find an adventure. So he got to go down into the subterranean levels where the where the others are, right? And so at the same time that the white boy is on his adventure, the scientist decides that there's something that he needs. He's working on this project and he can't make the connection. He can't make the leap. There's something that he needs and he just doesn't know what it is. And so he goes into the subterranean levels to find what he needs. The white boy needs adventure. The scientist needs this missing link that he cannot articulate, but he knows that he needs to complete this master project that he is working on. And so they both end up down in the caverns where the white girl be preaching every day to the poor and the suffering and so on and so on. And so the men that represent the many that are the suffering and so on and so on, and then the rich white boy looking for adventure and the mad scientist who's looking for the missing link all converge at the same time to see the white girl preaching like she do every day. She preached every day. But this day was different. This day was different. And so what happens? The white boy, he is like, this is blowing my skull open. And so he decides he wants to be a hero because that's the knee-jerk response of every rich person that sits on a pedestal of oppression, is that to topple the system that caused the oppression in the first place is never the conclusion that they come to. No, it is that I must step down from my pedestal and be here with you lowly people, you others. I must be one with you. While if anything go wrong, I still got my foot in my wealth and privilege that can allow me to escape if I need to. You feel me? And I can even bring a little bit of my wealth with me and give it to you as gifts so you trust me in your space. Because I say, I understand and shit, right? So meanwhile, he want to be the superhero of the story. Ignited by the girl now. And the scientist, who is obviously mad, the scientist hears her speak and his brain blows open. He's like, oh, this is it. This is it. And in his madness, he thinks that he is in love with the preaching ass girl. And so he decides that he needs to kidnap the girl because he loves her. You feel me? He decides that he needs to kidnap the girl, the scientist. He needs to kidnap the girl. And something happens, I can't remember, but he uses the girl as a model, or uses her specifically to finish his project. And so the next thing you know, the girl is laying under this thing that looks like everything you see in any other sci-fi movie where some man is trying to give birth to some machine, where some man is trying to create his own version of creation story, of his own version of the male mother. And so you always see this person lying under this thing, you feel me? Or in a tube or in some shit that's supposed to transform the person into, quote, a better version of themselves under him, under his genius and shit. And so in this movie in 1916, this goddamn sci-fi the end of the world fucking post-apocalyptic whatever the fuck, he takes this kidnapped woman that has inspired them all. She's inspired them all just by speaking, just by being. And instead of anybody coming to the conclusion to exalt her, to support this genius that has ignited something in all of them, the motherfucking scientists say, let me kidnap this bitch. Let me hold her genius hostage for myself. And so what he does is he puts her in this little thing with his little machinations that he has been working on and could not figure where breakthrough was going to come. Breakthrough could only come by him kidnapping this woman and transforming her through his scientific machinations into a robot. So every time you see like stills or pictures of the movie Metropolis, you'll see this, what appears to be like a robot woman, right? Like an android woman with an inverted pentagram on the wall behind her as she wakes up from this machine that he has created to transform her in his mind to something better than what she already was. So he creates a throne for her. And behind the throne on the wall is a giant inverted pentagram. And she is upraised on a pedestal. All of this is symbolism. Every single solitary scrap aspect of it is symbolism about what has happened in the hands of males to the goddess. Every single thing. You see? The four horsemen, that's how I got on it. The four horsemen of the apocalypse that was shown in 1914, starring a very debonair, handsome, dark-skinned Arabian Rudolph Valentino, right? The four horsemen of the apocalypse, just like it has been fed to you, is supposed to be that when the trumpet sound, you feel me? Today is a trumpet sounding. I don't know if y'all knew that. If y'all wasn't up on here night before last, this thing that Donald Trump was putting on today under the auspice of what he called a jubilant celebration of the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. But he didn't do this event on July 4th, which is the anniversary of the 250th birthday of the United States. Why he didn't do that shit on July 4th? Because yesterday was what most astrologers are saying is the most permanently impactful new moon of this year. Yesterday. Why? Because 2 weeks ago, Uranus finally permanently transitioned into Gemini until what? The year 2044. Your president was born under the last Uranus in Gemini, which was the year 1946. Everything is symbolism for them. That's why he did it today as opposed to the actual birthday of the birth of the United States, which was July 4th, 1776. He didn't do it then. He called it a jubilation celebration. I said, why he said that? Don't nobody say jubilation. Don't nobody say jubilant or jubilee. Don't nobody say that shit no more. I said, why he said that? When the sister brought it to my attention a couple of days ago. I said, why he say that? You know what I'm saying? And then I go and I say, like I always do, what is the etymology of jubilee? What is the etymology of jubilee? You know, the etymology of jubilee means a long trumpet made of ram's horn. That's what the word means. And the reason the etymology of the word jubilee is the long trumpet made from a ram's horn used it to announce the coming celebration of the Jubilee for the Hebrew people. The Jubilee is celebrated every 50 years. On this fifth 50th anniversary of the quote founding of the United States of America as an entity signed by these men. This is the fifth Jubilee here in the United States of America today. And he called it a Jubilee because he knew that you would not be paying attention. Why did I make such a hard statement about the etymology of Jubilee, meaning a trumpet made out of ram's horn to announce the ritual of Jubilee, which is celebrated every 50 years by the mandatory sacrificial ritual of the ritual sacrifice of the ritual of two black goats, one being the scapegoat and one being the sacrificial goat. One is the scapegoat, one is the sacrificial goat, and historically, the goats for Jubilee were black. And I told y'all the other day, why is this significant? Why should this mean anything to any of us? Because just like I've been telling y'all for the last several hours, about, man, where did I put it? What the hell? Just like I've been telling y'all I'm gonna keep going back to this. Just like I've been telling y'all for the last several hours, and I was like, oh my God, I had a breakthrough on the top of the mountain the other day. No wonder black is invisible. It's ever present, but it's invisible. Our suffering is invisible. I was telling y'all the other day, I've been watching all of these really, really sharp analytical videos about Iran and about the history of Israel and Palestine and this and that, and people are right here in the United States. God damn it. Articulating with such precision a clear historical analysis of all the contributing factors to what is happening in the world and why we see what we see right now. And do you know, of all those videos that I watched last week, and I watched a lot, of every video that I watched. Everyone. What's this Israeli dude's name? Is it Ben Gavira? Ben Gavira? Is that his name? I don't know his first name, but it's Gavira is his last name. He's a high-ranking somebody in Israel. And for his 50th birthday, first of all, he looked old as Methuselah. I said, ain't no way he's 50. He looked old as Methuselah. But being a tyrant reactionary will age your ass. It will get you older than you need to be at your age. He just turned 50. Like I just turned 50. And for his 50th birthday party, there were images all over the internet last week because his wife made him a big-ass birthday cake with a gold noose on the birthday cake and gave him a 14-karat gold pin that he wears everywhere now of a gold noose on his lapel. And they were saying that it was because Israel was currently celebrating the passing of the death penalty only for Palestinians. That's what they were celebrating. Was the legislation that just passed, you feel me, to for the death penalty only to be for Palestinians. That's all the news. Everybody talking about, oh my God, he got a noose on his birthday cake. He got a noose on his lapel. Everywhere you see, he got this little gold pin noose. Everybody talking about the psychological impact, not only of the victim of genocide, but of the facilitators of genocide. This is the primary example of the psychoses of a culture of everybody got all these really spot on articulations of what they are witnessing. Talking about the woman who was a consul, who was the Israeli consul. That's her name. The consul, Consul, who was talking about the greatest problem, because she was a consul representative in Atlanta. That's where she's stationed, is in Atlanta. She in Atlanta when she says that the greatest threat to the nation of Israel is American Black youth. That's what she said. No different than your not just a practitioner. Hillary Clinton is Jewish. She has Jewish ancestry on her mama's side. And so you don't make no connection between she being Jewish on her mama's side and the statement that she declared many years ago that Black American youth are the nation's super predator. Fast forward 20 plus years, this Israeli representative stationed in Atlanta, living in what we call the new Black Mecca, talking about the great, in the midst, this is since October 7th, in the midst of what they are propagating as a terrible attack on the Israeli state, and we got to secure ourselves and all this. In the height of this shit, this bitch say, in Atlanta, about a year after October 7th, what she's gonna say is the greatest threat to Israel, really, it ain't Palestine, it's these niggas here in Atlanta. It's these Black people here, it's American Black youth. And today, after having these declarations that we can point to all over the place, everywhere, because who was the white actress that got that came under fire because she said she made some statement, well-known actress, what she say? She said, I don't understand why these Blacks can't make the right decision. You Blacks. What's the other white boy? What's his name? Ripper-Poor. Oh, non-acting ass, ugly ass white boy. What's the boy name? John Ripper-Poor, Ripper-Pie, Ripper-Poo. I don't know what the fuck his name is, but you know who I'm talking about. That ugly ass white boy who got hit anything that could be attributed to fame in his talentless ass. Anything that could be attributed to fame, he got from his proximity to Black people. Every role, everything. And his hatred has been most pronounced ever since October 7th, which was the first trumpet, by the way. Y'all think I'm playing. October 7th was the first trumpet. And October 7th happened not under this president that you say is the worst that has ever been in the history of the United States. That trumpet, Rappaport, that's his name. That trumpet that happened was under Biden on October 7th. And I'm saying literal trumpet, bitch. I'm saying literal trumpet. Because that trumpet woke the nationalists. See, white-skinned Jewish people have been able to exploit their whiteness to get themselves into these relationships that we would be in our heart cavity, in our chest cavity, invested in. And when the trumpet sounded, which was deliberately, by the way, I live in this city. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I couldn't even believe it. It was like witnessing, child. It was something else. It was being here in LA. See, because still to this day, even with people that are most outspoken about their Zionism, they still aren't presenting violent. I saw that shit in real time right here. Jews with baseball bats going to pro-Palestinian demonstrations. That's what I saw. That's what I saw. That's what I saw. Police refusing to intervene between these peaceful Palestinian demonstrators and the Jews in literal mobs, deliberately going to the demonstrations that are outside their communities with baseball bats. I saw that with my own eyes. You feel me? And so, and that was preceded that October 7th thing. I don't know if anybody remember, because y'all don't make no connections. Y'all don't stay making connections. Y'all don't stay be weaving. The day before October 7th, the day before, the literal day before, for a week prior, we had been warned. The United States is going to do a national testing of its emergency system. Weren't we hearing that a whole week? Everybody on the news was talking about it. All the conspiracy theorists were saying, I think that what they're going to do when they do this testing is they're going to activate these nanites that they put in everybody who got the vaccine. You feel me? And then they're going to be like sleeper cells. That's what all the conspiracy theorists were saying, was like they gave us the jab during the pandemic. And then what they're going to do is they're going to use the noise from the radar system, the emergency testing system, you feel me, to activate these sleeper cells in the nanites that was in the jab. I was like, okay, with that, whatever. But I know the news was talking about it all the time. And the thing that struck me about these regular news broadcasts about the testing of the emergency system was they said it was going to be the continental U.S. and Israel. I was like, but Israel ain't a part of the. I thought they was gonna say like Hawaii, maybe Puerto Rico. You feel me? They said it's gonna be, the testing is only going to occur. The testing of the United States emergency system was only going to be tested in the continental U.S. and in Israel. I said, well, that's puzzling. And so the day before, 2 days before, it was October 5th. 2 days before. And as a matter of fact, it was so much in the news that I remember hearing one news broadcast warning women who were the victims of domestic violence or who were, hiding or whatever. She was saying, the broadcaster was saying that, there are a lot of women who are the victims of domestic violence, and they have separate phones. They have like burner phones. They have like separate phones just in case they need help. You feel me? And she said, so you all need to know that powering your phone down, turning your phone off is not going to be enough. That even with your phone powered off, that sound that is the testing of the emergency system will still come through your phone. The only way that your phone will be safe from alerting this system is to remove the battery. I remember seeing it on the news. I was like, damn, that's deep. So every phone is going to have this emergency test. And if you have a burner phone that you want to keep secret, take the battery out. That's what she's saying on this news broadcast. I remember exactly where I was on October 5th when the shit happened. I was in this big ass marketplace having lunch with a friend, and it literally felt apocalyptic. It was crazy, right? And so it happened, and there was no incident. We was like, okay, there ain't no sleepers, there ain't no zombies, none of that shit. So cool, fine. 2 days later, the two places that went through this testing of the emergency system. What's the testing of the emergency system for? To make sure that you are prepared in a crisis. Huh? And so the two places that was tested, the United States and Israel, and other two places tested, 2 days later, Israel is attacked by Palestinians. 2 days later. 2 days later. That siren was the fucking trumpet, bitch. The siren was the trumpet. The trumpet was just a symbol. It was a symbol among those who understood the language of the symbol. That's all it was. That October 7th happened exactly 7 days prior to the solar eclipse. That was the first of its type, and the first of two major eclipses. So it was the October 14th eclipse, and then several months later was the April 8th eclipse that formed a perfect X across the country in terms of their patterns, right? That eclipse that happened on October 14th, 7 days after October 7th, was the first of its type to happen since the year the country was founded, since 1776. Since 1776. And so while you be with that bullshit, thinking that politics and spirituality is something separate, that you believe the bullshit fed to you about the separation of church and state, which has never existed in the history of this country, never. It's always been zealots that have been in possession of the power of the state in this country. It's always been religious zealots all the way through. All the way through. While you still be handed some shit that do not match your lived existence, your lived experience. It's always been zealots that have maintained a stranglehold on the reins of the state here in this country, because there has never been a separation of church and state, where it looked like the cult of Sol Invictus, where you have to deify your leadership so that you stay in line, because he is now backed by God himself, embodied in the flesh. You feel me? So, all right. So let me keep going. All right. Okay. So back to, is that the only thing I wanted to draw from this? No, it's not. Okay. So I was talking about the mother's curse, aka the miasma. A couple of paragraphs down, it's you know what? I should just keep going. It says other gods have launched curses too, and some of them were spectacular curses, like those with which Yahweh threatened all who disobeyed him. A combination of pestilence, goddamn, Yahweh, who threatened all that disobeyed him, with a combination of pestilence, fever, consumption, inflammation, blasting, mildew, extreme burning, hemorrhoids, the scab, the itch, the botch of Egypt, madness, blindness, slavery, plagues of long continents, barrenness of the land, according to Deuteronomy 28. However, the gods' curses seemed not to arouse as much terror as those of the great goddess or mother. The terrible vehicle listen, Listen. The terrible vehicle of the feminine curse was menstrual blood, still called to this day the curse. I'm almost tempted to be through. I'm almost tempted to be through, okay? Here's my goddamn book. I'm almost tempted to be through. Because I promise you that everything that I read to you, even if I have read it to you 1,000 times, every time I read it, it is new. It is new. It is new. Every time I am having a whole moment. I am having a whole moment. She said that the terrible, quote, vehicle for this curse is the menstrual blood. The terrible vehicle for this curse is the menstrual blood. To damn, D-A-M-N, something in my hair. Might just be gray. That might be what I'm scared. To damn, D-A-M-N, has been linked with the Hebrew word dam, D-A-M, which means blood. Specifically, mother blood. Dam in Hebrew means mother blood. Okay? Mother blood, the fluid of the womb, anciently thought to create every person's very soul. It says the Hebrew word D-A-M, dam, which literally means blood, but specifically mother blood, the fluid of the womb, anciently thought to create everyone's very soul or destroy it. Oh shit, is that what I missed? God damn it, I knew it was something. I might need to leave. Son of a bitch. I might need to leave. Plus, I only got 1% juice left on my phone for you, those of you who are on here via IG. So this could die at any moment. Let me just respond to that really quick. I knew there was something I was forgetting. So I might need to leave. Okay. All right. Yeah, I might need to leave. Okay. So it says the mother blood was thought to create one's very soul or destroy it. D-A-M, dam, was also synonymous with the word mother, madam, or ma dam, right? My mother, which translates to my mother, ma dam, my mother. Elder women past menopause were thought to be the most efficient cursors on the ancient theory that their wise blood was now retained in their bodies, meaning they didn't bleed anymore. Their wise blood was now retained in their bodies, giving them numinous power to make their words come true. This was why medieval Europe believed any destructive charm having menstrual blood as one of its ingredients must be irresistible, and why elder women were viewed as prototypical witches, their words or even their glances heavy with dread. Then it goes down. I'm gonna skip that, but then it goes down. Eastern sages, listen. Eastern sages believed the feminine power of the curse must be allayed, not so much by opposing it with patriarchal religion as by treating women well, so that they would not be inclined to use their destructive power. Isn't that a novel idea? The early sages, the early Hindu sages say, look, if you want to make sure that you do not incur the destructive power of the mother's curse, how about you start with just treating women well? The laws of Manu said, quote, women must be honored and adored by their fathers, brothers, husbands, and brothers-in-law who desire their own welfare. Where women are honored, the gods are pleased. But where they are not honored, no sacred rite will yield rewards. Where the female relations live in grief, the family soon wholly perishes. But that family where they are not unhappy ever prospers. The houses on which the female relations, not being duly honored, pronounce a curse, perish completely as if destroyed by magic, end quote. That's according to the laws of Manu, right? This advice came from the place Northern Aryans called Muspellum, the home of the mother's curse, in the hot lands of the South. According to the Scandinavian prophecy of Doomsday, the Mutspell would fall upon the violent patriarchal gods who ignored ancient tribal bonds and rules of morality and instituted cruel warfare. The result of the mother's curse would be the death of all gods. God damn. Oh my God. Oh my God. Remember what I said when we talking about so-called mythologies, so-called make-believe, and all of that shit. Listen, y'all. I just read last night. As a matter of fact, one of y'all mentioned it. The black book. What was it? The Black Book of Law or some shit. Hold on. I was just reading about this last night about another book. Hold on. That was associated with that. Where she say that at? The Black. Yeah, I had a lot to say. I ain't even. Damn, where was it? Shit. The Black Book on something. Anyway, I was just reading about that book last night, but in reference to another book that I wrote it down. Where did let me think. So I ain't gotta. Let me think about where I wrote it down. Okay. I think it might be in here. Here it is. It was I thought I wrote it down. I didn't write down the Latin name. I should have. But the book, its English translation was an English translation. I did write it down. It was called, it was nicknamed Domus Dei, which translates to House of God. But its English translation was the Doomsday Book. Okay, this book, the Doomsday Book, there was a whole long wiki on the Doomsday Book and how the church and like the local like justices and magistrates under the king, so the church and the the officials, right, like the magistrates under the king together were working to create like ordinances, laws, and shit. This is administrative work. And the book was called the Doomsday Book. So they would take shit from scripture, ideas and concepts from scripture, and apply them to quote economic law and justice. The Doomsday Book was a book about facilitating economic law and justice. This book, the Doomsday Book, this is in Europe at the time. I think they said it was 1400s. In 1400s, the Doomsday Book, because they know that people were terrified by spiritual shit, spiritual concepts, the devil and all this spooky shit. They incorporated the language of religion into how to administer and facilitate economic law and judgment. The book, the wiki on it said the Doomsday Book used illusion, ALLUSION, illusion. They would allude to the Bible to create these mandates, these laws, and such and such, and this and that. It's this book, the Doomsday Book, reference this book that this sister keep mentioning, the Black Book of Laws, because the Doomsday Book eventually became the Black Book of Laws, but its origin using spiritual terror, because people weren't religious back then because they loved Jesus. People were religious because the threat of the church to destroy your whole goddamn life, And so because people were so adherent to the church, for the legalese to use the language of church, the language of religion, to make sure that people did not step out of bounds when implementing economic law and justice, law and punishment. It said that the Doomsday Book deliberately used allusion to the last judgment of the apocalypse. It says that they even used what the wiki calls false etymology. Y'all ain't hear me. When people be like, why you always doing the etymology? Because in the 1400s, they had already actively begun using, quote, false etymology, what they call pareitemology, pareitemology, the deliberate use of wordplay. To write the Doomsday Book that alluded to the last judgment to implement economic laws and, of justice and punishment. Yes, they did that. They did that. Hold on. What was something else in here that messed me up? It was on I think I wrote it in the little book. Let me get the little book. It was on punishment for a very specific law being broken. And I hope y'all hear Here it is. I'm gonna still go back to this, but I wanted to say that about the Mutspellum and Doomsday mentioned here in the Encyclopedia of Missing Secrets. That's why I went over to the Doomsday Law, the history of the Doomsday book being presented scary to the people, but what it actually was the use of this last judgment and the four horsemen of the apocalypse, all that scary language to force people to accept economic mandates and laws that were completely against their own self-interest. The reason for the Black Law book, the reason for the Doomsday book which was an economic and law book on justice and the punishment for breaking these laws, was because of what I'm about to tell you next. One of the primary things that they mentioned when they mentioned the Doomsday book, and I had to mention the Doomsday book because this book, when we talk about the mother's curse and how the Mutspellum or the mother's curse was a prophecy of Doomsday here in this book, because we need to be making these connections. Okay, so I'm reading last night. I don't even remember what about, but in this reading about what I was reading about and don't remember how the hell I got there, I come across yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, two laws that I came across when I don't remember what I was searching, but there was two laws. How did I get there? Okay. So there were two laws that centered around reasons. Listen, please walk with me on this one. Two laws that they weren't the only ones, but these were two specifically in this discussion about like witchy shit, witchcraft, that type of shit. There were two laws that were used to justify asset forfeiture, and if your assets were forfeited as punishment for a crime, right? There were a couple of laws that pointed to, quote, legal reasons where property or assets could be forfeited, and forfeiture meant that even if you had heirs, even if you had children or a spouse, that if you were found guilty of these crimes, then asset or property forfeiture would either go to the church or to the king of the place that you lived in. Asset forfeiture would go directly to the court or directly to the king or noble that ruled over the land you resided in. Okay? These two laws that were guaranteed asset forfeiture, they were the explanation for the guarantee of asset forfeiture. Where one was called oh no, there was one that I wrote down. This was something else. Okay, but they're related. This thing I'll circle back to, but this law around guaranteed asset forfeiture is called felo de se, which is Latin for felony against oneself. To commit a felony against oneself was not only a guaranteed forfeiture of property or assets, but it also was punishable by a shameful burial. Felo de se is literally suicide, or quote, self-murder. Hence, murder is a felony. So if you commit a murder against yourself, you have committed a murder against yourself. You have committed a felony against yourself to commit suicide, right? And so since you are guilty by act, you can't go to trial or whatever, since you are guilty by act and therefore cannot be punished because you are dead, the punishment for felony against oneself is the absolute forfeiture of all assets to the church or to the governing monarch and a shameful death. Guess what the shameful burial. Guess what the punishment of shameful burial was? Which is how I got to the next thing that I'm going to talk to you about. A shameful burial, okay, was to have a stake in the shape of a cross driven through your heart. This is for suicide. A stake in the form of a cross driven through your heart. Then for your corpse to be taken to a crossroads nearest your home. And for you to be buried at the crossroads, at night, and to be allowed no mourners. And in the earliest days of this ritual, to be allowed no mourners, to be buried at night at an undisclosed crossroads where those that participated, being the undertaker and the priest, to make a vow of secrecy about said location, and to be buried without burial markers. That was your shameful burial, through which the two punishments was the absolute forfeiture of all assets to the church or to the governing monarch in your quote shameful burial. It went on. Because in this shameful burial, I was like, burial at the crossroads? Like, what the fuck they playing at? Right? It goes on to talk about why the burial at the crossroads. Because it was thought in pagan ceremonies that the crossroads was where you would be ushered in to your afterlife. And since everything that the church was doing was an outright inversion of all pagan traditions, to die at the crossroads would eventually become purgatory, permanently trapped between realms. The crossroads, where Catholic ritual subduing of pagan spirituality, the crossroads represent now this limbo, becomes this purgatory, right? The person who commits suicide, felony against oneself, this becomes the reason for the early practice, the pre-vampire stories, early practice of the staking of the heart with wood in the shape of a cross, because the heart is seen even then as the crossroads between Catholics, hell, and heaven. Crossroads was the heart between realms. Lynching or death by hanging is another way to ensure that a person is unable to transition between realms. Death by hanging. As a matter of fact, death by hanging, as talked about here, in the early 1100s, in the 12th century. Death by hanging. Hanging either from gibbet, or from T-gallows, or from dual tree, or from dual tree. These were the three primary methods of hanging at the beginning of the Inquisition in 1100, because the Inquisition started prior to 1100. It started in the 11th century, in the 1000s. And at that time, the Inquisition was solely for the trying and punishing of heretics, people who went against the word of the church. That's the only reason the Inquisition existed. The office of the Inquisition began as a trying and punishing mechanism of the church against heretics, against those who articulated beliefs that were in opposition to the Roman Church. It wasn't until after the First Crusades, which happened in 1099, which we talked about some time ago, because that ugly ass white boy, Nick Fuentes, got on his show in November, talking about, see, after Mom Donnie won. After Mom Donnie won in New York, the next day, this white boy get on his page with millions of followers talking about, see, this is why. He said that, 83% of female registered voters in New York voted for Mamdani. That's how he opened. And he said, this is why we should not have ever let women vote. And he said, see, the world was so much better when we did not let women vote. He said, not only that, America was so much better when we just burned women. That's what he said. That's a quote. America was so much better off when we just burned women. He didn't say witches, because he was clear. He said, America was so much better off when we burned women. He said, as a matter of fact, we should take it back further than that. He said, we should just go all the way back to the year 1099. I said, why the fuck he say that? I said, that's oddly specific. He didn't say, let's go back to the 1100s. He didn't say, let's go back to the 11th century. He said, let's go all the way back to 1099. I said, that's oddly specific for a motherfucker who always perpetually playing like he conveniently stupid. I said, why he say that? What happened in 1099 AD? The very first Crusades. That's what happened. And the sacking of Jerusalem. The first Crusades and the sacking of Jerusalem, which was actually considered the First World War. Did you know that? Did you know that the First Crusades was considered the First World War? Did you know that? I said, that's oddly specific. I said, and me knowing history, because I'm studying it now, I said, the witch trials didn't start in 1099, because he had just said we should go all the way back to burning witches, to burning women. See, the world was so much better off when we was just burning bitches. He said, in fact, let's go back further than that. So you think because he just made this statement about burning women that he gonna talk about like the Inquisition or some shit. But the Inquisition didn't start in 1099. As a matter of fact, the Inquisition that specifically targeted women didn't start until 100 years later. They didn't start burning witches until the 13th century. I said, so why he say that? And then I go back, like everybody should. If something immediately, even if you don't have no context, bitch, you don't have to have no context. Trust your flesh. Your flesh will always tell you. Your flesh will always remind you. If something don't feel right in a split second, go search it. While this engine remains, search it. I said, why he say that? Why he say go all the way back to 1099? Because my default was, I know the witch trials didn't happen in 1099. So why he say that? We're talking about burning women. 1099, what happened? The First World War of the Old World. The First World War of the Old World, the Crusades. The first time in the history of what was known as Europe for all the European countries to come together, for all the European kingdoms to come together to fight the colored infidel of what we today call the Middle East, of Persia and all of them places. I said, why he say that? You feel me? And so here I'm talking about these so the Inquisition, the Department of the Inquisition began before the Crusades, but it did not kick up the shit a whole bunch of levels until after the conclusion of the First Crusades in 1099. And this and all of the European kingdoms were poor. They were poor. They were all struggling economically. And so all of them were hesitant under the Pope's request to join this singular, quote, European army to go do these crusades. They was like, we ain't got no money. The kings were all saying, we ain't got no money to be doing that. We struggling as it is, you feel me? We can't be going all away for months at a time and we ain't got no dividends, real. And so what the Pope at the time, I forget his name, what the Pope at the time did to win these kings and to demand all the men of their kingdoms to go and fight was the Pope made the decree that if you go and fight under this singular banner against these infidels, that you can keep what you carry, and whatever you do in this contest, you will be granted absolution. There will be no guilt for you to incur because you will be granted certain amounts of absolution. Depending upon the time that you serve, depending upon the amount of time that you commit, you can get a year or 3 years or 5 years or permanent absolution, depending upon the time that you commit to this contest that needs to happen. This is where you see a very poor and starving Europe begin to amass wealth. Was the First Crusades and the sacking of Jerusalem. So why this white boy talking about how he mad about how Mamdani just became the mayor of New York, the first Muslim, Arab, African mayor of New York? Because he was born in Uganda, Mamdani. He was either born in Uganda or his parents were immigrants from Uganda. But that's his relationship. It's Uganda. All right. So this African practicing Muslim African Arab becomes good-looking, slick-talking ass Arab, becomes the mayor of New York. This white boy got his panties in a bunch. And so the next day he said, this is what you get when you let bitches vote. And then it circles all the way down to a statement about how we need to go all the way back to 1099. And you, because you don't hear the buzzwords, the trumpets that they are constantly sounding among themselves because they know that they have trained you well to not see what they talking about. You understand? I'll take it a step further. Right now in Los Angeles, you have an Indian woman running for mayor. You have a black woman running for mayor. You have 2 white men running for mayor, one presenting as a progressive Democrat, which is to me an oxymoron, but okay. And one who is an actor a failed actor, a broke failed actor, but who is running on a campaign of being devoted to reestablishing the rule of law in his commitment to work hand in hand with the police, with ICE, and with the U.S. government. Those are words out of his mouth, not mine. While at the same time, they are voting for governor of California, and the front runner is a sheriff with accusations of being corrupt in his tenure, who is an outright far right leaning Republican candidate. And you do not see these dog whistles happening all over this country in your face by people who are tied to the state. Nick Fuentes is not some individual content creator who just happens to have a following. He is an active agent of the state. This Indian girl who everybody seems to love so much, I was like the bitch suspect. I don't know nothing about her. But very teeny things that I saw and heard right after she announced her candidacy, I was like, this is some switch and bait shit. This is some sleight of hand shit. This some bullshit. Yesterday, I read an article about this Indian woman that everybody loves. So that she is a democratic socialist, whatever the fuck. She is running as a democratic socialist, literally whatever the fuck. And yesterday, because she is actively on city council. So she's already on the city council. I forget for which district. But as a city council person, she made a motion to implement an ordinance as the city of Los Angeles, from the outside in and from the inside out, as the city of Los Angeles seems to be falling apart at the goddamn seams, that the city of Los Angeles is on the lips of importance of Trump, of Obama, of Newsom, who is on his way out any motherfucking way. Everybody is talking about this mayoral election happening here in the city of Los Angeles. As the city of Los Angeles appears on the surface, which is purposeful, appears to be falling apart at the seams. This bitch, last week, this Indian woman on a city council is going to put forward a motion to create a city-wide ordinance to ban backyard barbecuing. Now, if I do not see minds blown, if I do not see shocked faces, if I do not see mean face, anger, rage emojis, then I know you do not understand the significance of what I just said. I know you do not understand the gravity of what I just said. This malignant bitch just put forward in the city council this week. I know you cannot understand why this matters in the grand scheme of importance that people are talking about the vote for mayor in the city of Los Angeles, and she is one of 3 front runners for the seat. All 3 front runners are diabolical, monstrous fucks. All 3 wearing different masks. Democratic socialists wearing different masks. Black bitch, old mayor who is the sweetheart Democrat, whatever the fuck, and white boy, racist, failed actor, but who will work diligently with ICE and police. All dog whistlers, all malignant, all destructive if they take possession of the seat of power in the city. I was so outraged when I read that article. I was so outraged. I was so disgusted. I was so disgusted. Because everything, I know you don't see it, and I'm going to do a better job with weaving together the shit. But when I tell you, no matter where you are, no matter what you are witnessing, no matter what you see happening, unfolding in the world, no matter what articulation and brilliant explanation of the history that got us to this point, the issue remains the same. Blackness is made invisible in every single spot where it should be central. That's why I got off on that thing about everybody talking about all these videos I've been watching. Everybody be having these brilliant understandings and explanations. White men who seem to be coming to the right conclusion about Israel and Palestine and all of this shit. And the everybody going off in their distress about the white boy with the gold noose on his lapel and his wife making this big giant gold noose cake supposedly to celebrate the death penalty for Palestinians, this and that and this and that, and all of this shit. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, is this really how this discourse is happening around the world? Is this really how this discourse is happening around the world? When is the last time? And this is not to dismiss at all, what we have been witnessing with our actual eyes and the aggressions intensified on the people of Palestine and now Iran and Lebanon. It is not to dismiss, it is to bring that which is happening to Palestinians and the Lebanese people and Iranian people squarely within the context of that everybody refuses to see and acknowledge to this day, refuses to see and acknowledge as a primarily central contributing factor to how we arrived at this moment. In all the years, what? Since 1942? In all the years that Israel has been, quote, fighting for its right to exist, posted the fuck up in Palestine, in all the years, and in all the aggressions, and in all the ways, when is the last time you seen any Israeli, any IDF soldier, any random motherfucker in Israel fighting for its right to exist? When's the last time you saw them lynch anyone? When is the last time you saw the body of some person whose country is being colonized in real time, occupied in real time? When is the last time? And you've seen many, many aggressions, many, many crimes, many, many monstrosities. But when is the last time that you saw a Palestinian anywhere on earth hanging from the end of a rope? When does that happen? When does that happen? When does that happen? As a matter of fact, this white boy get a big old cake, a big old giant cake with a big old gold noose on it and a 24 karat or 14 karat noose pin that he proudly sports every time he on the news. And what they tell you is that it is a celebration of this victory of justice, that they can give the death penalty to Palestinians who break the law. As if this is one of the primary methods of, quote, punishment that they have used historically in their relationship with Palestinian people. While at the same time that they try to play in your face with this news that becomes international news, and because Black people remain invisible in the consciousness of everybody, because we live in the age of utmost young, high noon, the most destructive time of the day historically, high noon in the literal desert, where no shade, no shadow, no cool, no dark is present. And you think the shit is motherfucking metaphor. So in this age of the desert, in this psychopathy of the sun gone rogue, threatening to destroy everything, it makes sense that Blackness has to be invisible, not just us as Black people being invisible in the society, but the literal, what y'all talking about right now? Because you think everything is separate. What you talking about right now? What do y'all call it? The whiteification. That's y'all word. That ain't mine. The whiteification of Hollywood is part and parcel of this strategy to literally disappear Blackness from the social consciousness so that the destructive age of the sun can secure itself through the destruction of the actual physical earth. Blackness being present, Blackness being central, Blackness. That's why everything that Black people produce has to be this is why cultural appropriation exists, y'all. See, y'all will be given a language of white supremacy as just race politics, not as a part of an ongoing, unending, unbroken ritual that guarantees in the minds of the malignant the fulfillment of prophecy. You do not have to believe in prophecy for those who maintain a stranglehold on power. What's power? What is power? What is power? Power is the energy that they corral in your head. Your belief is the basis of their power. That's it. That's all. Your belief is the basis of their power. They need your power. They need your belief to secure what they have been taught, what they have been told in secret societies that are 7,835 motherfucking years old, unbroken and shared among the sons of the world. Black, white, red, yellow. Yes, these secret societies all have colored folks in them, colored folk versions of them, and all of that shit. The boule that y'all talk about all the time, and y'all think it's just some Negroes who was light-skinned, after slavery and shit. The boule is goddamn, how old is the boule? The first incarnation of the boule was in 309 BC. The first incarnation of the boule was in 309 BC. But see, they need race nationalism. They need race politics to keep you in a perpetual state of distraction from this goal that they all these colored men, all these white men saw as the calendrical fulfillment of prophecy. Using astronomy and astrology, bitch. That's what they did. And we all fall right in line. I'm a Black nationalist. Fuck them white people. I'm a Mexican nationalist. Fuck everybody else. I'm a feminist. We all fell in line, man. And I can tell you, I can show you the proof everywhere. Because here now, as a matter of fact, when we talk about the historical whiteification of the in the so-called Mediterranean, Greece, Rome, Italy, Rome turned Italy, you feel me? When we start to see how all the quote Black emperors and Black Caesars and Black angels in the churches and Black bishops and Black, because they had all of that. They had all of that. There was no race nationalism in the earlier years of these foundational societies, right? But there was a point because they have access to all the time, all the information, all the books, all the hidden this and that from all the places. You feel me? Recognizing the change in the ages, you so busy working like a mule, you do not know. You just know it's one day to the next day to the next day. You do not have the time to look at the stars at night and determine for yourself where you are in time, because you need to be sleeping, because your ass is going to have to work from sunrise to sunset every day of your existence. You feel me? So you do not have time to contemplate the heavens and what it is she is trying to communicate to you all the time while these motherfuckers playing in your face. You feel me? And so, them having galvanized all not just galvanized, sharing the secrets from every society that has dominated, that has successfully dominated and disappeared the mother from collective existence and memory. They take all of the writings, they take all of the knowledge, they take all of the symbols, they take every expression of how each culture around the world sees their relationship to heaven, time, right? They take and collect it all and hoard it in these secret spaces, and then specialize it and divvy it out among each other from father to son under, what did they say, oaths made on the thigh bone of the father and shit. You feel me? Remember that? Remember we talked about how the testament was an oath that was made, that was supposed to be an allegory of the father giving birth to the son. God damn it. And so, what we're witnessing right now, what we're living through right now, and I don't care, you don't have to agree with me, you do not have to believe me, I'm telling you what it is this: the father has given birth, the son has given birth to the father. These are the transitions of time that we call the four horsemen. We are always shown that, God damn it, we are always shown that the four horsemen are four individual dudes riding four individual horses, ushering in four individual moments that are supposed to represent all the terrible ways that we heathens, we lowly, despicable motherfuckers on earth must all the torments that we must experience being outside of God. And at the sound of the trumpet, at the sound of the heavenly trumpet, each motherfucker on his horse will ride through, casting down conquest and war, famine and death. That's what we are told about the Revelations. That each horseman came carrying bullshit. You feel me? Conquest, war, famine, and death. You feel me? Each horseman, his horse was a different color, right? So who was it? Conquest, death. Let's see. Somebody help me out, because I don't have my pictures pulled up. Conquest, what color was his horse? I think Conquest's horse was white. Somebody tell me. I don't want to guess. Somebody pull up the four horsemen and tell me what they colors was. And then let me plug up my phone that has long been dead. This is what I'm going to close with, because I do have a commitment that I forgot about until I got that text. I don't even know how late I am. But somebody look up the four horsemen's colors for me real quick while I look through y'all comments real quick. Okay. Thank you. Nadia. Yes, that's what I wanted. Tell me the colors of each horseman. Okay, and so let me go back to this Indian woman who just put forward an ordinance before the city council to ban, which means what it means, to ban backyard barbecuing in May, weeks before, everybody, particularly the melanated everybody, Mexicans and black people, them the only people around these parts that be barbecuing damn near every weekend through the summer months. It's black folks and Mexicans. Black folks more than anybody. She knew it. That was a horn that she blew. That was a whistle that she blew when she did that. This dark skin, this bitch as dark as I am, this dark skinned Indian running under the so-called social democrats. And I peeped her shit from day one. Running as a social democrat, and with all the terrible shit that seems to be happening in the city, and everything is a fucking emergency. This is what's priority that you put forward in this here city on city council. This is what you put forward. We knew exactly who you was talking about. I knew exactly who she was talking about. The same invisible group that everybody is stepping over to put forward some analysis that always disappears the centrality of the Black question. There ain't no way around it. And I'm talking about scientifically. There is no way around it. There ain't no way around it. I watched this dude do a whole deep ass breakdown on the history of the conflict between Israel and Palestine. It was so well researched. It was so well done. And he was like, I don't give a fuck. Ain't no, if they yank me up, and he was I'm paraphrasing, but he was like very diligent. I don't care what anybody has to say. If you find that what I am saying is offensive, you can go ahead and block me. I do not care. That we have to be saying what needs to be said about this conflict. And I thought that this is what he said. I thought that we had learned our lesson about settler colonialism. That's what he said. When putting down this really deep, profound, historical explanation of what we are witnessing in the genocide in Palestine, and he said, I thought we had learned our lesson by what happened here in the United States. See, he said we evolved from that. That's what that white boy said. I almost threw my TV across the room. That was his conclusion? That what you are witnessing in real time in Palestine is straight. He used the word settler colonialism that has led to genocide. That's what he said. And he could see that shit crystal clear in his articulation. And he also talked about the psychosis of the colonial project, you feel me, will actually have individuals become psychopaths. That's what he said. That the colonial project will have these individuals become psychopaths. And he showed little videos of little kids, kindergartners in Israel, baby, in the second grade, teenagers, word for word, talking about the thing that makes me happiest is seeing dead Palestinians. My heart was so broken, man. Women with their babies. Laughing when the babies say, my greatest dream is when I'm old enough to kill Palestinians too. Oh, that shit broke my spirit. It really, really did. These little babies, young as my grandson, young as my babies. You feel me? And so he says, you see this? You see these babies? These is babies. This shit causes a collective psychosis. And he could see and call that shit exactly what it was. Even so much, he say, I might need to create a new channel. They probably gonna yank my shit up off here, whatever. He's like, and see, you would think that people like this could take our example. We have evolved from that. That's what he said. That's what that motherfucker said. I said, did he just say that? That we have evolved from that? Is that what he just said? Is that what he just said? And I can guarantee you that same astute, obviously intelligent white boy can count on one hand how many black friends he got. Probably ain't got no Mexican friends. And motherfucker ain't never met a native person in his life. Can say, that's in our past. You see, we have evolved from that to become the great American project that is today. And not say that what Israelis dream about long for, pray for, hope in their biggest sense of hopes to accomplish is the success that is administrated, that it's the success that is the global example that is the American project. See, the American project is the completion of what Israel is attempting to create for itself right now. And every fucking body who thinks they are progressive, white folks in particular, but white folks, black folks, brown folks, everybody but red folks. You understand? Everybody who has stakes in what is can be crystal clear in their analysis of what is happening the world over, down to the detail, crystal clear. Even in their mind, crystal clear of their articulation about how America don't do this kind of stuff. This Trump fault. This is why everybody hate America, is because it's people like Trump who put us in this position. Black as I am saying that dumbass shit. Brown, skinned people who right now today at the it is assumed their estimates of 150,000 people have been disappeared off the earth. Don't nobody know where they are or how to get in touch with them. 150 to 175,000 Mexicans or Mexican appearing people. They ain't even got to be, they just have to be Mexican appearing. Done been disappeared off the goddamn globe. And you still got Mexicans talking this dumbass shit today. 650,000 black women that lost their jobs in a year. The estimates of which represent $6.9 trillion worth of loss to this community. Crickets. Talking about this ain't America. This ain't the America that we know and love. This is not the America. Had a little Mexican girl, 24 years old, ain't never stepped out of line, get shot by an ICE agent 12 times and survived. Talking about this is not the America that I grew up in. This is not America. I'm not a criminal like those other people. Meanwhile, right now, this year, that astrologically is so significant, it cannot even be articulated. It's so significant. The whole year, every single solitary day of the year is giant. Whether or not there are active astrological, astronomical events, the entire year is literally the pivotal point. It's literally the pivotal point. And they got you so distracted deliberately because they understand what you cannot hear. And in this most pivotal year, and even last year, which was a supremely important and impactful year, and I'm guilty of it. Even though I was trying to be up on game, there was so much that was happening last year, so much has been happening this year, you know what I'm saying, that it didn't even occur to me really until last week when I was going to look for events, significant events of just one day, and then I was like, oh shit, why has it not even occurred to me? As I had been a hardcore black nationalist activist for all these years, and so I knew all the things. How did it not occur to me that last year, 2025, was the 60th anniversary of the beginning of the Black Power movement with the assassination of Malcolm X on February 21st of 1965? How did it not even occur to me how pivotally significant last year was? Last year, the assassination of Malcolm X is what represented the sharp turning point in the civil rights movement that became this, quote, split that Stan Lee talked about between the good Negroes and the mean, the bad Negroes. Because that's what he said. He said, I was a supporter of the civil rights movement. I was in support of the good Negroes who was just talking about, can't we all get along? And so the bad Negroes was Malcolm X and his crew. And isn't it ironic that Malcolm X becomes the prototype for Magneto and the, quote, bad mutant, and Xavier, Professor X, becomes the personification of the good Negroes. So you see that slide of hands, that change of hands, where Malcolm X is the bad guy, but you take his name and his image and the significance of the symbolism and superimpose it on the good guys. See how that happened? What did I tell you? All the way back. I got to go back to the scripture because I didn't write it out. Where in them days, evil would be presented as good and good presented as evil. See how he did that, Stanley? See how he did that? And here we are this year, because last year was the 60th anniversary of the establishment, the official establishment of the Black consciousness, Black power movement, with the founding, with the implementing of the SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. That was 1965 with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and also with the Black Panther, it was called the Black Panther Voter something. This was created by Fannie Lou Hamer, 1963 or 1965. It was called the Black Panther Voters Party. God damn it, how did I not remember this? The Black Panther Voters Party, because when Fannie Lou Hamer was working in Mississippi for voters' rights and recognizing that the Democrats and the Republicans wasn't shit, didn't represent shit that looked like anything progressive for Black folks, they created the Lowndes County Black Panther Party, the Lowndes County Black Panther Party. The Black Panther Party of Oakland, Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale created the Black Panther Party for self-defense of what was happening in Lowndes County, Mississippi, with Fannie Lou Hamer trying to create a new political party in opposition to both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. She's like, as long as the parties are dominated by white faces, we ain't gonna get no justice. The same year, in Mississippi, too, was this organization of just men in the church, deacons and ministers in the local church, because their kids had the juice. See, it was their kids that had the juice. You feel me? It was their kids that was like, we don't give a fuck what these white people threatening over here. We trying to create enough noise in this city in Mississippi that Martin Luther King will come down here, because Martin Luther King, I'm gonna say something that's gonna make y'all mad, but Martin Luther King, the agent that he was, seemed to be getting some smoke, some steam behind the movement. And so what we need to do is create enough noise for Martin Luther King to bring the whole movement here so that we can finish this shit once and for all. And the old folks was like, y'all can't be making these white people mad. We got jobs. We have to work with them. Y'all young people, y'all don't know what it takes. You feel me? Y'all got to be quiet. And the young people was like, fuck that. And so the young people was like, fuck it. If the parents ain't going to come out there with us, we going to go out there by ourselves. Babies, teenagers, and little kids gone out there in front of the courthouse to do a demonstration. And the pigs come down on them like a lead bomb. Knocking children unconscious with the butts of their guns, sicking their dogs on them, and all kind of shit. Let me sidetrack for a second, because the other thing that happened in the last 2 weeks was all these videos, all these headlines, all of this stuff coming out about IDF soldiers training their dogs to SA prisoners, Palestinian inmates. That was all over the headlines. That's all I heard y'all talk about, is how these German shepherds were being trained to disavow and to quote SA prisoners. They were being trained to do this in Israel. And of all the stories and all the headlines and all the articles and all the videos that I saw talking about this heinous crime happening to the people of Palestine, Not one person had the courage enough to say that on this 60th anniversary of the fight for life by Black people in the United States of America, that what happened to us that was not being seen anywhere else is now being perpetrated in real time, in broad daylight, to the people of Palestine. This cracker who got a gold, what you call it, a gold noose pin and a gold noose on his 50th birthday cake has a basis. It has a historical foundation. And they rely on your collective global hatred and disappearance of Blackness as the question. Not only as the question, as the fucking remedy, bitch, as the solution, as the remedy, as the solution. They have guaranteed through the most really profoundly effective propaganda campaign of the last age. And in doing that, you would see a noose on a cake. You would see a noose on a nigga's lapel and see anything other than Black, the historical end of that noose, which is Black-skinned people here in the United States of America. Because dare you not shine the light on what has been left unresolved in this monstrous motherfucker right here. Dare you not, as a progressive democratic socialist, dare you not shine the light on this bitch right here that would expose you all. That would expose you all, that would expose the world, the role that you all played, and expose the role you continue today to play. In the role that you all play. Every patriarch, every misogynist, every brown, red, yellow, white, Black-skinned person right here in the United States who, as a disciple of patriarchy, you are a disciple of patriarchy, bitch. That's what you are. You are a well-trained, disciplined disciple of the Godhead of war. And the only thing that he can produce is war. The only thing he can produce is death as a consequence of war. And everything that he has his hands on, everything that he touches becomes an instrument of war. That's why you can't get no satisfaction in the school system, because it is an instrument of war. That's why you can't get no satisfaction and you cannot trust doctors in the medical system, is because it is an instrument of war. That's why you can't get no justice in the so-called justice system, is because it is an instrument in the hands of a war god who sees himself as the male mother trying to reproduce the birth ritual, but him as the patrix, him as the male mother, him as the Godhead of war can only give birth to the dead. He can only produce death. This is the shit we have to rectify, because everything wrong with the earth that you are constantly trained to pick at as different issues. Why is it? Remember I said I've been looking a long time at all of these insignia of the First and Second World War, all the flags, all the little lapels, all the little uniforms, and I am now for the first time paying attention to all the insignia, whether it is fascist, whether it is socialist, whether it is communist, whether it is capitalist, American patriotic, doesn't matter. All the primary symbols are the same. I'm like, where they do that? And at first, because they expected it to go over all our heads, they like symbols and they put cute shit on their codes and all that shit. Because they tell you in your face who is the object of their aggression. Every single one of them tells you who the object of their aggression is all the time. That's why all of these flags, no matter who they claim to be, no matter what social system they try to convince you to be invested in, they all got sheaths or bundles of wheat on their flag. They all got instruments that were initially instruments of ritual under goddess worshiping societies. The hammer, the dual-headed hammer, the dual-faced axe called the labors, the seas, which was never a weapon against humans. It was to ensure abundance. It was to make the work less aggressive while harvesting the products of your labor, while gathering the wheat. You didn't have to work as hard or as long because now you got this big instrument and you ain't picking the grain one by goddamn one. It was the seed was always a symbol of abundance, transformed, inverted by the sun gone rogue. You see? I'm sitting here looking at all the insignia, and the insignia, if you just Google the SS Army or the SS military, right, of Hitler, the Wikipedia, there are like 235 different insignia. All of them had wheat on them. All of them had all the symbols of the goddess. Every symbol you can imagine. The red string, I could not believe how many red strings were in all everybody. Russia, you understand? The Soviet Union, China, Vietnam, even motherfucking places that don't even grow wheat. Got wheat all over they flags and shit. She literally right there in your face. All the time. All the time. And for those of you who proclaim to be socialist, I want to encourage you. When I made the declaration a couple of days ago to kill your gods, it's your ideas. Your gods are your labels. I'm a socialist. Your gods are your labels. I'm a communist. Your gods are your labels. I'm a capitalist. Your gods are your labels. I'm a feminist. Your gods are your labels. I'm a nationalist. Your gods are your labels because they keep your skull confined. If your skull is confined around this fixed idea that you have of what you are and who you are, and what you are and who you are always in response to, always a reaction to the myriad in ways that you are oppressed on any given day, you cannot be a visionary. You cannot even begin to imagine the other side of oppression. You can't. All these people out here, these men, it's such a destructive period of time. These men calling themselves incels. A whole generation of babies. Because they say, who is it? Gen Z that are the most likely to identify with, quote, red pill ideology. Who gave them that if it wasn't the Wachowski sisters? A whole generation of so-called far-right red pillars identifying themselves as red pillars in a language, in a cultural phenomenon imposed on us by two brothers in an actual ritual facilitated on the spring equinox of the last year of the last century by two brothers that after they seed this ceremony as brothers, they seed this ceremony as brothers at the time of the year where you should be planting seeds. On the spring equinox is when you open up the earth to plant seeds, so that in the fall you have some shit to pull up out the ground to sustain you in the winter. These motherfuckers, these brothers, as male, open up our collective consciousness, because our collective consciousness is the soil. Our collective consciousness is also the fucking harvest. And they tell you as much in all of your iconography, the harvest of the church and Jesus coming back for the harvest of the church and shit. Every horror movie, the harvest of the, quote, church becomes synonymous with human beings in every movie where the Grim Reaper is in a black hood, And 100 years ago, the birth of a nation was a bunch of white hooded motherfuckers on horses, hunting down and burning and lynching Black people. 100 years forward, closing out the last decade, every fucking horror movie you see got some hooded, Black hooded motherfucker with a sieve shaped like the crescent moon, because that's what it was created after. A sieve shaped like the crescent moon, who becomes synonymous with cutting you down at the center. And every one of those movies just happened to take place in some kind of field, a cornfield, a wheat field, with a scarecrow in the field, Jeepers Creepers, Candy Man, what else? The hooded entity, right? That at the turn of the century was in 1900 was the hooded clan. You feel me? In rituals, these lynchings were not just products of hatred meant to scare Black people. They were the perpetual execution of rights. Not only that, y'all get mad every time y'all see some white-skinned person in blackface. Minstrelsy in this country was not just the quote blind hatred of white people trying to make fun of Black folks in this play of hierarchy. Minstrelsy is today what it's always been, everywhere, all the way back. Minstrelsy is a ritual. Not only is it a ritual, what do they tell you in E5? Who's the minstrel in E5? Who is the minstrel in E5? It's the motherfucker right here at my door. It is a shoe / a legba. It is the two-faced. It is the dual in one. It is the twins in one body. It is the shadow and the light. It is the seen and unseen. That's what it is. And that's why all these years later, a shoe is still drawn the same way, split in half. White on one side, Black on the other, or red on one side and Black on the other. The baby and the aged, the punisher. See, it's not the baby, Elegba, that's the trickster. It is the old. It is the hooded. It is the black-faced. That is the punisher. That if you do not care for the needs of the baby, then the old, wicked, crookedy will come and rain hell in your life and shit. This story is old. And because we had been completely separated from symbolism, separated from origin, separated from ceremony, separated from anything that could help to inform us about how to rectify our shit, what is become symbolism of the mother and has always been the mother symbol? Not just in Africa, everywhere. And so you get superficially caught up on racialism, not knowing the very old, ancient, sacred rights of your mother, and how everything that you witness in the world today is an outright, absolute inversion of what your mother wanted for you. Everything. There's nothing that exists that is not an outright inversion of what your mother wanted for your life. Everything that was a representation of her wants for you, everything that became a symbol of your promise, which was bounty, ecstasy, happiness, unlimited. That's what she promised. You see, everything that represented that now in the grasps of the son gone rogue, that he is so far removed through ritual and ceremony and bloodshed from his self within the mother, that he still holds on to the iconography of the mother. What do they still say about Pluto? What do they say about Pluto? They say, I'm talking about astrology, right? That Pluto, even in Ifa, Oya as Pluto. So what do they say? They say that she governs all wealth. Why? Because all wealth comes from the belly of the earth. Gold, silver, coltan, all the things. And so in Ifa, under the mother, Oshun wants women to be wealthy because women are the owners of the marketplace. But then you get the son who takes hold of the mother's iconography, who wants the mothers to be wealthy, who wants the women to be wealthy, because if the women are wealthy, everybody is wealthy. Everybody needs is taken care of. And so when they flip the script, when they do the inversion necessary, Pluto still has the same iconography. Pluto still governs all wealth. Pluto governs all the material resources underneath the earth, but now in the possession of the sun gone rogue as Pluto, aka Hades. Now that wealth, abundance, and this and that becomes super concentrated. It's not for everybody. Now it's super concentrated in the possession of the sun. And when he has sole concentration of all the mineral bounties of the quote underworld, what's the underworld in Ifa tradition? Everything that lies below the surface of the earth. Everything that lies below the horizon, everything that rests underneath your feet as valuable, which is everything, which is soil, which is all the minerals, everything now becomes, so the bounty still exists, right? But now it becomes the sole possession of the son gone rogue, and the son gone rogue in his hatred and his envy of that which the mother can do that he has still not been able to replicate for himself, which is to give birth. Because she gave him everything else. She said, baby, you are me. You understand? You are me. And so that means you have all the power that I have. The only thing that you cannot do is make a baby in your body. That's it. But look at all this awesome other stuff you can do. He's like, fuck that. I ain't trying to hear that shit. I want to have a baby too. I want to make a baby in my body too. And so since I can't make a baby in my body, I'm going to do everything that I can do to replicate the power of childbirth in these rituals and shit, not knowing that the only thing that he can give birth to when he hates his mother is death, because she is absolute life. She is absolute life. You see me? And so if she is absolute life and death exists, she is absolute life, and brigandage and terrible shit around the world exists, it is because this is a manifestation of the son cut away from his mother. And I'm gonna say something deeper to you. There's so many stories that we've been told about the mother that like we as women, we love. This is uncomfortable, but I'm going to tell you anyway, because I'm still working it out in my head. So I might come back and say, I was with that bullshit the other day. That shit I said the other day, I was with that bullshit. But today, this is what I'm feeling. Because we have heard so many stories. I spent a lot of time this week reading about Kali, about Kalki, about the Kali Yuga, and about the Satya Yuga. And there are some things that have come forward for me that I've never seen before that I'm like, oh, fuck. This too, let me just say, assume that the inversion that I am talking about, and that inversion can only produce death as the outcome. Assume that that inversion exists in every space, exists in every tale, exists in every story you've ever been told. And no matter how good the story makes us feel, what we must always remind ourselves to do, even if we find something that we're like, yes, I see that, that makes sense, do not let that be the stopping point. I told y'all the first time I ever did ayahuasca, and I had, after an hour, like the most extraordinary breakthrough. It felt like somebody literally took you know what them things, like a crowbar, and just whoosh, cracked my skull open. She was like, baby, it's only been an hour. buckle in. You think this is a breakthrough. It has only been an hour. And what I kept hearing throughout the 8 hours that I was in ceremony on that medicine, every time I had a breakthrough, which were many, every time I had a breakthrough, I'm like, oh my God. Woo, how did I not know that? How did I not see that? As soon as I would have an obvious breakthrough, she'd say, okay, take a deep breath. Now go deeper. Honor the breakthrough. Honor the epiphany and go deeper, bitch. There's more. Go deep. Accept the breakthrough. Accept the moment of enlightenment and go goddamn deeper. You have eons to uncover. You have eons to uncover. If you want to set this bitch off, you got eons to uncover. And you ain't got a lot of time to do it. You got eons to do it. So that's what I'm telling you. No matter, do not accept anything as no hardwired belief. That's what I mean when I say slay your gods. Do not accept anything as a fixed hard wiring of, quote, truth. It is truth for the moment. It is true to you for this moment. That's it. Go deeper. Go deeper. That's what evolution is. Go deeper. Don't keep looking for the light, bitch. We had enough light. Go deeper. 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 I don't care what it is. I don't care if you believe this thing for forever. Go deeper. Expose it all. Expose it all. Go deeper and bring it to the surface. Go deeper and bring it to the light. Go deeper, bring it up so everybody can, so nobody has to do the hard labor that you had to do to get it. That's the only way we're gonna set this shit off. The removal of the veil, the removal of the veil, the piercing of the veil is not for, quote, us a few select, elect few. Some motherfucking make-believe chosen. The piercing of the veil is an analogy for what has to happen to the globe. There is no space in what we need to do for anybody to be holding any information hostage to make yourself feel better about what you know in your skull versus anybody else. That's why I give you as much as I do. That's why I teach you as much as you do. Even as I am still fighting like everybody else to stay housed, to stay fed, to this and that and this and that. We don't have time for this shit. These motherfuckers are running circles around us based on what we don't know, based on what we don't share, based on what we do not give to the many, so we can end this shit for once and for all. Go deeper, go deeper, go deeper. And so I'm gonna tell you something right now that's gonna make somebody uncomfortable. Our goddesses that we love so much, the ones personified, particularly in this moment, as the goddesses of destruction. Pele, Sekhmet, Oya, Kali. Who else? Who else? Name them, right? There ain't no shortage of them, right? And I was reminded in this moment about Sekhmet, the story of Sekhmet, and how, oh yes, Tiamat, Lilith, yes. And I was particularly reminded of the story that they tell that we learned of Sekhmet, because in our collective consciousness, as soon as we think about Sekhmet, we think about the warrior. We think about the warrior goddess and all of that shit, right? Who becomes mad in her bloodlust. That's the story. That she becomes so mad in her bloodlust for war. She like, this my shit, yeah, right? That she threatens to destroy the whole world. And that the only way that they are able to get her to calm down after the victory of war is she loves blood, right? That she is bloodlusty. That's what we're told. That she is, what is it? That she is the right eye of Ra. Right? And so the way that they are able to calm her down is that they take, what is it? Red yeast or something, and they color the Nile River red, and she sees it and she's like, whoo, right? And she goes thinking that it's blood in this river, and basically I think the red yeast turns the Nile River into beer. That's what happened. That's the story. Is the red yeast turns the Nile River into beer, and she thinks it's blood because it's red yeast, and she goes to drink the Nile River. You feel me? And she gets so drunk that she passes out, and that's how they prevent the destruction of Sekhmet, because they got her drunk thinking she was drinking blood. And because we are taught all mythologies around the world from this perspective of, quote, spirituality, we still see these iconographies, we still see these symbols as from a spiritual perspective as true to form, as true to the archetype. Walk with me. As true to the archetype. So the goddess that the Orisha that, quote, owns my head, and the Orisha that, quote, owns my heart is Oya owns my head and Shango owns my heart. So here you got two warrior gods, right? That are supposed to be husband and wife. And they do not live together, but they come together when humanity is at its worst, as the warriors of justice that's here to change it all. The revolutionary and the evolutionary, right? And the stories about particularly Oya, particularly Sekhmet, and particularly Kali, for the last couple of weeks have been really sitting with me. Because especially with Kali, I think. Because the imagery that you see about the story of Kali and the story about how she saves the world, and she looks like a wild woman whose hair is everywhere, and she has skulls of defeated demons hanging from around her neck and around her skirt and shit, and she got one dude fresh head in one hand and her C's in the other, and blood on her tongue, and her eyes, oh wow, right? And thing that I keep going back to. I keep going back to this, as uncomfortable as it is. If mommy and I are one, and our sons are of our bodies, and these stories of the, quote, goddess that comes to the goddess that returns to save the world when it's at its darkest hour, that these archetypes constructed and quite possibly inverted, most definitely inverted, by the sun gone rogue to keep us off track if it's ever revealed, these, quote, warrior goddess archetypes, particularly of those that we have mentioned, which are like very violent and bloody, and she drinking the blood so it don't hit the ground, and this and that and this and that. Could it be? It absolutely is. God damn it. God damn it. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. Could it be? It absolutely is. That what we what we have been heralding, right? Yes, Sekhmet. That version of her. Because I never hear anybody. I don't. As much as I love her, I don't ever hear anybody else talk about the Sekhmet that existed before the birth of Ra. That Sekhmet was the chief, the guardian of magic. That she was the guardian specifically of the magic of the menstrual blood and the birth blood. That Sekhmet is the protector of midwives. That Sekhmet is given to those who go into any field of medicine. Yes, that is the she that she was before she was reduced to the daughter of Ra to become his right eye of judgment. This is a calendar we're talking about. This is the great calendar, the 25,000 year calendar called the great year. These are the transitions of these different planets and stars as they shift their personification through the constellations. And so they become the personification of the planet in the house. See? So we are in a period where the sun is the center of each house that it is moved through in this great year. Somebody was asking me about the demiurge the other day, the archons of the demiurge, as talked about by the Essenes and the Gnostics, the Gnostic Christians, right? And every time you see a pictorial adaptation of what the demiurge is supposed to be and look like, you are shown an image of a lion with a serpentine body. Every time you search the demiurge is a lion's head with a serpentine body. I was like, that's fascinating. Every time you hear somebody tell the story about the archons and the earth is a prison, the earth was a prison created by Saturn to create a prison that the demiurge and the archons can feed off you. You feel me? That's what we're told. And so what did I do? Let me just show you what I did. Where my little notes at? Because I was like, I don't know nothing about the Gnostics. And I know I'm up in here studying with at the Philosophical Research Society, but they believe verbatim what they have been told about the demiurge, the Gnostics, the this and that, and this and that. They believe verbatim what they have been taught about our current existence being ruled by Saturn. Saturn rules the material plane. And Earth was created as a prison by the demiurge and the archons, and the demiurge he thought he was God, you feel me? And because he thought he was God, because Sophia created him in like as an accident, as a cosmic accident or some shit, you feel me? And so this cosmic accident, even though she created the demiurge, he believed that he was God, and he said, if I'm God, I'm gonna create just like Sophia created me. And so he creates the earth as a prison, but if he a God, he needs somebody to worship him. So he created humans to be the slaves that exalt him. You feel me? And he had to use the power of Saturn to create this prison. I was like, all this sounded like baloney to me. That was my attitude at the beginning. It all sounded like some sleight of hands, as patriarchal, okey doke, upside down, inside out bullshit. That's what it sounded like to me. But I don't know enough about the shit to articulate intelligently why I feel that way. So let me just walk on through this shit real quick, like. So let me just tell you about your archons and your goddamn demiurge and all of that patriarchal bullshit fed to those who get too close to the truth. Your ass get too close to the truth, guess what? On the other side, they got another okey doke right there waiting for you. Your ass get up out the church. Your ass give up on Jesus. They're like, we can't have that. What else we got? Oh no, see, you need to read the lost books of the Bible. That's where the church be getting y'all messed up. It's because they took the real books out the Bible. So then you go on a whole nother 10, 20 years of how all the answers is in the lost books of the Bible. You feel me? See, you got to go back to the Essenes. You got to go back to the Gnostics, because they really knew what it was about. You feel me? And so you just spend a good chunk of your intellectual, your vibrant intellectual years up on another level of bullshit. Then something happened and you like, it made sense at the time, but you know what? I do the demiurge thing, the archon thing. I don't know so much, but let me just tell you about the Illuminati takeover of hip hop. That's where the real shit is. And I'm gonna tell you what that's a symptom of. It is a symptom of the opposition of what I just told you. Remember, I just told you that in that ceremony, she said, no matter what you do, no matter what breakthrough no matter what breakthrough you have, no matter how much of an apex you felt like you done reached, do not let it stop there. As soon as you accept the epiphany, as soon as the epiphany becomes a part of you, do not sit in it. Go deeper. Go deeper. Go analyze for a minute. Go deeper. Analyze for a minute. Go deeper. Do not get stuck with where you at. Do not get stuck where you at. And instead of going deeper, what these motherfuckers do is they go higher. They go higher. They go higher. They go higher. See, the ascensionist language that's everywhere. We got to ascend. We got to ascend to the fifth dimension. We got to ascend and shit. Every time you ascend, you're going further and further and further away from the earth. Every time you ascend, you're going further and further away from the answer. Every time you ascend, you are detaching more and more and more from the material. You are detaching from the self. That's why I keep telling you, I will forever tell you, I don't care what nobody say, and I'm sure 90% of the people that will hear me will disagree. You can never, first of all, you can never accept in your spirit. You can never accept that God exists unless you accept that you are God. You can never fully accept that God exists until you accept that you too are God. Not a part of God, not a piece of God, not God live in your body because your flesh is lowly and it's a God that's trying to escape the prison that is the flesh. None of that shit. You singularly, you are God. You see? And you as God have to accept then that your flesh is just as much God. Your flesh is just as significant God. Your flesh is the conduit through which your experience can be attained. So that's why when we opened up goddamn 6 hours ago, with the goddamn chariot card, I said, come on in the room right now. Can y'all just come on in the room right now? Because in this chariot card, just like you see everywhere, the Cult of Soul Invictus, you see that one singular hero guy driving 4 horses through the signs. See, we've been told it's 4 individual horsemen, right? But no, Soul Invictus is the sun, it driving the 4 horses forward. Where? Through the seasons of time. Each told me back here. Let me go back. Told me because I asked you to. Oh, there it is. Right? Let me write these down so I don't forget again. Right? So what we are told in the horror story of supposedly what is to come, this is how I'm going to close out. Because now I'm thirsty, I'm hungry, and so that's how I'm going to close out. And then we'll have to pick up. Let's see. Maybe later. So much. Definitely this. Okay, here we go. I do want to talk about the archons, but I got to keep this up so I can write. Let me write this down right now. Okay, so we said that the first horseman is Conquest, and his horse is white. And the second horse is War, and his horse is red. And and then we told that the next horse is yellow or pale, right? And then the last horse, greenish. I've heard both, greenish or pale or yellow, either way. Okay, All of them make sense, actually. And they are told, wait a minute. We are told, let's see, conquest is red. Conquest is red. Famine is black. And death is pale or green. Red, bloodshed and war. Black, famine and economic hardship. Pale or pale green is death. There's one missing. I'm gonna have to sit with this. I have to sit with this. I'm gonna have to sit with this. But regardless, that's what we've been told, is that it's for individual horsemen. But the cult of Sol Invictus, that is long, and expressed the same way in all of these expressions, whether it's Mithras or whatever, is a warrior driving a chariot that is attached to 4 horses. Okay? The inversion, and we're told that the first horseman is conquest, represented by the color white. Okay? The Sol Invictus, it is not for individual, quote, men on some individual horses. It is the sun, the Sol Invictus, the singular sun, with his chariot of 4 horses. The 4 horses are each season of the age, or each season of the eon, or each season of the great year itself, right? Depending, right? And so, but it's supposed to be analogous to the seasons that you experience here on Earth. You experience a season, and it's not called conquest right here. It is called, under Goddess Society, it's called what it always was, right? The seed of planting, the seed of tilling and weeding, and the season of whatever the fuck, and then right at the end, the season of harvest and death. Harvest happens at the beginning of the season, and then death, winter, happens at the end of the season. That's it. These are the seasons. You feel me? And so, but under Goddess, under the suppression of Goddess Worship Society, in the elevation of the sun as the center, because this is Earth. This cross means today what it has always meant. This cross with the circle around it is the Earth. That's the Earth. Okay? And so the sun, in his movings around the Earth, as demonstrated here, the sun in his movements around the Earth along the equator on a wobble to give us seasons, right? This is the story of the, quote, horseman, not horsemen, horseman, driving himself through the 4 seasons. And each horse of a different color represents what's supposed to be analogously happening in that period that the sun is in or absent in. You see? And so when the sun takes this iconography and inverts it, it no longer becomes the story of agricultural people, because that's all it is. Every tale, every story is the story of agricultural people, right? When the sun inverts the stories, now it becomes about conquest, war, famine, and death. Now, if we can take, quote, the cult of Sol Invictus and its many manifestations over the last 7,835 years, approximately, right? How started out in the beginning about Sumeria being at least the oldest written language that we have access to, telling the story of the son's conquest of the mother. So we got about 7,835 years of solar elevation and domination and subjugation and eventual subduing of the mother, while simultaneously elevating the son as the baby, as the hero, and as the old man, his personification now, superimposed on the story of Sol Invictus and the four horses that still represent the seasons, that ain't gone nowhere. You feel me? Still represents the seasons, but now the seasons presentation has changed to conquest, war, famine, and death. So over the last 7,835 years, how has that been divided into the seasons that we have experienced? Are y'all following? Was that clear enough? Are y'all clear about what I'm asking? Are y'all clear about what I'm asking when I say that? Let me redraw it. Somebody say, I don't think so. Let me try to make it plainer. If everything that I've talked to you about in this 6 hours is still centered around this current government, this current administration, all these horror stories for the last particularly 150 years of the end of the world and the end of days and the different revivals that have happened and the different panics and the different periods of book burnings and all of the shit, the baptism of this new century by two brothers who seed a story in the consciousness of the globe about the matrix being this diabolical evil construction of robots that have become sentient, and how you must escape the matrix, how there must be some hero that can rescue you from the matrix, and to the growing, and those brothers that seeded this story on the spring equinox of 1999, and by 2001ish to 2005, they both transition from the Wachowski brothers to the Wachowski sisters, who now, quote, gave birth to this cultural phenomenon of which has not been matched. And then the story that the behind the scenes story that gives more context to this movie that they released as the greatest piece of propaganda of the 20th and 21st century so far. That the other story behind it is that what's the sister's name? Tell me the sister's name. That is accredited with writing or with those people basing the Terminator and the Matrix. Oh, Sophia. What's her name? Sophia. What's her last name? That interesting that her name is Sophia. Goddamn. What's her name? Sophia Stewart. Somebody do me a favor, really quick. Do a search for the etymology of the last name Stewart. Somebody do a quick search for the etymology of the name Stewart. Do that real quick and put it in the comment section. So anyway, this obvious ritual is obvious now because we're seeing the fruits of this ritual right now in the deepening chasm between our sons, males, and women. Sophia Stewart. Sophia, her last name means house. Her last name mean house. Her last name mean house. House, household, or halls. A hall. Household administrator, a state manager. Sophia. And I just tell you the story, the so-called creation story of Earth, as a contest between Sophia, the goddess Sophia, and her creation, the demiurge that's, quote, threatening supposedly created the earth and is pictured as a lion's head with a serpentine body, governing the archons that are facilitating this extraction of energy, life force, from we, the prisoners, held captive in this prison called earth and matter and our flesh. Okay, so That was a ritual that they conducted. And that despite the fact that the color red, even though MAGAs love it so much, even though Republicans love it and have loved it for so long, that in the history, the very brief history of this country, red has always been synonymous with diabolical, the other, evil, bad guys. Since the beginning. Look at what happened at the turn of the century. The Red Star, the socialist. The Red Star was the universal symbol for the socialist. That's why so many black people was getting hemmed up. You feel me? As being communists or socialist, subversives and all of this shit. The McCarthy era, same thing. Red was synonymous with the evil anti-American other. Yup. Right? Communist China, the Soviet Union, the Cuban Revolution, Southern Vietnam and the Viet Cong. Red has always been the color heralded, flown by the other, the anti-American other. Flip the script in a propaganda campaign, and that all these men talking about how they red pillars. You feel me? Yeah, anyway. And how the red pill in the Matrix is supposed to be synonymous with seeing things the way that they really are, even though when you go into the construct that is the Matrix, it is all white. And then Morpheus says, welcome to the desert of the real. That's what he said. Welcome to the desert of the real. And he shows them a video inside the construct of what they think the outside world looks like, because they all live underground. What the earth looks like up above, because they all live underground. And he calls it the desert of the real, where human beings create AI and marveled in its genius. And then the AI became conscious and was like, this some bullshit. And the goddamn humans was like, well, they feed off the energy of the sun, so let us just black the sun. This is a nod, by the way. Let us just, because you hear a lot of motherfuckers talking about that right now, how CERN is talking about trying to darken the sun. This is a dig. Do not buy it. This is a dig. Do not buy it. This Project Hail Mary, the first thing, quote, the image of the Virgin Mary in the movie, the redheaded white woman, the first thing that she say is, our son is dying. I said, oh my God. It's a dig, baby. Do not play into it. Anyway, Morpheus say, this is the desert of the real. We concluded that if we darken the sun, if we black the sun, that the AI would just die because they wouldn't have an energy source. And then they realized that each human being generates, what did he say? About 360 volts of electricity. And so they started planting us and reaping us. That's what they did. In the black soil. What was the black soil? All the metallic black metal wombs that you saw in the fields. Anyway, what was that? Oh, there was something else. Hold on. This is definitely how I'm going to end. I told y'all a couple of days ago, but I wanted to clarify because I know I was all over the place. This thing that y'all were all talking about last week, the goat roast, of Kevin Hart. That's what they called it. They said he was the goat, and they were going to roast the goat. That happened last week. Y'all was all talking about it because it was so diabolical, where all of these Jews and Zionists were the ones roasting Kevin. I can go a little bit deeper. Not only were these Jews known Zionists, were the ones roasting Kevin, but what did I tell you? A Jubilee requires is 2 black goats. 2 black goats. One is the scapegoat, and one is the sacrificial goat. One is the sacrificial goat. One is the scapegoat. So as it stands, what's his name? What's his name, man? I'm tripping. The brother, Cat Williams. As it stands, Cat Williams was the scapegoat. The scapegoat. Cat Williams was the scapegoat. You feel me? Cat Williams was a scapegoat. I think. At least the way that it played out so far. We'll see in a couple of weeks. But as it played out, this roast of the goat that happened, I can believe how big the stadium was. There was so many people there. That was like a stadium the size of a football game, man. There for that roast. That ritual. That Jubilee celebration that required 2 goats. The scapegoat and the sacrificial goat. He who would be roasted. He who would be roasted. And I told you that throughout Jewish Hebrew history, traditionally, the goats were going to be black. Why? Because they were holding a grudge against the black goddess that presented as the horn-headed, ram-headed personification of Hathor, Benedicte, and Mendes. She who was the Gemini before Gemini was 2 boys, 2 Greek boys. She, the two-faced, the ram-headed, the black ram-headed, that was the representation of the Gemini twins before the rise of the solar sun deity. And so because Hebrews hold a grudge and got a long time memory, the 2 black goats become the goats that they use every 50 years for Jubilee as the one goat that they need to hold all their sins, to embody all their sins, to take collectively all the aggressions that they have committed, all the crimes they have committed, and they superimpose them into the body of the scapegoat and send the scapegoat far, far from them. So their sins need to be purged, the scapegoat. Their sins need to be purged, the scapegoat. And I'm going to tell you, if you think I'm tripping, I rewatched the first Purge movie the other day. It was the second one. To talk about the origin of the Purge. It was the second one. And if you think I'm tripping about the black ass consistent ritual sacrifices, social, political, historical, cultural sacrifices, that's always the black woman, especially in the possession of Hebrews who have hidden in plain sight, who have made their white-skinned self the black evil of the world that everybody's just after and seeks after to condemn and listen, to criminalize. The Jew, as a matter of fact, it was a rabbi who said a month after Trump got elected, that the truly oppressed, that the most oppressed class in this country is the Jew, because we only make up 2% of the population. We the most marginalized. That's what the fuck he said. That's what the fuck he said. On CNN, bitch, that's what the fuck he said. Dressed in all black. Huh? What did I tell you about Satan worshipers? About devil worshipers? I said, it is not lost on me that they love Satan and they always personify Satan as black. It's all things black. Anton LaVey painted his house in San Francisco all black. wears all black. Huh? It is not lost on me. The irony of how historically Satanism has always been within the proximity of white nationalism. That you got these white nationalists, white supremacists, who see that the only way to contend against what they call the Christian white right, is to worship the devil, is to worship Satan. You feel me? And to do everything in antagonism, to be the personified antithesis of the religious Christian white right. You feel me? And so in order to be the physical personification in antithesis to the Christian white, they dress in all black. They hold black masses. They got white bitches who dance naked in ceremony and all of this shit. And so they can make the leap to understand how they need to be the personified antithesis of the Christian white right, to be black and wrong, to be black and sinister, to be black and witchy, to be black and diabolical. You feel me? But they can't make that little extra leap. That if darkness and blackness is the natural antithesis to whiteness and rightness, and so we want to be on the side of dark and blackness, and that becomes synonymous with evil. But they can't make that little extra leap to say, well, maybe our high priest should be the darkest black bitch that we can find if we really about that life. But I told you, the reason that they cannot make that leap, bitch, is because right now we all exist in the male constructed uterus called the matrix. And so this is one too. And so if they present as a white man, and he is good, and he is infallible, and he is without flaw, no matter what he does, right? He is without flaw, whatever he does. That's why sexual violence against the most powerless in institutions that call themselves religious, aka Catholic, aka Christian, aka Hebrew, aka Islam, doesn't matter. The religious institution that claims to be the most true, the most pure, the most pristine, where the crimes committed by those that are in power in these institutions are always absolved. They are always white as snow. They are always blemishless in spirit. They are always absolved, no matter how bad the crime. No matter how bad the crime. And so, depending upon which iteration of the good guy, this the good guy, this Islam, this Christianity, this Judaism, this is Catholicism, this is Hinduism, this is Buddhism, this is all of that. This the good guy, you feel me? Within the matrix, because this is still one. Within the matrix, this the good guy. Those are the good guy iterations, you feel me? And in the bad guy iteration of the matrix, the shadow side, the dark side, the evil side. This is where you get the devil, Satan, Lucifer, serial killers, who else? I'm gonna tell y'all something that's about to fuck y'all up, but I'm telling you, it is this everywhere. It is this everywhere. It's this everywhere. Under the matrix that I was just talking about, right? The shadow side, personification of the him. Because see, this the him. The shadow side, personification of the him. You feel me? Where the mother has been successfully removed from collective consciousness. This the him. And in this him, I was having a breakthrough. I was like, okay, let's walk this shit down kindergarten style. This is the one as mommy. And this is the one as, we'll just put Pope. Okay? Because Pope is still the figurehead of these traditions, right? So much so, no matter who you ask, no matter who you ask, no matter the power of any of these traditions, it is only the Pope, it is only the Catholic Church that has its own city, that is also its own country, that is also its own state, that also has its own military, that also has its own militia, that also has its own hitmen. That is wrong. It's the Pope. No other religion has that but the Pope. And the only motherfucker that can even come close is the Dalai Lama. That's it. And the Dalai Lama only comes so close because his ass is in exile. He can't even go to his home. Okay? So it's the Pope. So we're going to put mommy as this mommy. This is the one in everything and all of us within it. Okay? And then this is also Poppy that has been created, you feel me, inverted. So this is the inversion. This is mommy. This is mommy. And this is the Pope as the Father God, as the personification of all the Father Gods on earth as one. Okay? That's what we're working with. So I said, let's make 2 columns and see if I'm tripping. So think about the archetypes of the mother, and then think about how the inversion by the father gives us what it gives us. And so the reason I mentioned that is because I just was talking about the shadow side, because as the Patrix, as the Poppy, right, as the Pope, both of these are representations of the one. Both of these are the representations of the one, supposedly the mere opposing reflection of the one, but where the feminine principle has been successfully removed. What did I tell you this actually is? I don't want to write it on here. I want to fuck it up. But what that actually looks like is what we were talking about all the way at the beginning of this live and several months back. How this would actually look, the quote Pope, the quote Father representation, the quote the soul Invictus in his last incarnation, if you will. The Pope as the Chariot card that we pulled all the way back in the beginning of this live, where you have the one, the Patrix, the twins, the 2 in 1, the Patrix, the twins as he, where the she has been successfully removed. And it's everywhere. Oh, fuck. Doesn't this look like, I just drew it. Don't this look like, God damn it. Son of a bitch. There. Don't that look like the Pepsi logo? Don't that look like the Pepsi logo? Just paint one red and one blue, and then it's white in the center, separating the two from each other. Don't they look like the Pepsi logo? Ain't that what the Pepsi logo look like? Anyway. So this symbol right here is drawn like this. And we call this the alchemical symbol of the house of Cancer. Isn't that something? We call this the alchemical symbol of the house or the sign of Cancer. And remember, I was telling y'all months ago when we were talking about just the general astrology, and I was like, oh my fucking God, it's right there. Oh shit. I said, this symbol was not just some blind, random alchemical symbol, that this symbol was a prophecy of an age to come. This symbol was the absolute physical personification of what would happen if the son was ever successfully severed from the one. If the son was ever successfully severed from the mother. See, there's no black in this symbol no more. See how this? No matter how it moves through time, because this is just the revolving of time, no matter how it moves through time, this is still the one within the one, the mother, the matrix, the mommy, the beginning and the ending. Like Isis said, hidden right there in plain sight. I am all that was, all that is, and all that will be. And the fruit that I bring, the fruit that I bear to you, my children, is the sun. And it's warming, illuminating, nurturing light, as long as his ass remains the son and not the father. That's what she said. I added the end on the bit, but walk with me. So this is still the harmonious union of the one. But when the sun gets to this point, high noon in the desert, what did Morpheus call it? The desert of the real. The age of the desert, where young ascendant causes the collapse of yin, the destruction of yin, and in his separation kills everything. That's the diagnosis in Chinese medicine, that if you are suffering from the collapse of yin or the collapse of yang, meaning a complete separation of yin from yang, death is imminent. Death is imminent. It's an extreme condition. Death is imminent if not immediately treated as an emergency. It takes a long time to get there, but once it manifests, yang or yin collapse, and I just diagnosed the earth the other day with yin collapse, it's urgent. It needs intervention right away. And so that still has yin in it. But this is the separation of yin and yang that successfully disappears the evidence of all yin. Yin is gone. See, this still looks like the Piscean fish, right? The Piscean fish, which is pictured like this zodiacally, which is pictured like this astrologically, which is pictured like this inside the medicine itself. And the S is illuminated in two ways. The S represents all the races and the genders in between, all the variances between the seeming duality of black and white. And then this little red cord here was Venus's promise, Aphrodite's promise to her child. To her child. The string was the promise that no matter how far from me you are, no matter how far from me you go, this red string will always connect us. There ain't nowhere on earth you can't go where I won't be, where I won't show up, where I won't come get you, where I won't come rescue you because you still my baby. Right? The red string between the two fish is the goddamn umbilical cord, bitch. That's what it is. And astrologers want to call it everything, but what the fuck it is, that's what it is. That's what the story says, is that when Aphrodite is, quote, born full grown from the sea, she is already pregnant. She's already pregnant. And she gives birth to her little baby. And there's some evil monster that's on the land, and she comes to the land on a seashell. And when she gets on the land, a monster is chasing after them. And so she gotta grab up her baby and they gotta run back to the water. And she binds them. She binds her and her baby together with the red string because the water was rough. And she's like, and she turned them both into fish. She turned herself and her baby into a fish and bound them with the red string. And she said, no matter how far from me you go, I will always find you by this red string. You feel me? But in this future of possibilities, if we forget to see, this was the warning. This was the warning that if we forget to see, bitch, this is what can happen. And it is not lost on me that this is the sign. This is the sign that they chose to represent the moon, to represent the sea. She that is already being made sick in the separation of madness. what did we learn in the let me pull this book out real quick. What did we learn in the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects? What did Barbara Walker tell us about the sign of Cancer in the Women's Encyclopedia, the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects? Because my mind was blown. That was just an epiphany that I had. I said, this alchemical symbol is a representation of right now, where the son has successfully severed himself from the mother, and the identification of this alchemical symbol as Cancer is not metaphor. It's actually the representation of the disease that would define the age, Cancer, as a consequence. Cancer as a consequence of splitting the indivisible. Of splitting the indivisible. What did that represent? When did that start? In 1941? In the summer of 1941, when Oppenheimer successfully split the atom. In 1941, when he successfully split for the first time in history that which was thought to be the indivisible. In that same summer, when because it was only 3 months after he split the atom that he was like, we got to test this shit. We need a weapon. We got to test this shit. And he went out into the desert of New Mexico and initiated the first testing of the atomic bomb, of the nuclear weapon. And he named the weapon, he named the bomb Trinity. Why he did that? Because he too understood that the son, successfully apart from the mother, which we call in Chinese medicine utmost yang, is God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. No yin present. That's what he recognized. He called, so it couldn't have been anything other than that, because his ass is Jewish. So it wasn't like he was a Christian talking about this bomb is the Trinity. No, he understood how even the identification of God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit was prophecy. He, as a white-skinned man, was fulfilling his peculiar role in the execution of prophecy, the prophecy of white supremacy. That's what he did. And let me just break it down a little bit more for people who may not have been up in here when I had this breakthrough about his ass being in the desert, talking about when he tests the first nuclear weapon and called the test the Trinity, and he makes the declaration, in this moment, I am become death, destroyer of worlds, the quote father of the atomic bomb. That's what they call him. They call him the father of the atomic bomb. Guess what else they call him? And he and somebody else who was making a name for themselves at the exact same time in human history, at the exact same time, who's supposed to be arch enemies. At the same time that Oppenheimer is making the declaration in the desert that in this moment, I am become death, destroyer of worlds, the father of the atomic bomb, that on the other side of the world, Hitler is being called, Hitler is being named the modern Prometheus. Then I find out that the nickname of Oppenheimer is the modern Prometheus. I said, why they did that? Aren't they supposed to be arch enemies? Aren't they supposed to be arch enemies? The victims of the Holocaust and the perpetrator of the Holocaust, the white side, the innocent, the blemishless, the blameless victims, and the shadow side, the evil side, the dark side, the Hitler, the Third Reich, the SS Army, and all of this shit. Aren't they supposed to be arch enemies over here? Why they calling Oppenheimer, who is Jewish? Why are they calling him the modern Prometheus? And at the same time, during the same period, at the dawn of the same war, they calling Hitler the modern Prometheus. why they did that. And the only other time ever that I had heard this identification of the modern Prometheus was in 1818 at the hands of an 18-year-old woman named Mary Shelley. Who at the time was encouraged by her husband to use a pseudonym to publish the book that most people in the literary world call the very first science fiction book, called Frankenstein, and its subtitle, which they got rid of for a while, the subtitle was The Modern Prometheus. That was the name of the book, written in 1818 by an 18-year-old Mary Shelley. 999 was The Modern Prometheus in 1818. And more than 100, almost 150 years later, a German nationalist who says out of his own mouth that he sees himself as the fulfillment of prophecy. What is the prophecy? The guarantee of Aryan white supremacy. At the same time that he is making this declaration that he sees himself as the fulfillment of prophecy, and his homies is calling him the modern Prometheus, on the other side of the planet, the face of what is supposed to be the greatest victims in human history of all time is a mad scientist who is trying to do what humans have all the way up until this point have just conceded is impossible to do. And he splits the indivisible to literally give birth to that agent which promised to destroy the earth. He said it. He named his baby. He named his baby because he was called the father of the atomic bomb, the father of the nuclear weapon. And he understood crystal clear what he did in the moment, because then he goes out to the desert to give birth to his baby. That's what he did. He went to the desert. The desert is replete everywhere. He went to the desert to give birth to this new creation of his. And when he sees the mushroom cloud, the birth of his baby, he declares in this moment, I am become death, destroyer of worlds. This quote I had heard 1,000,000 times because it's from the Bhagavad Gita. This is a Hindu story, right? And so I'm like, why he said that? Without context, without going deeper. I never understood why he said that. Even when the movie came out a couple of years ago, I said, why he say that? Because I didn't know. Until a few months ago, when I started digging in deep to why I'm seeing it, I didn't understand it. I'm like, why? This don't make no sense. This don't make no sense. For outright white nationalists to be homies, to be best friends and homies with Zionists. I thought y'all was enemies. I thought not only y'all enemies, y'all was arch enemies. Y'all was diametrically opposed, white nationalists and Zionist Jews. Help me make sense of what I am seeing with all these Jews, these Zionist Jews in particular, not exclusively, but in particular, these Zionist Jews and these outright declared white nationalists. Why y'all homies? Is the money enough? Is it just because y'all rich that y'all can unite? I don't understand what I'm looking at. And it wasn't until I got into that I was like, oh, God damn it. is the Patrix. This is the Patrix. So the Patrix, just like the Matrix, has to have one side that is seen, one side that is good, one side that is all the things. It's the light side. It's the yang side. It's the yang personification. It's good. And then in the Patrix, because everything in the Patrix is an outright inversion of the mother that gives life, of the matrix that gives and secures life. If you gonna make a mirror image of the mother, then you have to produce the exact opposite, which is death. So you have a shadow side that produces and ensures death, and then you have a wicked, evil side that you obviously see, produces death. The whole thing produces death. This is the male uterus. This is the male pregnancy. This is the male. This is the Patrix in his hatred and separation from the matrix. And so if the matrix only produces life, then the Patrix can only produce death, whether it's seemingly necessary death that's good, holy wars, you understand, whatever, prison industrial complex, where they was bad, and because we good, we do need to punish them, or whether it's bad, where it's obviously bad. And so, going back to what I was talking about the satanic devil worshippers, evil bad guys. Let me just say one more thing about Hitler and about Oppenheimer as my example. Not exclusive to them, but the most pronounced personification of the Patrix that we have, because they had so much in common, and I didn't understand it until I read about this woman. I think it's in. Where is it at? Till I read just a couple of weeks ago about this woman who made so much make sense. I'm about to buy. I don't think she wrote but a couple of books before she. But I'm about to buy everything this crazy bitch wrote. Show lamb, because she was the key. She was the key. She was the key. Not only was she the key, but she was the main key. She was the key. Here she is. But I'm gonna tell you something about MamiWata. This bitch here was the key. Because I was still struggling with this. If y'all supposed to be enemies, bitch, why y'all got so much in common? Why? If y'all supposed to be enemies, Jewish Oppenheimer, Jewish Zionist Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer was a Zionist. Jewish Zionist Oppenheimer, you feel me? And white nationalist, white supremacist, Nazi Hitler. And y'all supposed to be arch enemies and shit in real time. But y'all both are obsessed. Y'all both are obsessed, statedly obsessed with the occult in general and with Hindu spirituality in particular. I said, huh? Like, I don't understand. Feel me? I didn't understand the connection. Why Hinduism? You feel me? Then the other uniting thing was the fact that even though there's no evidence that they knew each other, all they groups around them called them the modern Prometheus. Both of them, by they homies and they surrounding people, called them the modern Prometheus. I said, So Prometheus, the light bringer, the light bearer, the savior of mankind, because he stole light from Zeus to give it to mankind. I'm still puzzled. Then in the deep dive into Hitler's obsession with the occult in general, and then with the S symbolism that is replete everywhere in their insignia, with their adoration and exaltation of the black sun, all the things, S just shows up everywhere. I was like, there's something deeper here. Let me get in it. Right? And in my deep dive on Nazi Germany in general and Hitler in particular, I am introduced to this Greek white woman whose name is Savitri Devi. Savitri Devi. This white woman name. Born in Greece to an English parent and a Greek parent. And from a very young age, she was a stated and devout white nationalist, white supremacist. From a very young age. And it says that she had dabbled in some spiritual, some spiritual leanings, and none of them satisfied her. And she heard about something, and so she decided to go to India. White supremacist, white nationalist that she was, white woman, very white woman, Greek and English white woman. She decided, I'm going to cast my lot and go to India and see what they have to tell me about my awesome whiteness. And so she goes to India. And there she meets a man. What's his name? Oh, no. That's not his name. That's not his name. Her birth name, her name at birth was Maxi. I can't even pronounce it. It's Maxi Miami. I don't know how to pronounce that, but it looks like Maxi Miami. Isn't that interesting? That's her birth name. That's the name her mama gave her. Maximiami. That's her birth name. Her last name was Portas. Maximiami Portas. 1905 is when she was born. Okay? She goes to India in search of true spirituality as a white, self-proclaimed white supremacist. And she goes to India. Oh, by the way, there's a connecting factor here. She goes to India. She meets the Jadis black. The story is really, it's funny, but it is exemplary of what I started by saying. Race nationalism is not the issue. It is the construct given to you to distract you, because this white-skinned, white-born, European, stated white nationalist saw no contradiction going to India, studying a black-ass religion, marrying the jaddest, blackest Hindu man she could find. Her husband was jet-ass black. Yes, he was. Jet-ass black. And she found no contradiction. So we like, damn, that's crazy. No, it's not. If you in the know that the quote presentation of white nationalism as racism is not the issue, it's the tool fed to you for distraction. That's it. This white bitch went her white self. She was not pale. She was white. Went to India, found herself a jet black ass husband in India. They together built a school. Yes, they did. That school is still in existence on this day. To this day. That school still exists in India. This school, its primary purpose of all these dark-skinned, melanated Southern Indian people was to teach them that Hitler was the last incarnation, the last avatar of Vishnu, and how it was important for India to support the ambitions of Hitler. Yes. The school was perpetually filled and it taught all ages. That's what she did. This bitch went to the second darkest continent on earth to show them in their religious iconography how what was happening in Europe at the time was the fulfillment of the prophecy in the Bhagavad Gita. That's what she taught them. She didn't have to teach them because white nationalism in the skulls of Hindus already long existed. It was the basis behind the presence, the enthusiastic presence of Indians in South Africa during apartheid. It was the basis of their allegiance to the system of apartheid as a buffer class between the indigenous of South Africa, the indigenous of Uganda, the indigenous of the islands where they went as well, recognizing clearly that they were the separating class. They were the deliberately placed by white people, by the white world, as a buffer class of protection and separation that shielded the white world from its aggressions against the indigenous people, wherever they ended up. You understand me? Miscegenation as a policy. That's why y'all be getting mad. I'm guilty of it. Y'all be getting mad every time you see some brother with a white woman. You be getting all in your heart chakra every time you see some sister with a white man. Y'all be getting all hot and bothered if you Mexican and you see your natural quote counterpart in a relationship with somebody from the colonizing class, right? We all do it because we have globally been fed whiteness and racism as the issue that impacts the world. We've all been fed it. And so even though the white world most expresses its quote hatred for miscegenation, even here in this country, they had all these laws against quote race mixing, all these laws against quote mixed race marriages, all these punishments against black bodies under the auspice of the declarations of white females about having been aggressed upon by some child, some man. They never gave them no attention, and this becomes the basis for the next ritual sacrifice of this black skinned person. You feel me? Even though the whole history of this country is about quote not the whole history of this country, the very recent small history of this country as being quote anti-misogynistic, right? All these laws, anti-misogynistic. The laws that came forward as anti-miscegenation laws in the United States was when them Africans was liberated off these goddamn plantations. Now all of a sudden miscegenation is a bad idea, and we got to make laws against it because now they free. But for the couple of hundred years, the few hundred years that they was captives, there was no laws against miscegenation. It was a given. You aggress against, you take advantage of, you breed your property to whether it's you yourself, hence miscegenation, or whether it's you hiring out the body of your property to generate wealth out of her own body. See how that worked? So there was no laws against miscegenation when we was just animated robots, when we was just androids. You feel me? There was no need for no laws against miscegenation because it don't matter how light-skinned the offspring is, meaning how many times I done aggressed upon the body of the android. It don't matter how light-skinned the offspring is. If the offspring comes from the mother, this is my property. This offspring is considered a slave. See? The only time in the history of this country miscegenation has to become law is now these honey, the androids done become aware. The androids done become self-aware. And in their self-awareness, they start bucking back boom, 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 all over the place. Do not ever let nobody fucking tell you that some cracker somewhere is responsible for why you free. Abraham Lincoln did not free no slaves. Not only did he not free no slaves, he is the first president in the history of the country to perform a mass sacrifice of Native people, 28 fucking Native Lakota at the base of the holiest mountain in the country. He did that. Don't you let nobody tell you that cracker liberated no motherfucking body. He is the one that every year, right here in this city, indigenous people hold a big ass event in opposition to President Lincoln on the anniversary of when he had all of those Lakota people lynched at the base of that mountain that would become Mount Rushmore. After they lynched them natives, the next year they broke ground to chisel them crackers' faces in the goddamn holiest mountain to the Lakota people. That was a ritual, bitch. It wasn't nothing but, and he understood it. He understood it was a ritual. He knew what he was doing. You understand? And so, contrary to what you've been told about the good guys in the North and the bad guys in the South, This is yet another personification of this perpetual sleight of hands that exists within the matrix. In the goddamn Patrix, in the Patrix. You constantly fed a story that don't even make sense in your right mind. If you was in your right mind, this story about the good guys in the north and the bad guys in the south would not even make no sense. Would not even make no sense. All you got to do is read one book. What's the name of the book? Complicity. How the North prolonged, profited, and benefited from slavery. One book about that long. Like, why y'all keep saying that? Y'all ain't do us no motherfucking favors. These was brothers. These was siblings. The two in one. And you was the pawns for which they was grappling over. That's it. That's all. And so, what made the system of slavery, recognizing as the military strategists that they were, that it was no longer maintainable the way that it was. We got to get behind these closed doors and rewrite this shit. Because in less than 10 years, approximately 250 slave rebellions in the South. They was like, we can't keep this shit up. There ain't enough of us to keep this shit up. We gotta flip the script, yo. We got to rearrange and reorganize this motherfucker because they too hip to the game. They know too much. The goddamn robots then become sentient, bitch. the goddamn androids to become self-aware. And as soon as they become self-aware, they gonna start tearing up shit once they see what we done did. Once they understand clearly what we done did. You understand? You liberated your motherfucking self, but you stopped. That's what happened. That's why we here where we at. Because you think just walking off the plantation meant freedom. Because you did not understand your enemy. You did not understand your adversary. You did not understand the head start that your adversary had on you. You didn't understand it. What you was looking for, because he taught you that. What you was looking for was an education and a right to learn how to read, you feel me? And a right to vote, because in your mind, you see white people voting and things happen for them. And so you must conclude that if they vote and things happen for them, that if we have the right to vote, things will happen for us too. You see, that was a rational conclusion by us who had been completely chopped off and severed from a memory of who we actually were. See, the slave is the child. The slave is the offspring of the father here in the United States. That's what we were. That's what we were. We was the infant baby offspring, completely unconscious, because they made it so completely unconscious, like a newborn baby. That's what he created. The creation was the robot. And the robot persisted for a long time. Through the same thing that a mother will use to provide for a baby. What does a baby need? When it can't communicate for itself, when it can't tell you what it needs, you can deduce as a mama what the baby needs. The baby need to eat. The baby need to drink. The baby need to be cleaned up, poopy diaper, this and that and this and that. It needs to be talked to. It needs to be played with. These are the things that a baby needs. Well, if the male becomes mother, like this country, and its founding fathers. If the founding fathers are the birth givers of quote the project called America, and the offspring of the founding fathers, which at the time that they signed the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States of America, we were not humans. We were not humans. And so I do not understand how today you are acting confused with what we know. Back then, we could be confused because information had been kept from us. Today cannot be the excuse. Today cannot be the excuse when we know too much to keep deferring to.
this bullshit that is fed to us by a goddamn enemy telling us, well, our ancestors did die for the right to vote. They died for much less, bitch. They died for much less. They died for speaking. They died for crying. They died for saying no. They died for fighting back. They died for looking wrong. They died for looking into the eyes of this person. They died for spitting on the sidewalk. They died for doing nothing, and some white person just have an attitude one day and say, I want to exercise the power that I know that I have, and blame this black person for something that they did not do. Hence, the Scottsboro boys get sentenced to life in prison for raping 2 girls that never got raped and admitted so in court, and they still went to prison for forever. Then died for less. So stop doing that. Stop speaking the spell imposed into your collective consciousness by those who benefit from you not evolving in your understanding. If our ancestors fought for the right, they didn't die for the right to vote. They fought for the right to vote and were murdered because it was seen as rebellion. That is the declaration that you must make. They saw the right to vote as an opportunity to experience the democracy that they saw unfolding among and between white people. And they was like, okay, we free now like white people free. So it must mean we have access to democracy too. And so the natural declaration or the natural inclination is for us to have the right to vote too. And so they fought for the right to vote, because just like fighting for the rope to get the right to get up off them plantations happened. There's like, if we fight hard enough, if we give these motherfuckers hell enough, we can get up off these plantations. And so we did that. See how we did that? And so if we can do that, it means if we fight these motherfuckers hard enough, then they will unleash democracy. They will let us in on the project that is supposed to be this democratic project called the United States of America. That is what they were fighting for. They weren't fighting for the right to vote. They were fighting for democracy that had been fed to them. That was a fucking myth, bitch. Like, I think that ain't the discussion you want to have. That democracy from day one here to day has been a mythology imposed, seeded in the ripe ass soil of the believers of America, that though their lived experience in their flesh always tells them something different than they see with their eyes, that has blinded their black ass sky, they skull, that has blinded their black ass sky by the light. And when you are blinded by the light, you cannot see the shadow. You cannot see the shade. You cannot see the dark. You cannot see the dark that holds all the sky, all the stars. You cannot see the dark that provides all the goddamn answers already. And so from generation to generation, we recycle these myths that have always happened within the context of an entire globe that has been transformed from the life-giving, life-sustaining, life-nourishing, abundant happiness that is the matrix, and transformed into the separated, perpetually deadly, perpetually aggressive matrix that is completely successfully severed from the one, no yin present, and the outcome of which is the greatest global statistics of cancer known to mankind. But we don't see this as directly correlative to the invention of the goddamn nuclear weapon in 1941 and the subsequent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of testing of nuclear weapons. Even this year, I just heard there's 3 countries that just tested nuclear weapons this year. So you have this declaration that he made in the desert about being the father of the nuclear weapon. In this moment, I am become death. I am the personification of death, destroyer of worlds, this modern Prometheus who holds the power of lightning in his hands. But lightning under the mother is illuminating. Lightning under the father is destructive. Huh? Y'all think I'm tripping. Hold on. So I'm going in, right? And I was like, I got to make this plain because I'm making all these connections, but the writing is all over the place. So, the one as mommy that is present, mommy that is everywhere, mommy that is life-giving, life-supporting, generative, this and this and this and this. And the Patrix, let me write that. So we got the Matrix and the Patrix. And we're going to, in these two columns, we're going to put everything that we can recall in human history in modern day under these columns, listing the things that we associate with the mother first. And can we identify its malignant inversion and perversion under the Patrix? Can we do that? The reason I got on that is because I was talking to y'all for some reason. I was talking about the shadow side of the patriarch or the Patrix. So the shadow, the light side and the shadow side. So this is Jesus, this is Yahweh, this is Allah, this is Shiva, this is Buddha, this is all these patriarchs as the light side, innocent, ascetic, devout, meditating, chanting, and oming motherfuckers. That's them. That out one side of their mouth, they telling you peace and love and all of that bullshit, and peace and love is synonymous with punishment. Because God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son to become the victim of a massacre, to be beaten and brutalized and spill his blood all the way up the mountain. You feel me? And to have a spear jugged in his liver and shit, and to have holes put in his hands and his feet. And he went through this torture and trauma to teach you how to endure suffering. That's what he did. He did this to teach you the requirement that he has for your salvation. And in order for me to ensure that you suffer just right, let me put myself on display, because I can't die, because I'm forever and forever. And I'm only gonna be perceived dead for a couple of days before I ascend into the sky and shit. But let me just make sure that I create a propaganda campaign using my own invaluable dirty ass flesh to put on display to show you how to take up your cross and live and die like Jesus. Martyrdom becomes something that they tell you is a straight road to heaven. How can I suffer? Let me count the ways that I can display to Jesus that I am willing to suffer like him. And so passion becomes inverted. You use the word passion to talk about somebody that you macking on, somebody that's fine, something that you love, like art or music. I am so passionate about art and music and niggas and whatever you passionate about. And you think this means like fire for, like, yes, enthusiasm for, like something to pursue. Meanwhile, the origin of the word passion and compassion all go back to the crucifixion. Passion and compassion was used to describe the peculiar suffering of the Savior Messiah. Yup. Passion means to suffer. That's what it means. That's the etymology. Compassion means to suffer with. It specifically means to take up one's suffering as if it were your own, not to resolve your suffering, not to resolve their suffering, not to solve the problems that caused their suffering in the first place. It is to, quote, take up one's suffering as if it was your own. Who's the one? Jesus. To take up Jesus' suffering as if it was your own. So Jesus, the good guy, Jesus, the light, Jesus, the hippie, those of you who want to call Jesus the socialist, he was still there to teach you how to suffer, bitch. That's all. Because I, as a bloodthirsty war guy, need for you to internalize that suffering is the display of love. Love. Suffering is how you display the highest love. The love of God, the love for Jesus. Suffering is how what is it? What is it? There's a scripture that talks about prayer having to be accompanied. How salvation is accompanied with prayer and long suffering. That's what it say. Salvation must be accompanied with prayer and long suffering. That's in your scripture. That's in your word. That's in your word. He said, make no mistake, bitch. I like blood. And I don't like your mama blood. I like the blood that spills at your veins. Huh? Because the blood that spills out of your veins is the indication of suffering. I'm talking science now. The blood that spills from your veins, from your skin, from your body, the blood that spills from your veins is the indication that something is not right, that some kind of harm has been caused to you, and that depending on the quantity and the gravitation and the gravity of the injury will determine whether life can remain. That it is life that is leaking out of your veins, bitch. It is life that is leaking out of your veins. Why does that matter? Why does he make a differentiation between moon blood, birth blood, and blood at your veins? Because moon blood and birth blood are always accompanied by a life-giving, life-securing process. On the contrary, your blood in your veins is always an indication of suffering of some kind. Something has happened to your matrix that has caused you harm. It is your life blood that is leaking from your veins. And depending, again, upon the severity of the injury causing your lifeblood to leak from your veins, your lifeblood given to you by your mama through her birth blood or through her menstrual blood, that is your blood. That's the basis of your blood. It's her heart blood, her menstrual blood, and her birth blood that is flowing through your veins as your soul, as your lifeblood. You understand? And so when your blood starts leaking at your body, start leaking at your flesh, starts leaking at your veins, something wrong. Because it's not supposed to do that. Something wrong. You feel me? And depending upon the gravity of that injury, the inaccessibility to addressing that injury, the longer the blood leaks, the more of your soul leaks out. Until death. That's the final product. Do you see what I'm saying? It's the only thing that he can accept as a god of war, as a murder god, as the head of a murder cult. He tells you that. That's why he gets crucified. It is not they talking about life everlasting through the crucifixion of Jesus. How does a murdered motherfucker secure eternal life for you? How does the face and the image of a murdered motherfucker secure life for you? He tells you in your face. He says, I promise you life everlasting. You understand? Through the blood of Jesus Christ, I promise you life everlasting. But the only way you gonna have life everlasting is your ass gotta die first. You gotta die first. And I would prefer you not die of old age. I would prefer your ass be a ritual sacrifice, whether that's in war, whether that's in criminality imposed on you through scarcity. I would rather experience the spilling of your blood in that which feeds me most consistently, which is warfare. It's not lost on me what y'all call. So let me tell you. So we talking about The Patrix, the shadow side, the good side. That is the good side I just talked about. The shadow side is the devil. The shadow side is the Grim Reaper. The shadow side is the obvious, scary, the monsters and all of that shit. It's still outright in versions of iconography of your mother, but let's make it plain. Okay? So, one of the things I mentioned under the shadow side of the Patrix, right? What we would call the mother and the son, now it's all the Patrix and it's the brothers, the dark brother and the light brother, right? And I said serial killers falls under the shadow side. That's obviously evil. That's obviously wicked. The primary targets of most serial killers is women and children, right? Cool. That's obvious, right? And so in thinking about that before I got up on here, and I was thinking about this list between the Matrix and the Patrix, I was like, what are some of the obvious? And there are many more obvious, but when I thought about this, I was like, am I tripping? No, I'm tripping, right? So one of the very, very early deities of one of the early deity manifestations of Isis. Let's walk it like that way. So Isis, in her body, you see she is the goddess of the grain. She's Virgo. She's the constellation Virgo. She's the planet Venus. Across all time and all the things, the seven crown did, the titty with some grapes, and the titty with some grain, and the scales in one hand, and the sistrum in the other hand, and the belt of Orion. That's her, okay? And so if that's her, and what she's displaying is that she, as Isis, with the scales and the sistrum and the titty with the titty with the grapes and the titty with the grains and the belt and all of the iconography that she has in this image of her, and she says that I am all that was, I am all that is, and all that will be. She is making the declaration as Isis that she is the all. She is every constellation. She is every sign. She is every house. She is the one with which all exists. So even all the cycles are still hers, right? So she is talking about the sun. She is talking about the moon. She is talking about Venus. She is talking about the whole cosmos. She is the entire cosmos personified in these different ways, as the moon, as the sun, as Venus, as Jupiter, as Mercury, as all. She's all the things. She's all the things. Okay? We most associate grain and the abundance that grain represents with Virgo. So let's start there. In this list of the Matrix versus the Patrix. And so we'll start with Rome. One Roman personification of this goddess of the grain, her name is Ceres. Some people say Ceres, some people say Ceres, tomato, tomato. But her name is Ceres. And they will tell you that this goddess of the grain under the Roman Empire is the basis for why we call cereal what we call it, because the basis of all cereal is grains. She governed all grains. Okay? She was considered a goddess of agriculture, the securer of the abundance of all grains. Ceres or Ceres. Okay? That's her name, from which cereal came from. That's why cereal is named and spelled the way that it is spelled. Right now, today, all these couple thousand years later, Ceres and cereal. See that? See that? Y'all see that? Y'all walking with me? Let me know y'all still up in here. I know it's 7 hours and 32 minutes later. Let me know y'all still up in here. Nicole say, I'ma just start speaking and communicate telepathically because all of these words are inverted. Motherfucking right. Yup. Okay, so she says, I've worked with Ceres's energy and it's really heavy, always comes around for me is grief. Not sure what the Patrix has put her through. I'm about to tell you, because this was the first word. All the words that we can use, and I'm trying to compare and contrast the words in its inverted presentation under the Patrix. So I say, if this is Ceres, right, under the matrix, the goddess of abundance, that is peculiar to the period that we call the agrarian age. That's what it's supposed to be talking about, right? I say, so what does that become under the Patrix? I said, am I tripping? I think I am tripping. Series becomes series. Repetition. Over and over. Series becomes series, right? This is the abundance. And you know what made me make the final connection? Because they said, the article that I was reading at the time was like, yes, Ceres, this goddess, is the basis behind what we eat right now today. Cereal. I said, oh, shit. If cereal comes from the goddess of abundance, Ceres, then am I tripping? It's saying this is how they came up with the identification of serial killers. Human beings made the harvest to be cut down by the Father God. Is this a reach? Is this a stretch? Am I tripping? Serial abundance becomes serial, not only abundance, serial abundance, serial life sustaining, serial feeding and nurturing becomes serial cutting down, serial brutalizing, serial taking of life, not nourishing and harvesting, not nourishing and feeding life, the harvest that sustains and secures life, the harvest that sustains and secures life, the harvest that cuts life short, that ends life, the harvest for the Pope, the harvest for the patriarch that feeds off the souls of humans. Is that a stretch? Is that a stretch? Hold on, there was another good one. That was another good one. Hold on. I said, because I told you, every monster that exists, every evil, diabolical entity that exists on the earth was shaped and fashioned with the very hands and imagination of patriarchal traditions and religions. There's not a one. Reading this shit last night about how they came up with the torture devices to torture human beings under the church, under the Inquisition. Baby, that is a whole workshop by itself that we can do by itself. Is who, the names of who came up, because the torture devices were patented. That's how you made your money. That's how you made your money during the Inquisition, is to think and imagine all the terrible ways you could torture a woman and sell it to the church. And every time some city, some magistrate, some kingdom bought the instrument, you would get kickbacks from the instrument torture device that you realized out of the machinations of your skull and the many ways that you would love to torture women. Motherfuckers got rich. Motherfuckers got rich off the Inquisition. Got rich. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Whole economies emerged off the Inquisition. Whole economies. Yep. And so some of these instruments, but that by itself could be a whole portion to demonstrate the matrix versus the patrix. Just the torture devices. Every single torture device that I read about last night was fashioned after some instrument of abundance, some instrument of support under the previous practicing pagans. They took icons from the pagans and turned them into devices of exploitation and torture. That's what they did. They sure did that. I was sitting there reading last night like, when I tell you that we have been living under a 7,835-year-old minimally, 7,835-year ritual, brutal, unending, consistent, global ritual under the Father God. And if you don't see it, you are choosing ignorance. Because if you don't see it, you won't solve it, bitch. Let me go back to this white girl, Savitri Devi. She married the blackest motherfucker she could find in India. They built a home together, built a life together. They were together until he died. You understand? And together, his black ass. Together, this white girl and this black ass motherfucker in India, in the second darkest continent on the planet, created a school to teach dark-skinned Indians that they were living in the time of prophecy guaranteed by the Bhagavad Gita, where the previous black-ass skinned Aryan supreme will shift in the calendar of time to be the Aryan that is white in presentation, that has skin as white as sands of the desert, eyes as blue as the sky with no clouds, and hair as gold as the sun. This was not about white-skinnedness in a vacuum. It was about them, dark-skinned motherfuckers and light-skinned motherfuckers, seeing this hostile takeover of the mother's iconography as the fulfillment of prophecy that can give them maintenance and a stranglehold over the mother. Yes, they did that. And I'm going to tell you something that's going to hurt your feelings. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Because at the same time, do you know what was happening around the same time that Oppenheimer was making the declaration that he had become death, the destroyer of worlds, and the atomic bomb becomes the male womb? That's another one right here on this list. So under the mother, you got two wombs. You got the birth womb and the womb of reincarnation or rebirth, also known as the tomb. Because they did not see this as death. They saw this as a seeding of a new life. That was the way burial rituals happen. You covered your loved one in red ochre, just like the blood of your mother's womb. You folded that person into the fetal position to prepare them for rebirth in their next life. So the womb was about life and the tomb was about new life. So how does the Patrix invert this? The place that it became most pronounced. And they get you off your square. And even, I remember even as a kid learning words early, I was like, why is pronounced different? The death womb, the death tomb under the Patrix is the bomb. Spelled exactly the same way, right there in your face. The bomb, even prior to Oppenheimer, because y'all remember me telling y'all that, what's his name? Nobel, I forget his first name. But the guy who the Nobel Peace Prize was founded after, he created it, by the way. He was the father of dynamite. He was the creator of dynamite. He had 300 and something odd patents on how he made dynamite better and more efficient in its killing without killing the person that was using the dynamite. Because in the beginning, it was efficient, but it was killing too often. It was killing the person that was using the dynamite. Well, that ain't no good. And so he kept creating new patents, all around instruments of destruction. Mr. Nobel. One article I read attributed deaths by him in his creation to be upwards in the millions in the little bit of time that he was working on this patent. And he would just perfect it and perfect it and perfect it. And he had a brother. And his brother died. And so when the news spread that Nobel had died, they didn't even pay attention that it was the brother. And so all of these headlines in French newspapers was saying the, what do they call him? The architect of death, the merchant of death. They called him the merchant of death on all these headlines. The merchant of death is dead. That's what the headlines were. The merchant of death is dead. When the newspapers thought this motherfucker was dead, I'm reading this shit because just a little while ago, Trump was throwing a childlike temper tantrum on why he should not receive the Nobel Peace Prize. And everybody was like, this dude crazy, doody-doody-doo. I was like, I don't think that cracker crazy. I was saying that. I said, I don't think this cracker crazy. I think that there is a foundational basis for why he's throwing this temper tantrum right here. I think there's a basis for it. So let me find out the basis behind this award that everybody loves so much. I said, where the Nobel Peace Prize came from? When was the first Nobel Peace Prize awarded? Who was it awarded to? Where it came from? And it took me to the life of this dude, whatever his first name is. I can't remember off the top of my head. But this dude, something Nobel, who his life's work was centered around instruments of destruction, particularly dynamite. That it was dynamite that made him a millionaire. That was where he got his millions from. He had a whole bunch of other patents, but dynamite and the patents around perfecting dynamite was what made him his millions. And so when people heard that the Nobel had died and they thought it was him, they were saying throughout Europe that the headlines was one headline I read said, ding dong, the merchant of death is dead. The merchant of death is dead. That's what people were celebrating his death, y'all. He gets a hold of a newspaper that has this headline, and the article is saying that this dude who had done all this terrible shit in the world and created this most destructive device is finally dead. And now maybe we can recover some of the loss of life. That's what people were saying in the newspaper. And he gets a hold of the newspaper and was like, damn, like if I die, this all people gonna remember me for? Motherfucker, right, bitch, yes. The article said, y'all, that I read, that he was actually perplexed. The madness. He was actually perplexed, y'all. Confused. Genuinely confused. Why this would be the only thing that people will remember him for and would be celebrating in the headlines and in the streets. Ding dong, the merchant of death is dead. He was confused. And so to ensure, listen to me, because I'm probably the only person that said it since this motherfucker died. To ensure that into the future, no one would ever speak venom on his name. To ensure that this is not what he is remembered for in the future, Nobel took his entire wealth, the malignant, monstrous motherfucker that he was. He didn't assume that because this is the way that people saw him and this is not how he wanted to be remembered, that maybe I can take my collective wealth and try to undo or repair some of the damage that I have done here in Europe. That wasn't the conclusion that he came to, because he is still the personification of the Father God that can only produce death. That's it. He became the personification. So he can't have a rational, he cannot have a rational thought. He cannot have a thought that is rational in a way to secure or resolve death. He can't do that. It's impossible. So what does he do to ensure that this is not how he is remembered forever into the future? He takes all of his millions and invests it into a hand-selected group who will create an award given to brilliant scientists and writers and scientists, writers, mathematicians. Anybody who you think is brilliant in these space, you will give the Nobel Prize to. There's the Nobel Peace Prize and the Nobel Prize for Sciences and shit and this and that and this and that. That's him. He invested all his wealth, all his millions, to securing his name. That's what he did. To securing so that nobody, even after his ass is dead, would speak venom on his name. That's what he did. And the irony is, the first person ever awarded with the Nobel Peace Prize, I forget which president, but he was like, he is like the, what you call him? Like, you know, the president is known as the commander-in-chief. Then the military dude under him, that dude, I forget what you call him. But this guy, who was the first to receive the Nobel Peace Prize, bitch, was an anti-Semite. He was an anti-Semite on the cabinet of whichever president it was. And when a boatload of Jews were seeking asylum, coming from Germany, seeking asylum, he was the one that recommended to the president to turn them away. Yes, he did that. And those Jews on the boat seeking asylum all died. They all died. He did that. And several years later, when they assumed that everybody forgot that he was responsible for the death of all these Jews on this boat seeking asylum because he told the president turn them away, that for something else, they gave him the first Nobel Peace Prize. That happened. Because I went through, after reading about Nobel and the story, I was like, what the fuck? And so I said, let me look through the list of Nobel Peace Prize recipients. And about the first 5, I was like, you a motherfucking lie. This did not happen. Not them. Not them. The first 5 on the list. The first 5 on the list. I said, I know you motherfucking lying. I said, I know you lying. Not them. All of them had black ass marks on their armor who received the first 5 that received the Nobel Peace Prize before they finally started giving it to people that at least on the surface look like peaceful motherfuckers. And so when I read that, because I was like, why is this boy throwing such a temper tantrum about the Nobel Peace Prize, bitch? Why they put on such a display about Netanyahu formally nominating President Trump to receive the Nobel Peace Prize? Why is he, quote, under the auspice of throwing a tantrum about not being a nominee for the damn Nobel Peace Prize, that he is waging a war campaign against Greenland? Greenland don't even ever be in the news for nothing. I said, what this nigga playing at? What he playing at? What he throwing a temper tantrum about? Because this ain't what it is. Y'all will just pause and accept that what you looking at is what you seeing. What you're looking at is not what you seeing. And y'all will accept that what you looking at is what you actually seeing and not go no further, not go no deeper. I said, something don't sound right. Because this nigga is not stupid. So what he playing at? In this little play he is performing, in this little prostration that he is doing, in this little minstrel show he putting on, acting like he having a temper tantrum about not getting, I want it, I deserve it. I was like, what this boy playing at? What he playing at? Then I go and read about Nobel. Because everybody's like, why in the world would he think he did? It's just proof that he ain't right in there. It's just proof that he is mentally ill, that he is insane. No, it's not. It's proof that he playing in y'all goddamn face. And mental illness is always the buffer that keeps you from going deeper, investigating deeper into what you seeing and what you looking at. I said, right away, I said, because this shit don't make no sense. Why this boy throwing a temper tantrum over this goddamn Nobel Peace Prize? Because he understands the history, even though you don't. See, the history tells him that as a war god, that as the facilitator of those things that the war god loves most, which is brigandage, war, and bloodshed, as a disciple, as the most recent personification of the highest disciple of the sun god, the murder god, the head of the murder cult, the god of war, he actually was right in the tantrum. He had an actual foundational basis for why he felt the peace award belonged to him. Why? Because peace within the Patrix does not mean harmonious union and abundance in the absence of warfare. No, it don't. Peace within the Patrix means submission. The chairman, Omali Yeshitela, used to say it all the time. He used to call it peace on the plantation. As long as the subjects, as long as the victims, as long as the slaves are not rebelling, it is peaceful on the plantation. This is the peace that they want. This is the peace they are attempting to secure through censorship, through abducting people, terror campaigns, panic campaigns. See, it is a peace within the Patrix that they are trying to, when they talk about make America great again, they are lamenting on the most peaceful period in the history of the United States. What is that history? It is when they have almost completely and successfully massacred all the rebellious natives, and through campaigns of terror and brigandage have subdued the slaves to a degree that there is very little resistance for a long period of time. Very little resistance from the slaves. That's what they lament about. And they tell you in your face that's what they're trying to recreate. They tell you every day that's what they're trying to recreate. And you will see it as something other than what I'm telling you. This is the only period in American history where it's been relatively peaceful. Is when they had created these brand new androids that had no history, that had no memory, that had no connection to a time and place before. They were brand new. They were brand new. So the womb in the tomb of the goddess becomes the male womb, the bomb, the boom. See, the womb in the tomb becomes the boom. Becomes the bomb. And I'm telling you, they did this on purpose. I don't give a fuck what you say. They spelt it this way on purpose. They did it this way on purpose. I'm telling you. I was watching. This is the last thing I'm going to say, because I can say so much more. But we'll say something for another day, I guess. I was watching this video talking about the miracle of life. It was Neil deGrasse Tyson. And he was talking about the mathematical and scientific miracle of existence. The odds of you getting here, not only the odds of you getting here are none. There is nothing statistically that would guarantee your arrival. You are, right? But the other thing, he says the only miracle is your existence. That's what he said. The only miracle is your existence. And he said somebody is going to be upset about this. He had a guy ask him about it. He said, "What's your take on reincarnation?" He's like, "I don't have no take on reincarnation." He said, "I'm a science guy, so why you even ask me that? I don't have no take on reincarnation." He said, he said, "You can believe it." He said, "But belief is different than evidence." He said that there is no scientific evidence that we have as of yet to validate a belief in reincarnation. So I don't have an opinion about reincarnation. Then the guy tells some crazy ass story about the evidence of reincarnation, and he didn't even dignify it with an answer, right? But it got me to thinking. This is the last thing I'm gonna leave you with, and it's a doozy. If the mathematical and scientific consensus is today that the probability of you existing right now, the you that you are in this moment with your parents in your bloodline, where you are on the planet, where we are in the universe, on the calendar of the universe, the probability of you ever having been born is 1 in what did he say? 1 in a billion trillion trillion. 1 in a billion trillion trillion. 1 in a billion trillion trillion. Those are the odds that you would have been born. He said to help you see that in a different way. He said the odds of you ever having been born, ever, in any timeline, the odds of you having ever been born is for you to win the lottery with the same 6 numbers, winning the lottery with the same 6 numbers, right? With or one, or the odds are that you would win the lottery with the same 6 numbers with a 1 with 12 million zeros behind it. No, what did he say? He said that the odds of you being born are the same as if you win the lottery. If you win the lottery with the same 6 numbers in a row, you win the lottery, 1 with 12 million zeros after it. That's how many times you win the lottery with the same 6 numbers, 12 with a 1 with 12 million zeros after it. Those are the odds that you would have been born. As you winning the lottery back to back with a 1 and 12 million zeros after it. Those are the odds that you would have ever been born. Those are the odds. So if I'll even take it a step further. A couple of things. One, I've always said, because I didn't have any other language to articulate what I was feeling, I've always said that I never, no matter how progressive I get, no matter how much understanding I get, I'd always identified as both pro and anti-abortion. Pro and anti-abortion. Either or. I said the basis for me was, can we create the circumstances in the world that would not have a woman have to be confronted with making this choice? Can we create a world where her having to face this kind of a choice didn't exist? But while we live in this world that is what it is, I don't think anybody has any right to tell a woman what to do with her body, hence my pro-abortion stance. In a perfect world that did not have a woman have to make what seems like an impossible choice, abortion, right? That in a perfect world, I would be anti-abortion. See what I'm saying? That there would be no reason to make a choice as potentially devastating as ending a pregnancy. I have had 2 abortions. One that I did by myself in a state of desperation as a child. I was 23, 24 years old. No money, no insurance, and desperate. And a junkie. I'd been a junkie. Not having no support, not seeing no way out, took some herbs to give myself an abortion and ended up in the hospital. And then having an abortion that I paid for. Again, as a child, as a young person, as a 20-something-year-old somebody. Feel me? And I remember both of them like it was yesterday. And I remember the guilt that I experienced. Not only the guilt, the almost insane postpartum depression that I experienced after both. I didn't know that you could experience postpartum depression after an abortion. Nobody had ever told me that. The extremely dangerous, long-term postpartum depression I experienced. One was so bad, I called my mom saying, I'm driving myself to the hospital right now. I am admitting myself into a psych ward. Something is wrong with my fucking head. Something is wrong with my head. That's the only thing that I could tell her, because I could not explain what the fuck was happening to me. I did not know it was because 2 weeks prior I had an abortion. There was nothing that made a correlation for me. And I don't care what any woman says. Any woman in a perfect world that had choices, that had complete and total sovereign governance over her body, this is not a choice that she would make. She would make the proper decisions for her health on the front end of sex to guarantee that she would never have to make a choice like that. She would have adequate, non-harmful, non-experimental birth control on the front so that she would never be confronted with having to make a decision like that for herself and for her body. So I'm mentioning that because thinking about what this guy said, Neil deGrasse Tyson, about the probability of your existence, the probability that you would have ever existed, right? And how your existence, your ability to be here is the miracle. It is the miracle through which all others are executed. Your existence is the miracle, right? Because everything in science, everything in math, everything tells you that you should not exist, that you shouldn't exist, right? And I was thinking about that, right? And I was like, damn, man, if this is just scientifically and mathematically the case, the improbability of existence, yet you exist. And this is just based on mathematical language and scientific language. Nothing else, none of your beliefs, none of that shit. Just science and math. That the probability of existence is none. It's everything in the universe tells us that we are an anomaly that should not be. And if this is the case, he doesn't say that. Somebody says, here's what deGrasse Tyson doesn't want you to talk about, is the energy doesn't, he's a scientist. He absolutely talks about energy. He talks about the laws of thermodynamics and all of that shit. What he is talking about is how people articulate these beliefs as something spiritual or deity oriented. He is just talking about, he talks like a scientist. And I appreciate that. As a scientist, I appreciate that. It is me who says that the language of God is science and mathematics. I don't see a contradiction. See, he is a strict scientist. That's fine. His limitations show themselves as a strict scientist. Because the assumption of strict scientists is that people that speak a language of spirit and spirituality can't possibly be scientists. That's their flaw. And I was a part of that community, so I know that that's their flaw. They do not understand yet the concept that science may have multiple expressive languages that sound like poetry to you, but it's just that you don't understand the scientific cultural expression of science experienced by this group of people over here who talk about spirits and fairies and all that shit. Still science, you just don't know the language. That's okay. That's okay. That's what I translate for y'all. But he does not say that. He does talk strictly about science, and within the dialogue of science is the laws of thermodynamics, and that energy neither is destroyed or created, only transformed. He talks about all of that. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is this, is being a scientist and really, again, in this moment, talking to you about him, talking about the probability, the general consensus accepted among the scientific and mathematical, the polymaths is what they call the mathematic community, the statistical community, that based on all of these things, math, science, and statistics, the probability of existence shouldn't be. And that's why he says, if there's any miracle at all, it is the fact that you exist, because probability and statistics and science tells us we shouldn't exist. We shouldn't exist. That's all I'm talking about. And so thinking about just that presentation, I was like, okay, so if probability tells us that we should not exist, we as spirits in material form, then not only that the probability of our existence is winning the lottery with the same 6 numbers, one with 12 million zeros after it times in a row. 12 million zeros in a row. That's how many times you win the lottery back to back with the same 6 numbers. That's how improbable existence is, right? And he talks about all the factors that contribute to how they came to this number. It wasn't random. He talked about, think about what it took for you to exist. That depending upon what the population of the earth was at the time that your parents met, what is the probability that your parents would be in the same place at the same time to be able to meet. That's a certain set of numbers and probabilities. Then once they do meet at the same place in the same time, there's another set of probabilities that will determine whether or not they like each other. He set that aside. That's another probability. Once you determine that they like each other, or whatever the circumstances was that gave rise to your birth, but let's just assume they liked each other. Then the probability is there's a certain level of probability that determines whether they like each other as friends or as lovers, to get to the point that they finally have intercourse. And in the numerous times, let's assume numerous times, that they have intercourse, and it's greatly reduced now, but still the estimate of the number of sperm present in a single ejaculate is 250 million. That's the average. The average per ejaculate is 25 million sperm. And so you also now have to factor in each of those 250 million sperm per ejaculate per time that your parents have had sex at the right time, that set of 250 million sperm, the one from among the many, that would be the one that the egg relaxed and opened to accept, while simultaneously creating a protective shell around herself so that none other can penetrate once she accepted the one. That is another set of probabilities. And then once she is accepted you, if all things are right in the world, will become the you that you are revealed at the time of birth. So these were the things that were factored in how they come up with this number, like you winning the lottery with the same 6 numbers in a row, one with 12 million zeros after it. You feel me? And I'm not saying this for no reason, man, because we have to get uncomfortable with the ever-changing and the ever-revealing that is this moment. I've been up in here struggling with some uncomfortable shit that has really challenged the basis of everything I've been teaching, everything that I have accepted, but it's also what evolution in real time must be. And the thing that I've been struggling with, because I've been watching this video of him just doing this 1 little minute dissertation on the magic that is existence, that is to exist in the material world. There's another thing that he said. He said, your existence is not the only miracle. He said, because what probability teaches us, not only about Earth, but as long as the universe as we know it has existed, probability tells us that the universe should be visibly populated. That's what he said. I said, oh shit, don't nobody want to talk about that. He said, with the same probability and possibility that we experience on our life abundant Earth, with the number, he said, in our known universe that we can see, that we have seen, there are more than 10 million stars with orbiting planets that have the ability to sustain life on it. And so what probability teaches us about the length or the age of the cosmos is that the cosmos should be an information freeway, that we should be already traveling from planet to planet, got long distance homies on this planet and that planet. Like the universe, what his exact words were, which I found interesting. He said, the universe should be loud and it should be busy. That's what he said. He said, if probability, was to be what it's supposed to be, with as profoundly full as the cosmos is, what probability tells us based on our existence, based on what we experience on Earth as a reality, and what is the possibility and the probability of other planets being able to sustain the level of life that this earth sustains, what probability tells us is that the cosmos should be busy and loud. So this is the thing that we're always struggling with, is why is the cosmos quiet? Why is the cosmos quiet? You understand? And I'm gonna tell you, struggling with this shit over the last week, because I intended to actually show you the little clip of him talking about the probabilities, not only of our earth and existence, but also why it's so contrary to what the possibilities should be for the entire cosmos with the length of time that we say the age of the cosmos is. Why is the cosmos quiet, bitch? Why we can't see nobody else? why we ain't take advantage of an intergalactic freeway out this bitch, right? And so sitting with that and the scientific language that he used to express what he called miracles, if the probabilities are what they are, so nil that it shouldn't be, us sitting here in this moment, you sitting in this moment, listening to me go the fuck off for 8 hours and 14 minutes without getting up and even peeing the whole time, that the probabilities of our existence, that is the quote scientific miracle that he professes, then it has really had me reconsider some things over the last week. And the primary thing, more than anything, is the way that we articulate a belief in reincarnation. That's what I've been struggling with this week. This belief that we hold on to as the cyclical coming back that, a quote, allows us another opportunity. Yep. I know that's an ouch moment for y'all. I know that's an ouch. That's what I've been struggling with, because it was an ouch for me. Because I've told this wonderful story about reincarnation as expressed by the Hindus, specifically through the medicine, Ayurveda. Such a beautiful story. It makes so much sense. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Told you that my education in Ayurveda in 2006 through 2008 was the thing that had me contemplating God again after having been an atheist for so long. My Ayurvedic professor tells this story of why even today, even medical doctors that are Hindus, there are still certain things that they will not do medically because the medical practice is so intimately woven in the traditional beliefs of the people. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. The culture matters in how you care for others, how you treat others as a doctor. Culture matters. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. And here I am. that education was back in 2005, 2006, 2008. Here I am, having to evolve, bitch, having to reevaluate, fusing the language of science and the language of mythology and the understanding of how intimately connected everything was. There was no separation in how politics was disseminated and administered in goddess-centered worshiping societies. Everything was centered in its personification in adherence to the laws handed down by the goddess. I was like, that makes perfect sense. That's why justice looked totally alien to what we hear when we hear the stories of the goddess Ma'at, or when we hear the story of the fates, or when we hear the story of the governesses of justice in any other tradition that talks about what justice and the dissemination of justice looks like under the mother, and why it's so wildly different in this world that we live in today. We're in this country that represents 18% of the global population, has more people in prison than all countries combined. Right here. There are more people imprisoned in the United States of America than there are imprisoned in all the other countries combined. And there's no way to rationalize and make that make sense, because them mathematics don't work, bitch. Why? Because these are the reasonings of the madness of the patriarchal father god, who is a godhead of war and murder. That's why it don't make sense. That's why we can't make it compute, no matter how much language be talking at us about what justifies 2.5 million people being in prison in a country that only represents 18% of the global population. Meanwhile, China got 3 billion motherfuckers, and they still don't have a prison population that has ever exceeded 1 million. Never, not even come close to exceeding 1 million. You can't make that math make sense. And so how does this relate to why all of a sudden I'm having to question every philosophy, no matter how beautiful it has been? I had been a devotee of E5 for 15 years, who one of its primary tenets, one of its central tenets, is the belief in familiar reincarnation, that you are reborn through your offspring. Familial, bloodline, DNA, reincarnation. For others, reincarnation may mean something else. For Hindus, you can come back depending upon your karma, depending upon your dharma. Did you fulfill your dharma in your previous life? What is the karma that you sold in the previous life? It will determine how you come back. Will you come back as a rat, as a cow, as a tree, or as another human, given a whole nother opportunity to correct your karma? It manifests itself in different ways through different cultures. This idea of the cyclical coming back, right? And it's beautiful. The spiritual language is a beautiful language. I will say that African culture, African spiritual traditions are the closest, and North American native traditions. African spiritual traditions and North American native traditions. I don't know enough about Aboriginal peoples of New Zealand and Australia to intelligently speak on that. But I know enough about, in general, the things that connect so many indigenous tribes in North America is how they see reincarnation. And theirs is the most closely related in terms of African, a general similarity in all of the African religions. And the one thing the African religions have in common about their belief in reincarnation is familial, bloodline, DNA reincarnation. How Africans articulate reincarnation and how North American natives in general articulate reincarnations sounds different, but they are the most scientifically articulable. Let me explain. Because what Africans, as the scientists that they were, what they are articulating when they say that they believe in familial reincarnation, DNA, blood-linked, bloodline reincarnation, that we are reborn in our offspring. This is a scientific statement. Sounds like poetry, but it's a scientific statement. In terms of what we describe as reincarnation, that is actually pretty astute, because you sitting here right now as the quote scientific statistical miracle, scientific mathematical statistical miracle that you are, you still, even as you are the peculiar expression that you are, right? You are still influenced by the very real, living, breathing, circulating, condensed collection of the DNA, having been influenced by the actual lived experiences of all of your ancestors all the way back, right? And so this is why things may feel familiar, or you may present this way, or some elder that you never met say, girl, you remind me of my little sister who died 30 years ago. You look just like her. You got the same mannerisms and this and that and this and that, right? My daughter was born after 3 years after my dad died. 3 years after my dad died, my daughter was born. So my daughter has never met my father, right? And when Morgan was 3, I think Morgan was 3 years old when it struck me. And I wasn't even no spiritualist then. Morgan at 3 years old, having never met my father, so it's not nurture, it's not proximity. My daughter started doing something that I'd never seen anybody do but my dad. And it used to drive us crazy. We would be watching a movie, me, my sister, my mama, and my daddy, and it would be crazy quiet. And then all of a sudden, my dad would stop popping his pinky toes. Clank, clank, loud, clank. He could just move them back and forth. He could just move his toe, just his pinky toes. He could move his pinky toes back and forward, and they would crack every time, loud. We like, Daddy, stop doing that. Every time it would get quiet and we would get comfortable, he would start popping his toes. Crack, crack, crack. We used to laugh at him so bad. Like, why you do that? Why you always wait until it's quiet and we watch the TV to crack your toes, right? He would put his toes on us because we sitting on the floor in front of him and mama, and he would crack his toes and he would rub his old yucky feet on us and shit. It became like an ongoing joke where my daddy would crack his toes and it didn't matter. They would never stop popping. He could just move his toes and they would pop, pop, pop. She used to drive us crazy, right? Well, fast forward all these years later, after my parents are divorced and all of this shit, and my dad dies, and I have my little baby. And Morgan, out of nowhere, me and my baby are in Birmingham in our little apartment watching cartoons or something. And all of a sudden, this little first of all, she ain't lived no life yet. She ain't did no hard work that would warrant why she has the ability to start popping joints. That's what you do when you tired and you old and you're crickety and your joints get stiff. My baby at 3 years old to this day, my baby at 3 years old with no frame of reference starts to chronically pop her toes. As soon as she finally get comfortable and set in, she would start wiggling her toes to pop her pinky toes. I called my mama. I said, Mama, you won't believe what Morgan started doing. Think that's crazy? Fast forward, my baby has a baby. The year that I moved here, I had my first grandchild. My daughter had my first grandchild. My mama called me one day out of nowhere because I had been gone. I was there for Kalani to be born, and 2 weeks later, I was on the road coming out here. And my mama called one day because Morgan and the babies were living with my mom at the time. And she said, she called me. She said, girl, let me tell you about your granddaughter. Kalani was 18 months old. She was just walking. She was doing her little baby water walk. She said, girl, let me tell you about your grandbaby. She said, let me tell you about genes. Because Kalani had seen my face for 2 weeks. That's it. I didn't see my baby again until she was about 2 years old. So still, no proximity, no patterning. She said, let me tell you about genes. This is my mama. She said, out of nowhere, I don't know why she started doing it, but every time I go grocery shopping or whatever, I'll take Kalani to give Morgan a break. She said, out of nowhere, no warning, I took Kalani out of the buggy, out of the car, so we could walk to the Walmart. And all of a sudden, she picks up a rock. She's like, yeah. She calls my mom Gammy. Gammy. She picks up a rock. She was so amazed by the rock. She said, I thought it was a one-time thing. She said, girl, how about every time we go somewhere and I take this baby out the car, she gonna pick up something off the ground. And it ain't gonna be no random something. It ain't gonna be no trash. She will pick up a stick. She will pick up a rock. She will pick up a pine cone. As a matter of fact, she will get mad if I do not let her take her prize to the car. This baby don't ask for nothing in the store. She don't beg for nothing off the little shelves. As soon as we go outside, she looking for something on the earth to pick up to call her own. She said, girl, and the first thing I thought about, I was like, this is this woman's grandbaby. Like, how does this happen? I have done that since I was a little girl. Didn't matter. I'm going to pick up something. Y'all should see my apartment. I'm going to pick up something off the ground. She said, girl, them jeans, be strong. You feel me? Now, this is the example that I'm using to tell you this. The Africans say you're reborn through your offspring. We call that reincarnation, familial reincarnation. That's not necessarily untrue, because even though you transition, even though you no longer exist in this form, if you have offspring of any kind, your blood lives forever in the cycling of offspring. Your blood is alive, right? In your offspring. And so my blood, at least for the immediate future, will continue to live on because I got a daughter and I have two offspring through her, my grandbabies. Right? So a spiritual understanding of how we can see the influence of our ancestors in us, like popping toes, just like a person that you ain't never met, or picking up stuff off the ground because it make you feel good because it's like Mother Earth. You don't understand that as an 18-month-old baby, but you reproduce it so much that my mama called my phone talking about like, damn, girl, this baby ain't even met you good. And she is you. She is like your little mini me. And so, so this is just a beautiful articulation of something scientifically identifiable among African traditions, right? The natives say that when you, and they don't even call it reincarnation. I don't know what the general language is, but I've never heard native people talk necessarily about reincarnation as much as like talking about the circle of life. You feel me? And I'm not talking about some bullshit. I'm talking about articulating in their native way and in their native language this the cyclicity of life. And that not necessarily meaning that you come back after you die. It is that you are transformed. So for example, when you go through the burial rites, right, they'll tell you all, they have all of these stories that talk about how they can hear the voice of the ancestors in the rustling of the trees, or they can sense the spirit of the ancestors in the roots of the trees, or in the flowers that this, or the wolf over here that whatever. What they're saying, what they're articulating is still a scientific phenomenon that is explained through the poetry of culture. It's still explained. It's not less scientific. It is explained through the language of culture, the poetry of culture. So what they're explaining is that if our burial rites had not been interrupted, deliberately sabotaged by the sun gone rogue, then ideally our bodies would be cared for and prepared very quickly because we decompose, cared for and prepared very quickly, and planted as a seed in the earth. And in the planting of this seed that is you, that will become something different, just like a seed. How do you become different? How are you transformed in the cyclicity that is eternity, according to native cultures? Is that this body that they have just planted in the earth as a seed to become becomes the new food. It contributes in the breakdown of the nitrogen in the hair. It remineralizes. It feeds. What do we always talk about in this deck of ours? The card of the snakes and the crawlers. Those who are most reviled are the most valuable, recognizing the majesty in the minute. You transformed are not dead. That's why they didn't see death the same way the white people saw death, having existed through goddamn 781 years of torment called the Inquisition. Indians didn't have that experience. Black people didn't have that same experience. People around the world, they weren't experiencing that shit in the same way. Death, transition. You feel me? And so here they say, when you become one with earth, when the earth is opened up to seed you anew, to become something new in the cyclicity that is eternity, that you will feed the crawlers, you will seed new plants, that you might even have a little seed that falls down and becomes a tree and uses your old you to nurture itself. And then when that tree or that fruit or that whatever is fed from the old you transformed, and guess what? Some little kids running around see the fruit falling from the tree that you contributed to growing, and they consume the fruits of that tree. You are in that which they consume. That you re-become one with the earth, literally, and can contribute to the nourishment that is the earth. I think about this shit this deep because my advanced directives is that no formaldehyde, no, what you call that thing? Coffins. That I need to be buried within 48 hours of being deceased. I need to be buried in the earth, naked, wrapped in biodegradable tissue, preferably to have a seedling literally planted on top of me with a little metal nameplate that has this is the tree that she is growing. That's it. Because I think about what they say, it's like 2.5 million acres of land that has been used to bury people in boxes through which the earth will never have access to them. They can be of no use to the earth. This is the expressed hatred of the sun gone rogue, y'all. Our burial rights are we will never let her benefit off no part of us. Fuck her. I'm telling you, 2.5 million acres of land in the United States of America, where these bodies that are severed from the mother, they cannot re-become one with the mother. They cannot benefit her. They cannot live forever in the cyclicity that is the cycle of life, where you are fed by earth and in return you feed the earth. You live forever because you participate in a process that allows the earth to live forever. The last thing I'll say about that, so that's two things, is the seemingly poetic language of reincarnation from these different cultures or whatever. But when my personal opinion, this is what I'm walking through this week. I might change my mind next week. But as I'm sitting here in this moment, matching my understanding from different cultural expressions about the belief in reincarnation with this thing that I've been like nerding out on about the scientific, mathematical, statistical improbability that we should ever exist anyway. If it is a statistical, mathematical, scientific impossibility that we ever would have existed in the first place, then it damn sure mean this it. This it. This is your life. This is it. This is your life. This is it. The statistical improbability of your existence means this is it. This is the chance. This is the moment. This is the shot. This is it. This is it. You know how that ugly ass song? And I used to hate it. And I was like, this is some propaganda. But I was like, oh shit, this nigga might have been right. That song by, what's his name? Lil Wayne. YOLO. You only live once. Isn't that the name of the song? YOLO. You only live once. I forget I don't know none of the lyrics, but I know he say YOLO, and it means you only live once. And I was like, that's that bullshit. That's that propaganda. You feel me? They don't want you to know that you live forever, that you come back and you come back and you come back. I was wrong. Lil Wayne was right. Lil Wayne was right. Did you know that? Lil Wayne was right. You only live once. In this incarnation. In this fashion. in this peculiar personification. You only live once. This is the lottery that you have won. This is it. This all. That's why these patriarchal religions, these patriarchal inversions of the mother's religions, these patriarchal inversions, all of them, these patriarchal inversions of the mother's religion is always teaching you that reincarnation is something that must be pursued and sought after and exists somewhere else, and that you have to act right, and that you have to be disciplined, and that you have to practice asceticism, and you have to. It is something that you earn and that everybody is not entitled to. It's just your karma that you poor bitch, you did choose this. Every single solitary mythology becomes a weapon that ensures death, particularly premature death. Why? Because death is the way that you are able to exploit. Premature death, a cutting off, a severance from, is how you ensure that you will always benefit through the hoarding of the harvest that is human souls and human spirit and human energy. You tell them, don't worry about how bad and fucked up this life is, because guess what? Reincarnation, you can try another time. You ain't really got to worry. If you just suffer right in this life, then in the next life, you feel me? In the next life, you, depending upon how good you suffer in this life, depending upon how many times you can turn your cheek in this life, depending upon how many times you can forgive those who transgress against you in this life, the harder this life is in this life that you can prove, the greater the life that you can't prove will be. All of them are guilty of this wicked and monstrous inversion that all serve the same purpose, is to keep you out of the magic and the miracle that is your existence as you are in this moment. That's the miracle. And the one responsible for the miracle that is you in this moment, most directly responsible, is your mama. She the one. Not exclusive though. She the one who consecrated this project, that is you, this covenant, that is you, with her blood and water. Your mama. But all the mamas of both your lines are responsible for the moment that you come out the way that you do. Why do I say all your mamas from both lines? Because your daddy is the product of your mama's magic. Your daddy is your mama. Your daddy is half female. So his sperm, necessary contributions that they are to guarantee that you are the you that you are. See how that happened? See how that happened? So the reason that I guess I'm saying that is because I feel like if we had an understanding not only about the magic of existence, the magic of existence, what is it that makes me have the audacity to say that we are God? Not gods, God. God. With a million faces, with 8.5 billion faces. We are God. What is it that has me have the confidence to say that? It is the process, the only process possible to ensure our arrival as spirit in the material form. Not spirit riding around in a chariot, like the chariot just ain't important. That's why I hate the chariot card. That's why I hate the warrior card, because we were not born to be warriors. This is the language of the sun gone rogue. There is nothing heroic about warrior culture and warrior language. There's nothing heroic about it. What we have to do is transform this iconography into one that does not require us to go to war again. And we have the ability to do that. But we have to change the language. We have to stop glorifying destructive hero culture and say, okay, so what next? This motherfucker is moving out of the age of war. So what comes after? Because his time is up. The jig is up. What is it? We are at the dusk. We are at the dusk of the age of the sun gone rogue. The sun is setting on this bitch. The sun is going down on this motherfucker. You feel me? He's setting. We are awaiting moonrise, not sunrise. We are waiting to welcome moonrise out this bitch. And so what does that world look like? What does that world look like? Where the moon rises, where the cool of the early evening starts the new day. And when the new day is started, we welcome the rising sun in his original state as the loving child that nurtures the world with his warm rays. You feel me? What does this culturally look like? What does this politically look like? What does this economically and spiritually look like? In my mind, it looks like sovereignty. In my mind, it looks like independent sovereignty of the one, of the peculiarly brilliant, amazing one that we are within not division, the peculiar, harmonious empire that is my universe, within harmonious cyclical unity within all these other sovereigns walking around the earth, walking around the planet, trying to experience the magic of the magic and the majesty of the moment that is the Garden of Eden, hidden in plain sight from us all this time. All this time. What does that world look like? You understand? And so we cannot accept, I'm sorry. In order to change what is, we cannot accept that we got another shot to get it right. That even if I fuck up this life, I got another shot to get it right. This is the moment. This is the miracle. Your life as you are, awesome as you are the magic required for this moment. This is the only opportunity you will get as the you that you are to experience the best of what this world and what your mother intended for you to experience. And tries and fights like hell every day to remind you of the promise that she made to you when she allowed you to exist in a form that apparently nowhere else in the universe is experiencing. That's all I'm going to say for now, but it is going to open up the door for another discussion that I want to have with you about economically why the world looks the way that it looks, with this being the foundation that we build off of. With this being the foundation that we build off of. Because this whole idea, you've been played with. I'm going to save it. That's going to be the next thing, though, because we almost at 9 hours. Now I need to get up. I need to pee. I need to drink some fluids. I need to go eat. I have literally been sitting in this chair since 9 o'clock this morning. So now I need to go take care of myself. Yeah. So the next thing, that'll be the next thing I talk to y'all about. I know I gave y'all a lot. This was a workshop. This was a symposium. So I want to encourage you to contribute to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence and the work that I'm doing. This shit is mind blowing. I don't care what anybody says. This shit is going to change it all. This shit is going to change it all. I just gave y'all magic. I just gave y'all magic. And I didn't even get to a quarter of my notes. So share. Even if you are just taking 1 minute clips from something that blew your mind, share this shit with far and wide, to and fro, TikTok, Twitter, IG, share this shit, man. Because this is not a discussion that I'm just having with you who like me and that type of shit. Man, these motherfuckers, this bullshit that Trump did today, these motherfuckers are planning right before our eyes. And because we don't have the language to understand what they are doing as a cult, this is a cult. It's always been. So I don't want you to think that this cult is peculiar to Donald J. Trump. It is not. He represents the conclusion. He represents what they have been working on all along. He represents the continuation of the subtle, slow attempt to reset everything in a hope that we forget and we become slaves once again. This is a cult. Your political views are the acceptance of cult language. Everything that they have done are rituals that all of them are. I can point you back to every one that is a cult ritual. The vote that you so enthusiastically post all your hopes on, the word vote means to make a solemn vow, to pledge allegiance. This is not power for you. That does not mean power for you. Vote in its etymology means to pledge a vow made, a solemn vow made, a pledge of allegiance to a sovereign. What y'all talking about? Suffrage? Women's suffrage? What does suffrage mean? I was like, y'all gotta stop. This shit is in your face. What is the archons? I didn't even get to tell you what the archons mean. I might have to come back and do that another day. Hey, that. This whole deep dive I went on about the archons. Ooh, that shit blew my mind. And when I was, one thing you can do this as a homework assignment. I was sitting on the toilet today getting ready for this damn live, and a thought came through my head because I was looking for pictures to use for the thumbnail. And one of the pictures that I found was a picture of Jesus and the lion and the lamb. I was like, why are they always showing the lamb and the lion together? Why are they always showing the lion and the lamb together? I didn't get it. I still don't get the deeps and ins and outs of it. But I remember the first thing that came to my mind in the silence, looking at this picture of the lion and the lion was like almost cradling the lamb, like they homies and shit. I was like, what the fuck? You know the first thing I thought about? You know what the first thing I thought about? Was a line. Let me find it. Because I saw somewhere when talking about the cult of Soul Invictus, how the cult of Soul Invictus represented, let me not misquote. Damn. Where did I see that? Ooh, it fucked me up. I'm gonna find it as soon as I get up off of here. I can't find it. I know as soon as I get up off here, I'm gonna find it. But anyway, what I thought about when I saw this picture of the lion and the lamb,
And I had read something recently about how somebody identified this period that we are currently in as the twilight of patriarchy. As the twilight of patriarchy. I said, what? I said, why do they call it the twilight? Right? Because the twilight means the place in between dark and light. That's what twilight means. That's what it translates to. Right? It's the place between dark and light. And somebody called this stage of patriarchy the twilight of patriarchy. I said, well, that's an interesting word. I said, what they mean by that? That was about a week ago that I saw that. And I was like, damn, I need to revisit that. And then this morning I'm looking at the pictures and it's showing this image of Jesus and the lion and the lamb. And the lion and the lamb is like homies. Like the lion, he's sitting down on all fours and he cradling the little lamb. I said, what's the basis of this? I still don't know. But the first thing I thought when I saw that image was a quote from the movie Twilight. Yes, about the vampires. From the movie Twilight, when Bella and Edward first realized they fallen in love. And he says stupid about himself as the predator in this relationship. He says stupid masochistic lion because he's falling in love with dinner. You know what I'm saying? He says stupid masochistic lion, and she says crazy. He says stupid sadistic lion or something like that, and she says crazy masochistic lamb. That's what she says. She calls herself the crazy masochistic lamb. And he says, so the lamb and the lion fall in love. That's what he said in this movie Twilight that says that here it is. Right in my face. Here it is. We're talking about Ragnarok, Nordic tradition. It just appeared. When it's talking about Ragnarok, the end of the world in Nordic tradition, Ragnarok means fate, doom of the gods we've created. It says Ragna means reign. The ruling powers. That's what it means. Reign, the ruling powers. It says Rock means fate, destiny, cause, end. It literally means, Ragnarok literally translates to the final destiny or doom of the gods. Not of humans, of the gods. Richard Wagner, the classical musician, the composer, created an opera called Götterdämmerung. You know it if you knew it. He created a couple of famous compositions that you would recognize if you heard it, because one is called The Flight of the Valkyrie. A lot of his shit was in a lot of the Bugs Bunny cartoons back in the day. They used Wagner a lot. The Flight of the Flight of the Valkyrie is a huge one of his, and also Götterdämmerung is one of his that was famously used a lot in Bugs Bunny cartoons if you knew what it was. But the Götterdämmerung, which we were reading about earlier, we called it the Muttspell or the Muttspellum, is based on the legend of the Götterdämmerung, which is the end of the world or doomsday story of the Nordic people. And the word Götterdämmerung literally means twilight of the gods. Twilight of the gods. The final destiny or doom of the gods. The end of the gods. What does that mean? What does that translate to? It means when we take
our brains out of the sky and these fictitious gods that we have created to rule from up on high and become God, the union of God, ourselves on earth. This represents the twilight, the end of the age of gods of oppression, because we create gods of oppression to explain what's happening to us. I'm gonna tell you, this idea that we collectively hold in our heads about gods and how they are, it's just what gods do. We do not know the mind of God, so we cannot understand why they do crazy shit that appears crazy to us. That's why now one of these motherfuckers on Epstein's list, even though you know their name, even though you know what city and state they live in, even though you may know their motherfucking address, ain't now one of these motherfuckers been arrested yet. This is an attempt by the state, by the way. That's why this had to happen under Trump's administration. This is an attempt by the state to consolidate, to reconsolidate, to revive. They calling this the grand revival, this bullshit that Trump did today. They're calling it the new revival. To revive what? To revive your terrified allegiance to these gods that seem to be all powerful and untouchable. No matter how much they're exposed, they still are not bound by the same laws that bound us. This is why the state, Trump won on the promise that he was going to release the Epstein files and seek justice. And at the opposite side of his mouth can say, we give you a little bit of the Epstein files, but you know I'm up on it. You knew I was up on it before you even voted for me. And since you gave me your consent, your vote is your vow. Your vote is your consent. To consent to what? Because you don't clarify when you vote. You vote based on the promise that they made out of their mouth. But once they become elect, not elected, once they become elect, it is the power that you breathe into the process that causes them to become elect, not elected. They become elect, and having been placed in a position of power over you through your vow of allegiance and your consent, what you are consenting to through this vow of allegiance called a vote, what you are consenting to is whatever they see and say fit based on the whims of power that you have given to them through the power of your own vote, the power of your own action. Because even as you pledge this vote that translates literally, etymologically to vow, solemn vow, that's what it means. Even though you give them, quote, your vote, which is your solemn vow of allegiance, based on what they told you they would do once they went into office. And so when you get betrayed politically, but I voted for you, and they say, motherfucking right you did. And because you voted for me, I can do what the fuck I want to do. Because you have yielded power. You have consented to whatever I do. You have consented. And they say it as much. This is not my opinion. What is it called? Governance through the consent of the many. They don't say vote of the many. They say consent of the many. Governance through the consent of the many. But they do not judge themselves. They do not try themselves. They do not punish themselves. When you say you go and you vote for this dude say this what he support. I support this. 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 This is what I want my healthcare to look like. This is what I want this is what I want my life to look like. And this motherfucker comes as close as one could come to executing what I want my life to look like. And then when he turn around and betray you, you act brand new. You did not consent to what you wanted for your life. You consented to yield power to the face of one that you think best represents your interests, whether you are deluded and seeing with clear eyes or not. You are consenting. You are yielding a solemn vow of power and allegiance to one that you think best represents your interest. But what if your ass is crazy? And I don't mean crazy in the traditional form. I mean blinded by the light. Because you have a patriarchal war god living in the throne that is your skull, his best interest are, you think it's you? It's you that went out and voted, but it is the patriarch in your sky. It is the patriarch sitting squarely in the throne of your heaven, whose interests are being met with the yielding of your vow and your solemn consent. That's why, no matter how much technological advances and progress we make, the world seems to look worse and worse and worse and worse. How does that math work? I'm doing everything right. I'm paying my taxes. I go to a job like they tell me to. I do all the things right, and that's the majority. That's not the few. That's the majority of people cycling around, getting up when you don't want to, working more hours than you should have to, sacrificing more than half your life is spent at a job working for somebody else to grow somebody else's wealth. You go outside every day and see all of the products of the wealth that you are generating, but your ass is only making $15 an hour. You know something's wrong, but you don't have the language to articulate it, because the language that comes out of your mouth, even when you think you progressive, bitch, even when you think you are conscious, bitch, I promise you, it's a patriarch jumping at your mouth. It is either the shadow side presentation of the patriarch jumping out your mouth, meaning the radical Republican red pill right, or it might be the shadow side of the patriarch jumping out of your mouth. But I'm a progressive, but I don't see color. But it's still a patriarch coming out your face, bitch, because nothing that you are saying is matching how your world is going to be transformed by the ideas that you currently hold in your head, whether it is the light, awesome, ascendant side of the patriarch, or whether it is the dark, wicked, evil, or the LGBTQIA evil, or the weak progressive. This is the conversation that the patriarch is using to manipulate the fuck out of you. Meanwhile, no matter what side you choose while the patriarch rules, his ambitions, his goals, his needs will be met at your expense every time, because that's the world that he has created. There is no symbiotic relationship within this matrix that he has constructed to benefit himself, to bloat himself, always at the expense of the many, at the expense of the everyone, at the expense of the all. And every monster that on earth is of his creation, of his molding. Every serial killer is a creation of the Father God. And they are clear, no matter what the method, no matter what the presentation of their psychoses is. Isn't it interesting that they are always clear about who the target is once they make the leap to become a serial killer? That it ain't never no woman that ever did them no dirt. It ain't never no woman that did them no dirt. Rarely. It's rarely a woman that ever did them dirt. That has always been some child who suffered the rough conditions of being a child to a single mother who was never home because she had to work 2 jobs or whatever. But it is always interesting to me that the primary target of every serial killer is some woman who ain't got no power, who has been down on her luck in life, who has become the lowest version of herself, having to do what no woman, quote, voluntarily does for the bare minimum sustenance of life, which is to open her body and let any criminal in. Prostitution under the patriarch. Prostitution the way that it looks under the patrix. You feel what I'm saying? And it's always interesting to that no matter who they are, no matter what background they come from, no matter what, it don't matter. They're always clear about who the object of their rage is. Serial killers or serial rapists. They're clear. Women are the primary target, and the second highest primary target are the children of those women. Always. 100%. Always. I can count on one hand how many times I have studied serial killers for a long time, just as much as I've studied cults. I can count on one hand how many well-known serial killers that exclusively targeted men. And even those men that they targeted, the two that I can think of right off at the top of my head, were always either men of color or homosexual men, or both. They were men of color who were homosexual. Every time. They're crystal clear. And so you ain't going to tell me that these are not an outright creation of the Father God, the patriarch, the patrix. So much so that the FBI gave them the name that is the direct antagonistic inversion of one of the oldest gods on Earth's name, Ceres. I said, they ain't slick. I see these motherfuckers. I ain't crazy, and they ain't slick. And I'll tell you something else. There's another thing that is more frequently than it should be a line of connection of many of these known serial killers. And I'll say one name, and if you know this name and you know the circumstances, then you'll say, "Oh, I see what the line of connect with so many known serial killers." I'll just say Son of Sam. Or the conspiracy theories around the Zodiac killer, because his ass was never caught. But there's one primary conspiracy theory around why the Zodiac killer was never caught. And you'll know what I'm talking about as the thread of connection. And just last year, they announced that they might have finally identified Jack the Ripper. And what was the extenuating circumstances around the revelation of who he might have been and where he might have been from. Jack the Ripper. So, but anyway, I just thought it was interesting that this quantified Ragnarok as the twilight, as the sun setting on the age of the gods, bitch. It's the twilight of the gods. And then the movie Twilight. So I'm like, damn, am I going to have to rewatch Twilight? Because as soon as I sat on the toilet this morning and saw that image of the lion and the lamb, the first thing I thought about was that fucked up scene in Twilight where he calls himself the crazy sadistic lion and she calls herself the stupid masochistic lamb. And so the lion and the lamb fell in love. I said, we all fucked up for it. Can't none of us have beautiful, awesome, magnanimous, ecstatic, explosive, sexually fulfilling every time relationships, is because we have been taught from childhood to see suffering, pain, and fear as synonymous with love. Romantic love, but what were the Romans notorious for? War. Warfare. There's a whole painting called what are the names? The Sebians? The Sebians? It's called The Roman Rape of the Sebian Women or something like that. And it's a story about how Rome came to be. About how Rome came to be. We hear the story of Romulus and Remus, the divinely conceived twin brothers, Romulus and Remus, and Romulus decided that he wanted to rule by himself, so he killed his brother, and they were both nurse-fed by a wolf, right? The Sabine wolf, and the Sabine wolf is said to be the origins of Romulus and Remus and shit. And then Romulus kills his brother and becomes, quote, the founder of Rome. But in order to propagate Rome, there was the Sabine people. There was a village of the Sabine people off the cut. And so what he does is organize some men to go and capture the women to force them to be their wives so that they can begin to propagate more Romans. And this painting that is supposed to be showing this scene in history, how it was the victims of bride napping, the Sabine women. They were the victims. As a matter of fact, the story goes that the war and the bloodshed was so brutal that the women finally told their husbands and brothers and sons to put down their weapons, that they would go willingly with the Romans so that no more life was lost. And the painting is called The Rape of the Sabine Women. Hear me? For the bride napping that was for the sole purpose of propagating more Romans. And this is the beginning of the Roman Empire, right? But I want you again, when you hear these stories about these rapes of women in these mythological stories, or these because rape is replete, particularly through Greek and Roman mythology. Do not accept the literal articulation of what you are witnessing, because the rape, they know, is so, oh my gosh, right? It's so triggering that you will miss the message to avoid and evade the triggering language. Rape means to seize, to capture, to take away violently. That's what it means. So it could be literal, but it could refer to the seizure, the carrying away, the taking away violently, the culture, the memory, the erasing of the collective memory of the goddess, of a time where life was actually harmonious. Because you will have so-called historians say, we always been warring people. This is just what we do. We just kill each other. And because they have been so successful in the rape, in the rapture of your collective memory, in the hostile, violent taking, seizing, and carrying away of your collective memory, that you will concede that the world always been like this. That the world always been like this. And so you do not ever even aspire for anything more than this. So when you read these mythologies, and they are pervasive everywhere, as soon as I read this whole, even when they talk about, quote, what's supposed to be the future that we've already lived through the rapture, bitch. We've already lived through the rapture. We've already lived through the four horsemen. The quote, periods of the four horsemen. The sun gone rogue on his four horses as he moves through creating chaos. We done lived through that. When we talking about the twilight, we didn't live through that. Do you know that in the last 100 years, what the boy say? What's his name? Neil deGrasse Tyson. One more thing that he said. He said that in the history of the world, there have been born and have existed about 100 billion people. From as long as we know the human epoch is, there has been about 100 billion people on Earth. There are currently 8 billion, 8.5 billion. But in the whole of human history, there has been about 100 billion people born. So I call myself trying to do the math of how many people have died as a consequence of war in the modern age. Just the modern age. Not the whole of humanity, just the modern age. What modern historians and archaeology call the modern age begins with the Roman Empire. Begins specifically with the Roman Empire, The BC pagan worshiping beginnings of the Roman Empire through the transition from pagan Rome to papal Rome. This is considered modern history. Everything from the beginning of Rome on is considered modern history. Okay? So you're looking at about 25 to 2,700 years. This is considered modern history. Okay? So 25 to 2,700 years. I found one because it's hard to calculate. And apparently people are trying, but it's hard to calculate. One, I said, how many people have died in every war? At least that's known, every war. And I said, in the modern age. That's just the modern age. In the modern age, the highest estimate that I found of the loss of life just as a consequence of war. That's it. Just warfare. How many people have died as a consequence of war? Whether soldiers or whether, quote, casualties of war, collateral damage of war. And in the last 2,000, approximately 500 years, 589 million people have died solely as a consequence of war. The number that was presented, this 589 million that was presented, 589 million just in the last 2,000 years. Of the 589 presented, this did not include long-term deaths associated with warfare. So the things that are most closely associated with the long-term impact of war is famine and famine is the big one. I don't remember what the other one. There's one more thing, but direct war and famine, because typically they say with every war, famine is closely associated. So during the war and the impacts of the war on the general population, typically after every major war, there is a famine that corresponds with it that lasts on average about 3 years after every war. That 589 million did not include the major famines that always came after a major war. That 589 million did not include famines. And so to give you some insight, this is why it's hard to calculate, because some people will try to include famines, some people will not include famines, but the highest number that I found was just on war, casualties, collateral damage, and soldiers. 589 million people dead in 2,000 plus years. And when you start to try to factor in famine, in the last century, the most impactful famine of many in the 1900s, from 1900 to 2000, from 1900 to 2000, there were more famines in 1900 to 2000 than any other time. In this period where we had all these great technological advances. The greatest famine happened in China during the Great Leap Forward. Estimates of 7 million human beings in 3 years died from famine. In Russia, under the socialist revolution that y'all be raving about so much, the numbers were catastrophic. I'm low on my numbers in China. It wasn't 7 million. It was more. It was way more than that. It was way more than that, because in the Soviet Union under Stalin, the one of the many famines that happened during the whole Soviet bloc thing. It was one of the biggest ones. One of the famines in under Stalin, 8 million human beings in less than a year. And they didn't die of just starvation. They were slowly starving to death, where there were images that look like today, y'all. I'm serious. Photographs that look of people trying to maintain some level of normal in the midst of outright warfare. Women with baskets on, in the Soviet Union, with baskets on their head, going to work, walking to work, and walking by the completely obliterated bodies of human beings. So thin you can see every crease, every crevice, every bone, every rib on the street, like the homeless in LA, walking to work, trying to put blinders on so that she don't see the devastation on her walk from her house to work, trying to maintain a sense of normal in outright warfare, in what y'all herald as the great Soviet Union and the communist revolution. I read a story about one of the most devastating mass rapes in this period, administered by the socialist, bitch. Administered by the socialist. So all men are guilty. All male-led governments are guilty. All this shit we be propping up, socialist revolution and the communist revolution under Mao Zedong and the this and the that. The Chinese Communist Revolution devastated China. And to say that as a socialist, to herald Mao Zedong as a socialist, and I am guilty of it, to herald Mao Zedong without mentioning the Great Leap Forward, without mentioning the multiple of millions of human beings that died under the Great Leap Forward, and then to ignore again the cultural revolution in China under the auspice of doing away with spookism and spirituality that is the opiate of the masses, and the massacre in the millions of Chinese people under the Cultural Revolution, the genocide waged on Chinese people with the invasion by Japan, the kidnapping in the millions of women as comfort girls, South Korean women, as comfort girls by the invasion of Japan. And the target has always been the same, no matter what the expressed cause for the war is. The target has always been the same, because of the loss of life is always overbloated by either side. Life lost by soldiers on either side. The great vast majority of those who die, those who suffer, those who are tormented as a consequence of war are women and children. All the time, every time, no matter where you go on earth, no matter what great revolutionary, whatever the fuck, it's always consistent. It's always consistent. It's always consistent. 589 million human beings in 2,000 years. And the greatest damage, the greatest loss of life of all of these wars, of all of these 589 million over the last 2,000 years, was in the 1900s. Was the Second World War. The Second World War, when Oppenheimer, the creator of the nuclear weapon, the atomic bomb, where they had mastered the art of warfare, direct damage and loss of life in the Second World War were estimates of 75 to 80 million human beings in one war. 75 to 80 million human beings in the apex of what is supposed to be the technological advancements of human beings that have, quote, evolved to become more, in the most devastating war in all of human history. 75 to 80 million human beings died in the Second World War. Do you understand how deep that is? 75 to 80 million people died in the Second World War, but the global population had not even reached 5 billion yet. So I don't want to hear what no man is talking about. No man, nowhere. The issue is what it has remained since the son rebelled against the mother 7,835 years ago. The issue is and remains the rebellion of the son against the mother, the multiplicity of ways that it expresses itself, and the secret societies, the secret brotherhoods that maintain this relationship between the mother and her children, where her babies, where her sons learn from infancy to turn against her. And what turning against her means: the perpetual destruction of every way that she presents herself in the world. You cannot be talking about your ass as an environmental activist or a climate activist or none of that shit without talking about the essence of where these things come from. Why the need? The son is at war with the whole, and he will not be satisfied until the whole is destroyed. That is why the attacks on wheat. GMOs. That's why the attacks on everything that has always been the long emblem of the abundance guaranteed by the mother. That's why the mad attempt to control and own everything that people collectively has seen as the evidence of the abundance guaranteed to the mother. Why is it that wheat was the first thing attacked by the so-called green revolution? GMOs and shit, genetic manipulation. Why is it that so many millions of Indian farmers have been murdered for storing and saving seed instead of complying to the government in its relationship to Monsanto to only buy Monsanto seed? They were killing men for hoarding seeds, hoarding indigenous seeds. Do you think that the attack on grains, the attack on apples, the attack on tomatoes, GMOs, these were the first big ones. Potatoes. Why do you think? You think it's just they just don't know no better and they'll learn later that the science, they are always attacking the mother in your face. Why? What they call, for a long time now, for more than 30 years, your ass don't know nothing about it. You might just be getting hit to the game. But this whole concept called the water wars, whole documentaries talking about, there's one documentary called The Fight for Blue Gold. The Fight for Blue Gold. That's water. Everywhere water exists free, these megalomaniacs believe that they have a right to own and possess it and sell it back to you. The war, what do they call it? The war for blue gold. Another documentary called The Water Wars. That one's damn near 30 years old. I used to show these in my science classes to my kids. Y'all gonna walk up out of here knowing some shit. Every last one of my science classes, y'all gonna see these documentaries about how the world is, so y'all can change it. Y'all ain't gonna have the opportunity to say I didn't know. What is it? What's the other one? Frankenfood. That's another documentary about the sun gone rogue. What's another one? I used to show them. Earth from Above. It's almost impossible to even find it anymore. It's called Earth from Above. It had been produced in France. That shit was shocking. It was so shocking. It was so shocking. Earth from Above. What's another good one? Earth from Above, man. I wish I could find it. I wish I could find it. I saw it for a short period of time back in like 2009, where they were showing it on this streaming thing that you can't find no more. It was called Reels, and it was a series that was very short. They only did it for one season. It was called Earth from Above, and it was about this guy who back in the 70s was a French photographer, and his claim to fame back in the 70s was that his photography, he would do like landscape photography, but from a helicopter. So he would rent a helicopter and go, in a new country, and he would just take aerial shots of all the beautiful shit that he was seeing in the landscapes below. And he would produce books and calendars, and it was called Earth. His project was called Earth from Above. Beautiful. That's all he did. He wasn't no activist or nothing like that. He was just a photographer taking these trying to make a name for himself. This was his niche, was to take pictures of the whole globe from a helicopter. So on the 30th anniversary of this project that he had done back in the 70s, he was like, damn, it'd be a good idea if I go back to all the same places that I photographed before and take aerial photographs of what they look like now, but how they have changed in the now. And he said the first assignment that he did was so devastating that he said it didn't even look like the same place that he had visited in the 70s. He was like, damn, I wonder if this is the situation everywhere. So after he did this first, quote, 30th anniversary of the photo shoot, I don't even remember where he was, he decided to do a fundraiser to get the funding to do a project that he called Earth from Above, where he was still going to do the same thing. He was going to rent these helicopters and go to all these places that he had been 30 years prior, but he was going to stop in each one of these places and talk to local activists, environmental activists in each one of these areas to explain why the dramatic change in all of these environments that he had gone to. And so that became the show. It only aired for a season. I I saw this in 2009. I wish more than anything I could have been able to like find the DVD. I had the book. He produced a giant mega book, big, and it got destroyed in my storage unit in Florida, waterlogged, destroyed. But I cannot find the CDs anywhere. The DVDs. I can't find the DVDs anywhere. I ordered what I thought was the DVDs and it was something else. And I can't find it anywhere. I've been trying really hard. The show was nothing short of genius. And all the documentaries I've seen in my whole life, it was the most powerful thing I've ever seen. He did everything. He went everywhere. He talked about the damage, the extraordinary human and ecological damage that the blue jean industry is doing to Africa. Who knew? Who knew? I cried through that one. Through that series, I cried. I could not believe. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. Baby, I'm sitting here about to cry just thinking about it. I couldn't believe it. And so he ended the series by saying, don't buy no blue jeans no more. Especially not acid wash blue jeans. Do not buy new blue jeans, no bow in your life. We have to completely cripple the blue jean industry because this is the devastating outcome of your purchase of blue jeans. And I could not believe. He said, if you want blue jeans, go get them used from a secondhand store, this and that, and this and that. He talked about the contract that was made way back in the day, like the 1920s, I think. This contract that was made between Nevada, California, Colorado, and Utah. I think Utah. Where these surrounding states to Nevada, because these mega rich mafia bitches wanted to create an oasis in the desert that today we know as Las Vegas in the 1920s. They go into, I forget how many years, like 300-year contract where these states would commit to divert water from their major waterways to provide water to Las Vegas. And today I can take screenshots of it. There is a place in Los Angeles City called the Los Angeles River. Right now today on their GPS, it is still called Los Angeles River. On the GPS today, when you drive along the roads of what is called the Los Angeles River, when you look live on the GPS, you see a big old giant, thick, brilliant blue river on the GPS. You look over the bridge where the river is supposed to be, and it is today what it has been for damn near 50 years. 50 years, 60 years, something like that. More than that, because we're in the 2020s. 80 years. You see today what it has been for about 80 years. A concrete road that fills up every time it rains a little bit. But that's empty. It's concrete. People live in it, live on it, skateboard through it. You done seen movies. What's the movie? I think it's called Grease. Grease like that. And they driving along what looked like the little thing. You saw somebody land an airplane in it on some movie. That's what it is. It's a massive, long concrete shell that used to be a full-on raging river. There are at least 3 rivers that I have seen since I got to California that on the GPS, you looking at the GPS to find some fresh water somewhere, and you're like, oh, there's a little stream. They do not exist. Period. At all. They do not exist. The canyon that I told y'all I be hiking in all the time, eating canyon. I met an old head down there once. He said, when I was a kid, because I grew up in this community. He said, when I was a child, he told me he was 83. When I was a child, we couldn't be in here. All of this that we hiking in and standing in and playing it, he said, all of this was a raging river. You would get lost. He said, all of this that we standing with all these trees and shit, this was a river when I was a little boy. No water, period. This used to be a raging river when I was a kid. So they talked about this in Earth from Above, the water crisis, and the way that it is expressed in the United States. So they centered around Las Vegas and Florida, where the crisis is most expressed. The crisis of water is most expressed in the states around Las Vegas. So those states that sold off their water aquifers to build Las Vegas. Colorado, California, I want to say it's Utah. That at the turn of the century sold off a portion of their water aquifers and have literally watched the mountains dry up and the river. There are no trees on the mountains here. They're little shrubs. They ain't trees. They ain't full on, like, there are no forests on the mountains in Los Angeles. There are no forests. What we call trees on the mountains here is like shrubbery. It's like, some of them might be big shrubs, but it's still shrubbery. There's no dense forest. No, that's why there's no bears. You see that the little icon on the flag for California is the bear. There ain't no bears. All of the birds that used to be replete throughout this area, now they all live in reserves and are endangered. There are no wolves down here no more. They all migrated north. There are no wolves. You still may see a fox every now and again or a coyote every once in a blue moon, but there are no wolves no more. There are no bears here no more because the mountainsides have dried up. The rivers have dried up. There is no Krebs cycle here. People always ask me that, how come it don't rain in California? Because the Krebs cycle has been destroyed. It's not just the ocean. The ocean is not enough. There's no fresh water to contribute to the goddamn Krebs cycle right here in southern Los Angeles, in southern California. There's no Krebs cycle. That's why it rains here twice a year if we lucky. And people are like, oh my God, it's raining. Like, bitch, do you realize that this is a crisis? That this is scary? That you live in what is called a desert that 100 years ago was not a desert. LA wasn't a desert 100 years ago. Them singing the song, it never rains in Southern California. That was not the case 100 years ago. You so detached in your relationship to the goddess, to the earth around you, screaming at you, that you oblivious. And so every time it sprinkle a little bit, because it don't rain out here. What they call rain, and they be like, oh my God, it's raining. I'm like, stop doing that. Stop doing that. Stop using your breath. Stop using your ashe to condemn the relief that you are supposed to get when it rains. Stop doing that. Oh my God, it's raining. And it don't rain here. I can't remember the last time I saw lightning in this bitch or heard thunder in this bitch. It might rain for a half a second. Sprinkle. It ain't even full on rain. It ain't even big old fat rain. It's just a little sprinkle. If we lucky for an hour and then for a month or 2 months, we won't see no rain. That's right. She say Egypt wasn't a desert either until the Romans turned. It wasn't just the Romans, boo. It wasn't just the Romans. It wasn't just the Romans. Because I just told you, way before the Romans learned from somewhere. Akhenaten was the first one to do that. That's why they called him the great heretic. They said that for 2 dynasties later, they didn't even dare speak his name, the great heretic. They called him the great heretic. They wouldn't even speak his name because the damage that he did was so pervasive. To erect the son over the mother, to elevate the son over the mother, and then to attempt to erase the previous existing gods from existence. That's what he did. They called him the great heretic. And that was in like 3000 BC. You know, all these years later, they was like, damn, Akhenaten was on to something. These babies are his. The cult of Mithra, these babies of his. The cult of Sol Invicta, these babies of his. It's like, damn, that nigga had it right. That nigga was on to something. Let's do what he did. They learned it from somewhere. And they learned it from somewhere. And Akhenaten was like, Yeah. Anyway. Now I'm definitely going to stop. Yeah. So, EvoEme. Okay. Yeah. She said, you're right. It was Utah. Mm-hmm. EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. I encourage you to donate to this live that I just facilitated for 9 hours and 43 minutes. This was nothing short of a symposium, a workshop of collegiate proportion, and to be encouraged and moved to contribute that way. You just got a lecture for free that you could not get in a college course. You couldn't get into college nowhere that exists right now, unless your ass was a part of a secret society. That's the only place you can get it. And so I would encourage you to make contributions that are indicative of that to EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. That's the email address of the temple, where you can either use that email address to make a Zelle donation or a PayPal donation. That is EVO. I'll type it in the comment section. EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. That is for Zelle or PayPal. You can also use that email address to inquire about divination. I do 30-minute and 60-minute divination. So you can use that email address and put divination in the subject header, EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com, Zelle, PayPal, or divination. If you want to make a donation with Cashapp, you can do $ daughter of DaughterOfTheFates, FATES, $DaughterOfTheFates. You can do Venmo. I'm typing in the comment section. Venmo is Cassandra-Floyd. That is CASSANDRA-Floyd, FLOYD. That's Venmo. And then I'll put my email address again. EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. And that is for Zelle and PayPal. And then also you can buy dope ass stuff, books, ritual instruments, dope ass jewelry at DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. Yeah. So those are the ways that you can support. And that's it. Can't believe Monday. Today don't even feel like next Sunday. Can't believe tomorrow's Monday already. And I ain't ready for it to be Monday. But anyway, that's what it is. So I'm done. And I will see y'all maybe tomorrow. All right. Peace. Well, there. No. Oh, that's weird.